A very good morning, viewers. It's 7 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. So far, the men in blue have conquered every blade of grass in the Dubai International Stadium. And we arrive at the summit clash. India versus New Zealand. The highly anticipated showdown is all set for today. Virat Kohli is also on the cusp of breaking a very unique record. We'll get you all that and more after a quick check on the headlines. Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Turbat, Balochistan. One dead, several injured after Kuki protesters clashed with security forces in Manipur's Kangpokpi as buses moved out of Imphal towards other districts following the centre's order to ensure free movement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Mauritius next week as the chief guest for the National Day celebrations of the country on March 12th. As his official tour of the UK and Ireland draws to a close, the External Affairs Minister inaugurated a new consulate in Manchester, further strengthening India-UK ties. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India versus New Zealand at the Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that this clash could evolve into yet another classic India-Kiwi encounter. Viewers, with every passing day, there is a new episode in the language row because the DMK has been opposing the three-language policy under the NEP. And on the other hand, BJP is on a war mission to get over 1 crore signatures against the DMK. And the DMK has now mocked this particular campaign, which has drawn severe criticism and also sharp attacks from K. Annamalai. Take a look.
There is no stopping the ongoing political fencing over a third language in Tamil Nadu. After the ruling DMK mocked the BJP's signature campaign in support of a three-language policy in Tamil Nadu, the latter struck back at the ruling party in the state. Hitting back at the DMK, the BJP state president K. Annamalai took to his X handle, demonstrating his party's intent not to back down in the face of the ongoing pushback against the national education policy. Annamalai said the BJP will soon come out with the number of signatures collected so far as part of its ongoing campaign. The BJP state chief said the portal on which the party is collecting signatures in favor of the NEP is programmed in a way to prevent one person from putting his signature more than once. He claimed some students hit their faces as they came out on the streets to register their support through the signatures for the third language. To the DMK, doubting the BJP's ability to collect 1 lakh signatures for its campaign, Annamalai said, "Wait and watch." Running down the BJP's campaign earlier, the DMK called it a circus. However, the BJP campaign ran into resistance from the police as top party leader Tamilisai Soundarajan faced a crackdown while leading the signature drive on the streets. As the language war peaks and the DMK seeks to build a coalition of resistance against the NEP, it remains to be seen whose side the people are on.
Moving on, viewers, a heinous crime has come to light from Karnataka's most popular tourist destination, Hampi, where 2 women, including an Israeli, were allegedly gang raped. 3 of their male companions were also attacked and pushed into a canal. 2 of them escaped jaws of death, but 1 unfortunately succumbed. Here's the story.
Two women, including a 27-year-old Israeli tourist and a homestay owner, were allegedly gang raped and assaulted while stargazing near Hampi. 3 male tourists accompanying the women were also assaulted and pushed into a canal where one of them was found dead. According to one of the victims' account, the crime occurred after the group of 5 headed to the Tungabhadra Canal near Sanapur Lake, led by their 29-year-old homestay owner. The group was playing music and stargazing when 3 suspicious men on a motorcycle approached them.
Already our police has recovered 2 people. Still one has to be recovered. And midnight they had gone for some watching that stars, I was told. Police is investigating. We are taking action as per the law. No question, we will mercilessly handle this.
The bike-borne men then started asking the group for cash. On refusal, the miscreants who spoke in Kannada and Telugu started to misbehave with the group and began assaulting them. Soon after, the 3 men who were accompanying the women were thrashed, leading to the death of one. Of these, one was an American national who managed to escape. Meanwhile, the women were dragged, stripped of their clothes and allegedly raped by the miscreants, who later stole the Israeli woman's cell phones and cash. Condemning the heinous incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah promised strict action against the accused. Simultaneously, the police launched an elaborate manhunt, deploying 6 teams and nabbing 2 of the accused, Malesh and Chetan. The 2 women are now undergoing treatment at a hospital.
Viewers, the Prime Minister is all set to embark on a 2-day visit to Mauritius, and guess what? He is the chief guest for the National Day celebrations on the 12th of March. And the anticipation is building. The Indian diaspora is also gearing up for a grand welcome for PM Modi. Take a look.
PM Narendra Modi will embark on a state visit to Mauritius from 11th till the 12th of March. He has been invited as the chief guest for the island nation's National Day on the 12th of March. During his official visit, PM Modi will call on the President of Mauritius and will also hold wide-ranging bilateral talks with the Prime Minister Ram Ghulam. Addressing a weekly briefing on Saturday, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said, PM's discussion will range from sectors including trade and tariffs and how different countries are responding to the hefty US tariffs.
I would only point you towards the fact that we have in recent times entered into bilateral trade agreements which are based on tariff liberalization with several partners. There are ongoing discussions with several other partners on these issues now, and I think the ongoing discussions should be seen in that context as well. So I think that is our general approach, and I think it applies to any such engagement that we have with any country on these issues, on potential trade agreements, etc.
Additionally, he will engage with the members of the Indian origin community and inaugurate a slew of key projects. Several MOUs are also expected to be signed during the Prime Minister's 2-day visit, further strengthening bilateral cooperation between India and Mauritius. A contingent of the Indian Defence Forces accompanied by Indian naval ship will also participate in Mauritius' National Day celebrations. This will further emphasize the deep strategic and defence cooperation between the two nations.
Viewers, after the brief but uneasy calm in Manipur, violence is once again back in this particular state, with the Kuki-Zo community members clashing with security forces. At least one person has been killed and 25 others have been injured. And this violent episode has unfolded just a few days after Union Home Minister Amit Shah, announced that free movement must be restored. Here's the story.
At least one protester has been killed while 25 others have been injured after members of the Kuki-Zo community clashed with security forces on Saturday. The protesters torched at least one vehicle and clashed with the personnel of the Central Armed Police Forces in different parts of Manipur's Kangpokpi district. This comes as earlier Home Minister Amit Shah had issued directions to restore free movement in the state and take action against anyone attempting to create obstructions. Acting on that directive, the Manipur State Transport plied 2 buses with security provided by CAPF personnel. When the bus entered the Kangpokpi district, protesters, which included a majority of women, tried to prevent the movement, causing a confrontation. Meanwhile, crowds were building in different parts of Kangpokpi district to thwart the movement of the buses. They erected barricades on National Highway 2 by putting boulders, rocks and burning tires. The protest was also directed against a peace march by the Federation of Civil Society, a Meitei organization. Later, the protesters also attacked the bus by pelting stones. As tensions have flared in the state, the local authorities have once again been forced to impose a curfew.
Viewers, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's trip to the Ireland and the United Kingdom draws to a close, but during his trip we have achieved several key milestones. In fact, the most important of them all is furthering India's global footprint, because Jaishankar has inaugurated 2 new Indian consulate generals, one in Belfast and the other in Manchester. Take a look.
Marking the 4th day of his visit in the United Kingdom, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar inaugurated the Indian consulate in Manchester. Taking to the occasion, Jaishankar talked about Prime Minister Modi's deep commitment to the Indian diaspora abroad as he addressed them.
But I can really say this, and I say this with all sincerity as someone who's been in the field of foreign policy now for 5 decades. I don't think any Prime Minister has invested as much in the relationship with the diaspora as Narendra Modi has done. And the importance, the concern, the value that we put on the diaspora as a connect to the world, this wonderful term living bridge, I think is something really extraordinary.
As India and the UK work jointly in consolidating their trade footprint, Jaishankar recentered the focus of his visit on the ongoing free trade agreement talks.
When we look at the relationship with the United Kingdom, it is a relationship that we believe has immense potential actually to grow, to deepen. In fact, when we see the direction of the world today, I would say the case for deepening these ties gets stronger, not weaker. And one current expression of that is the sort of accelerated effort that we are putting in the free trade agreement. So we've just had a round of discussions with Minister Reynolds when he was in India. It was, I think, the first after the Starmer government came to power in UK. And I am today cautiously optimistic about the prospects. I'm cautious about everything in public, so I think please use the other word as the operative one.
Calling for joint collaboration, S. Jaishankar also extended an invitation to educational institutions from the UK to open their centres in India.
We would like universities from here, and Deputy PM, I'm looking at you as I say that. I would like universities from here to actually find ways of setting up a campus or find other ways of collaborating by setting up a presence in India. That is today possible under our new education policies. We are beginning to get some traction. A few universities have come in. And I think if we have Indian students here and a university from Manchester in India, I cannot think of a better way really of connecting up there.
Revoking the two nations' love for cricket, Jaishankar highlighted the connection between sports and diplomacy.
And I was even more pleased to discover that the other end was named after a person who I once, in a rapid fire was asked 5 cricketers I admired the most in the world, and Jimmy Anderson is one of them. Because, for me, someone who can take that load over such a long period, I'm beginning to identify with the guy. So it's really, wonderful to be here. And of course, in India, we all know this as the place where Tendulkar's first century happened. And I was so glad today you brought up Farooq Engineer. Because again, like anything in life, one needs to remind people of talent, of greatness, of great moments. And he was someone really special. In fact, they would say in India that when Farooq Engineer appealed, 120,000 other people did, and you got the decision you wanted. I've always been fascinated by the analogy, by the connection between sports and diplomacy, sports and politics. I think there is a discipline there, there's a diligence there, there's a creativity there, which is not dissimilar.
At last, Jaishankar talked about the deep entrenched historical ties that India has with the United Kingdom.
The third trend, the intersection between the three, the diaspora, the trade, is actually our relationship with the UK. That it is a relationship rooted in history. That history is a very complex history, all of you understand that. But I think in any heritage, the smart, sensible people, in any relationship, it applies to interpersonal relations as well. Every big, deep, important relationship is a mixed one. I think it's important to pick on the good side, look for the possibilities there.
Concluding his diplomatic tour, S. Jaishankar is set to come back to India today.
Manipur's Kangpokpi district witnessed fresh unrest on Saturday as security forces fired tear gas to disperse protesters opposing Union Home Minister Amit Shah's directive for free movement across the state from March 8th and a peace march by a Meitei organization. Kukizo community members clashed with the security forces. They pelted stones leading to injuries and the death of one of them. Several workers are feared trapped after a portion of a factory in Ludhiana collapsed on Saturday. The incident took place in Focal Point area. Eyewitnesses said the entire area was shaken by the collapse. There were no immediate details on the building and its occupants. Rescue operations are underway.
ओनर ते सुपरवाइजर दे नाल इन्फॉर्मेशन दे नाल गल करके जिहड़ी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है उस दे तहत अज जिहड़े सीगे 29 बंदे इत्थे जिहड़े सी काम ते आए सीगे ਜਦੋਂ फैक्ट्री कोलैप्स हुई ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਇਵੈਕੂਏਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਤੇ ਐਜ਼ ਆਫ ਨਾਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ 6 ਬੰਦੇ ਟ੍ਰੈਪਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਅੰਦਰ
National Conference Supremo Farooq Abdullah on Saturday reiterated that Jammu and Kashmir will get back its statehood and asserted that the Indian government must restore it as it had promised in the parliament.
It will happen. India government will have to give us aid. They are bound by the promise they have made in the parliament when I was the member. They will have to uphold that promise.
A journalist was shot dead in broad daylight on National Highway 30. The journalist, identified as Raghavendra Bajpai, was on his way home when his bike was hit by a vehicle and he was shot dead by the unknown assailants. The incident occurred in Emilia Sultanpur police station area of Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur district. A heavy police force, including the circle officer and additional superintendent of police, reached the spot. The victim was declared dead after he was brought to the hospital with bullet wounds in his chest and shoulders.
दोपहर बाद लगभग 3:15 बजे के आसपास यह सूचना प्राप्त हुई कि नेशनल हाईवे पर जो सीतापुर की साइट है, हेमपुर ओवरब्रिज के ऊपर एक आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट और दैनिक जागरण के स्थानीय पत्रकार राघवेंद्र बाजपेयी, उम्र लगभग 35 वर्ष की डेथ हो गई है। इस सूचना पर तत्काल थाना पुलिस पहुंची, अस्पताल भेजा गया। परिवारीजनों से वार्ता की जा रही है, इनसे तहरीर लेकर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत किया जा रहा है।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has emphasized that historical figures like Maharana Pratap and Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj remain unmatched in their heroism. He asserted that rulers such as Akbar and Aurangzeb cannot be revered in the same light. This statement of the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister comes amid growing political discourse over historical narratives being spun by the SP in Maharashtra.
राष्ट्र नायक की श्रेणी में भारत माता के वही सपूत हैं जिनका पूरा जीवन भारत माता के लिए समर्पित था। स्वदेश और स्वधर्म के लिए जिन्होंने अपना जीवन समर्पित किया, जिन्होंने घास की रोटी खानी मंजूर की, लेकिन विधर्मियों के सामने झुकना कभी मंजूर नहीं किया। उन राष्ट्र नायकों में महाराणा प्रताप का नाम आता है।
Moving on, viewers, an 82-year-old senior citizen and also a widow of a decorated veteran was denied a wheelchair by the Air India airport staff as well as the airline staffers at the IGI airport, which led to her collapse and also her reaching the ICU. She's currently battling for her life. And the Air India, on the other hand, has come out with a statement saying that as per their investigation, they had no fault and they blamed the victim for the entire episode. Riyanka is live with us. Riyanka, Air India has issued a statement. Has the DGCA stepped in? What's the latest?
Well, absolutely, Deepak. A very, very tragic incident that, in fact, brought in a lot of eyebrows with the fact how there was a mismanagement from the side of Air India and the other authorities at the, airport in the national capital when the 82-year-old elderly woman was, in fact, denied a wheelchair, something which was already included in her ticket. And these allegations of denial of a wheelchair has been put forth by her family. Precisely her granddaughter, who had gone out and hit out at the Air India for this incident. In fact, we know that the elderly lady has been in the ICU for the last 2 days as well, likely to be in the ICU today because she had in fact suffered some internal injuries, some internal bleeding as well. Now, when we understand that the Air India had come out and given out a statement, Air India called the allegations from the side of the woman's family, for the fact of denial of the wheelchair completely baseless. Air India went ahead and said that due to a lot of rush, the wheelchair was delayed rather by 15 minutes, and Air India went ahead and said for the fact that the family already arrived late in terms of boarding their flight. They had to rush and they decided to walk by themselves. But what we see that the family of the 82-year old elderly had in fact come out also mentioning that there was nobody to help and provide first aid at the earliest when the old lady had fallen down and her legs gave up. So this situation of course built in a lot of pressure for Air India, but it kept on building up the fact that there was no mistake that was done from the side of the Air India, although it has confessed that there was a delay of providing the wheelchair for 15 minutes. Now on the other hand, we have to understand who exactly takes the responsibility in this case as a fact of the matter.
That's right, Riyanka. Clearly, Air India is not taking responsibility. Instead, it has now indulged in victim blaming, and we'll have to wait and watch what happens ahead. But many thanks for joining us with those details. It's time for us to slip into a very, very short break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about how an ISI puppet who played a very important role in the abduction of Kulbhushan Jadhav was shot dead. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुमका नहीं, घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुमका स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
I want you, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें। सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग। रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? आई सेड व्हाट आर यू डूइंग अक्षय? ही सेड आई हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड शूटिंग। एंड एट 5 o'clock ही कॉल्स मी, ही सेड आई फिनिश्ड माई शूट फॉर द डे। अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार हैं, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं। Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say, Arnabji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना, रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि डिसिप्लिन, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, शी इज अ स्पोर्ट्स लेडी, शी इज डन सो वंडरफुल फॉर आवर कंट्री. हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इज डिसिप्लिन? आस्क her if she has where she is reached was it without discipline. It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy, sir? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah.
Another
amazing.
sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं. देखिए हमारे
I would like to tell, especially parents of young girls, we have enough people telling us that we can't do something. We just need our parents to tell us that we can. So when you have your parents by your side saying, it doesn't matter how many people say you can't become a tennis player or whatever else you want to be, I'm telling you the confidence that you feel and the kind of inspiration you feel coming from them, that's something that I was very lucky to have. And I would love to tell parents today to try and encourage the young girls to take paths that are out of the ordinary.
Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Turbat, Balochistan. One dead, several injured after Kuki protesters clashed with security forces in Manipur's Kangpokpi as buses moved out of Imphal towards other districts following centre's order to ensure free movement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Mauritius next week as the chief guest for the National Day celebrations of the country on March 12th. As this official tour of the UK and Ireland draws to a close, the External Affairs Minister inaugurated a new consulate in Manchester, further strengthening India-UK ties. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India versus New Zealand at the Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that this clash could evolve into yet another India versus Kiwi classic. First up, viewers, impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol has been released from prison after a court cancelled his arrest warrant and cleared insurrection charges against him. But his legal battles are far from over, with both criminal and impeachment trials still underway. His release has triggered massive protests across Seoul. Watch our report to know more on this.
A day after a court cancelled his arrest warrant, South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol was released from the prison. Meanwhile, insurrection charges against the deposed president also remain cleared. Amid the release, criminal and impeachment trial against Yoon shall continue over his short-lived imposition of martial law on December 3rd. As Yoon walked out from the prison, thousands of people took to the streets of South Korea. However, protesters remain divided over Yoon's impeachment. While thousands rallied to urge the Constitutional Court to dismiss his impeachment, an anti-Yoon faction of protesters led by the opposition's Democratic Party gathered to call for his immediate ouster.
위대한 국민과 함께 손잡고 빛의 혁명을 완수하겠습니다. 내란이 종식될 때까지 국민의 손을 놓지 않고 끝까지 함께 싸우겠습니다. 국민과 함께 우리의 손으로 빼앗긴 주권을 되찾을 것을
Ever since a parliamentary motion calling for his deposition was passed, the Constitutional Court has been deliberating on whether to formally remove him or reinstate his presidential powers. Later next week, the court is set to deliver the crucial verdict that will dictate Yoon's political future.
Moving on, viewers, Mufti Shah Mir, who allegedly played a key role in helping Pakistan's ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was fatally shot dead by unidentified attackers in Turbat of Balochistan. We have Major General A.K. Sivach joining us live on this broadcast to give us insights about what this actually means, about the instability in Pakistan and also in Kulbhushan Jadhav's case.
Officer, and he was basically in Chaba doing a business where he was kidnapped by this Mufti Shah, basically Meet. He was the terrorist who got involved with the ISI and he got him kidnapped from there. And along with the ISI, they brought him to Balochistan and they showed that he was basically doing espionage activity. Whereas he was not at all involved. He was basically a retired officer and was doing business in Chaba. So the point today is that this terrorist who has been now killed, because you see, he's been killed because there are a number of terrorists which are roaming freely in Pakistan. Pakistan is the epicenter of the terrorism. There are inter-gang rivalry which goes. So as on today, I can say with a lot of confidence what has happened to basically Muhammad Shah Mir. He has met his fate in Turbat. He deserved to be eliminated because he is the one who was a mastermind in kidnapping Kulbhushan Jadhav. Kulbhushan Jadhav had nothing to do with any espionage activity. He was a retired naval officer and doing his business in Chabar, and he was brought along with ISI in Balochistan and shown to be basically caught there. So as on today, when Mufti Shah Meet has been eliminated in Turbat by the terrorists, it basically shows three things. One is that anyone who gets involved in such activity ultimately meet his fate. The second thing is, we have been time and again telling to the whole world that the Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism. There are about 100 top terrorists which are there in Pakistan, or they have a roots in Pakistan. Pakistan deserves to be again placed in a grey list of Financial Action Task Force for money laundering and terrorist funding. Third thing is that Pakistan is still now differentiating between good and bad terrorists. The terrorist which is trying to push toward India, like Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Muhammad, it called them a good terrorist. Whereas the terrorists like Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is hurting them, that way they call them a bad terrorist. Until and unless they stop differentiating between good and bad terrorists, until and unless they do not go all out against the terrorists, you will find it, terrorism keep on increasing in Pakistan. And Pakistan, as on today, has got a political instability, economic crisis, terrorism increasing manifold. The situation seemingly looks
Major General, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that this is a case of Pakistan, trying to eliminate one of the key faces and key, witnesses in this particular case to cover up its covert operations? Or is this a case of, internal factions in Pakistan sending out a message to ISI against its state-sponsored terrorism?
Well, absolutely, it can be possible. See, anything is possible as far as Pakistan is concerned, because the terrorism is full swing, and Pakistan calls them a non-state actor. But the fact is, they are not non-state actors. They are funded and aided by the ISI. So it is possible that he can be killed by an inter-gang rivalry, or the ISI has got him eliminated, thinking that he may be picked up anytime by an int agency and he will spill the bean. That is also possible. And third thing is that if he has been involved in illegally kidnapping basically Kulbhushan Jadhav from Chabar and then trying to help the ISI to show him that he was caught in Balochistan, I am sure he must have been eliminated by certain agencies which are against that. But all said and done, one can say with a lot of conviction that the terrorism in Pakistan is increasing manifold. The way things are happening, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan, it is the whole world to watch it. Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan becoming so bold.
That's right, Major General. The snake that they had been rearing in their backyard has come back to bite them. Many thanks for joining us with those insights. There are several questions that continue to remain unanswered. Whether this was Pakistan's bid to cover up a covert operation by eliminating one of the key faces, or whether this is a case of how the internal instability is growing within Pakistan. We'll have to wait and watch what comes ahead as the investigation progresses. Now let's move on, viewers. At least 20 people were killed in a devastating Russian strike on Ukraine's Donetsk region. Attacks have intensified in the recent days as the US paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. And this follows last week's Oval Office clash between President Trump and Zelensky. Here's more.
At least 20 people were killed and several others were injured in a Russian strike in Ukraine's Donetsk region on Saturday. Ukraine's State Emergency Service said a Russian drone damaged a Ukrainian fire truck while rescuers fought to extinguish the buildings. This attack comes hours after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked Norway for increasing military aid to $7.7 billion after US paused back military and intelligence support for Ukraine.
За цей тиждень ми значно збільшили підтримку в Європі. і по лінії ЄС, і від окремих країн. І є особливо сильне рішення від Норвегії по фінансуванню нашої стійкості. Рівень анонсованої допомоги в цьому році збільшено до 7,7 мільярдів доларів. І більша частина буде спрямована на виробництво зброї в Україні. І це дуже допоможе. Я дякую. Очікуємо також рішення інших країн Північної Європи. Франція прискорить свою безпекову допомогу. Нідерланди готові інвестувати 700 мільйонів євро у виробництво дронів.
Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed a temporary truce in Ukraine, provided there is progress toward a final peace settlement. Zelensky has also said that Ukraine is fully committed to constructive dialogue with US representatives in Saudi Arabia next week and hopes to agree on the necessary decisions and steps.
Наступного тижня буде дуже багато роботи тут, в Європі, з Америкою, в Саудівській Аравії. Ми готуємо зустріч, щоб прискорити мир і зробити сильними основи безпеки. Сьогодні увесь день на різних рівнях триває найбільш інтенсивна робота з командою президента Трампа за весь час. Багато дзвінків, тематика зрозуміла, мир якнайшвидше, безпека якнадійніше. Україна налаштована максимально конструктивно.
Zelensky's statement comes days after Oval Office showdown during his meeting with US President Donald Trump. It remains to be seen how the US will react to Zelensky's statement on peace negotiations with US officials.
Viewers, in a very rare execution, a South Carolina prisoner has been put to death by a firing squad, and this is the first use of this particular method in the United States in 15 years. Brad Sigmund, convicted of a brutal double murder in 2001, opted for the firing squad over the electric chair, fearing a more painful death. But this execution has ignited a series of protests across the state.
Brad Sigmund, a 67-year-old South Carolina man convicted of murder, was executed by the firing squad on Friday. This execution makes him the first US prisoner to die by the method in 15 years.
The capital punishment sentence of Brad Keith Sigmund was carried out tonight pursuant to the order of the South Carolina Supreme Court and in accordance with state law. The execution was performed at 6:05:50 by a three-person firing squad and he was pronounced dead by a physician at 6:08 p.m.
The penalty comes after Sigmund was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat in 2001. According to his lawyers, Sigmund opted for this method because he feared the electric chair would cook him alive, or a lethal injection would send a rush of fluid and blood into his lungs. A form of capital punishment introduced 150 years ago, firing squads have been considered as the most humane alternative to lethal injection.
South Carolina has never executed somebody by firing squad. We've only had one other state, apart from Utah, that has executed an individual, and that was only one individual, the state being Nevada, by firing squad. So this is a huge development in the world of execution method.
In Sigmund's case, the volunteer shooters positioned themselves 15 feet away from him. Meanwhile, a group of young protesters gathered outside the prison ahead of his execution. At least 144 civilian prisoners have been executed by this method in the United States.
Viewers, it's the clash of the titans in the final of the Champions Trophy 2025. And it will be India versus New Zealand at Dubai International Stadium. Stay tuned for all the latest that's coming in the run-up to this summit finale.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Team India Vice Captain Shubman Gill said there has not been any discussion around the possible retirement of skipper Rohit Sharma as the team is completely focused on winning the Champions Trophy. India will face New Zealand in the final of the ICC marquee event. Indian icon Virat Kohli is all set to feature in his third straight Champions Trophy final as the men in blue geared up for their showdown against New Zealand. Kohli guided India to a comfortable victory over Australia in the semi-final as he played a masterful knock of 84 to hunt down 265. The Indian star is now eyeing a major record. Kohli needs 46 runs to break Chris Gale's record for most runs scored in Champions Trophy's history. The Indian maestro sits in the second place with 746 runs and Gale on top with his tally reading 791. Former England cricketers Nasir Hussain, Michael Atherton and David Lloyd complained of India having an unfair advantage in the ongoing Champions Trophy. The discussions emerged after the men in blue qualified for the semi-final, and unlike other teams, they didn't have to travel to any other city. India batting coach Sitanshu Kotak has dismissed all the talk, stating that the team is honouring the schedule which was made by the ICC. He added that the players practice on different wickets, which is not the same as the ones that have been played so far. He mentioned that nothing extra was handed to the team and reminded the schedule was released well in advance. India start the Champions Trophy 2025 finals as favourites, but if there is a team that can beat them, it is New Zealand. This is the warning that Ravi Shastri has signalled for the men in blue ahead of the much anticipated summit finale. Champions Trophy 2025 final is little over a sleep away as India and New Zealand are gearing up for the summit clash at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. Meanwhile, as per a report, the final between the two teams will be played on the surface that was used for the game between India and Pakistan in Dubai. The pitch is expected to be very slow, with spinners likely to extract help from it, and as seen in the previous matches at the venue. KKR announced the experienced West Indian Otis Gibson as their assistant coach ahead of the Indian Premier League season starting on March 22nd. A former fast bowler from Barbados himself, with over 650 first-class wickets to his name, the 55-year-old Gibson represented West Indies in both Tests and ODIs from 1995 to 1999 before embarking on his journey as a coach. With IPL 2025 approaching, the 10 franchisees will hope for a good performance in the upcoming season. Ahead of the new season, five-time IPL champions Mumbai Indians came forward and announced South African bowling all-rounder Corbin Bosch as a replacement for the injured Lizard Williams. It is worth noting that Williams will miss the upcoming IPL 2025 due to a knee injury. Viewers, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll tell you how the situation continues to remain tense in Manipur as protesters clash with security forces in Kangpokpi, leading to the death of at least one. Stay tuned for more on that.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदा स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु। सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है। हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है।
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है। जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा। भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है।
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती है।
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है।
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें।
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड। आप पिछली बार भी गए थे। This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance. I tell you one thing, Akshay ji. The one thing I like about you, which is inspiring, you're a self-made man. You've come from nothing. I recently went to a university, Parul University called me for a talk, and I said there that young people think when they come out of college, somebody is somebody's son, somebody has got a lot of money, and you feel, I don't have the same chances. And I said there that if you want to be something in life, and my mother is here, she's sitting there, if you want to be something in life, don't expect to have anything at the start. Start from zero. You started from zero, Akshay. This is an incredible success story. He works hard. He started from zero. He's been a chef. He's done martial arts. His life has not changed. His habits have not changed. For all the people out there who say, it's a flat world, a digital economy, may everybody has a chance. I want you to tell me something from your life story about the importance of starting with zero and making something of yourself. Akshay.
Zero, as you all know, was discovered by an Indian only. हाँ पीछे से कोई चिल्लाया आ रहा है भट्टा. हर इंसान को जीरो से ही शुरू करना पड़ता है, तभी जाके उसको वैल्यू होती है बाकी आगे के नंबरों की. 1, 2, 100 करोड़, उसको जाके तब जाके वैल्यू होती है. यहाँ आज सोनू निगम जी भी बैठे हुए हैं.
आई सोनू.
इन्होंने भी जीरो से ही शुरू किया था, मेरे साथ ही, बल्कि एक फिल्म में मेरे साथ ही इनकी पहली फिल्म एक्टिंग थी. इन्होंने की थी जो मुझे लगता है मैंने और इसने दोनों ने नहीं देखी थी. हाँ बराबर बोल रहे सोनू जी. आपने भी अपनी जिंदगी जीरो से ही शुरू की और आज ही इज वन ऑफ द टॉप सिंगर्स वी हैव. I really envy him. So, जीरो से शुरू करना, आहिस्ते आहिस्ते काम करना. देखिए मैंने हमेशा ये देखा है, चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी बैठे हुए थे, वो बात कर रहे थे about positivity. It reminds me of a lot of things like the glass is half empty. Somebody looks at it like that in a negative way. There are people who look at it like glass is half full. So that is positivity. But I am saying there is a third way of looking at it, which I always, my father told me about it, is let's fill the half glass empty. Let us fill it.
Wonderful.
Let us fill it and let us make it full. Stop thinking that somebody is going to help it for you. And that is where we are saying it. You have to, whatever you have to do, you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
There's nobody who's going to help you.
Yeah.
There is only you, आपकी किस्मत, आपका भगवान, आपके माता पिता का आशीर्वाद, यही 5 चीज मिला के आपको जीरो से लेके ऊपर तक ले जाएंगे. And that is what happened with me also. Whatever luck, whatever hardship, whatever my parents taught me, today whatever I am, and this I always tell, कि अगर जिंदगी में आपको जीरो से आगे बढ़ना है तो कभी भी अपने माता पिता का आशीर्वाद लेके ही घर से निकलना, वरना आप आगे नहीं जा सकते.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Turbat, Balochistan. One dead, several injured after Kuki protesters clashed with security forces in Manipur's Kangkopi as buses moved out of Imphal towards other districts following the centre's order to ensure free movement across Manipur. Prime Minister Modi will visit Mauritius next week as the chief guest for the National Day celebrations of the country on March 12. As his official tour of the United Kingdom and Ireland draws to a close, the External Affairs Minister inaugurated a new consulate in Manchester, further strengthening India-UK ties. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India and New Zealand lock horns at the Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that this clash could evolve into yet another classic India-Kiwi encounter. You're watching Republic TV Live this morning with me, Kriti Mehta. Now in this bulletin, we're going to bring you a slew of stories from across the nation, around the world, from business, sports and entertainment. But first up, let's take a look at a story from down south in Tamil Nadu, where the political showdown over the centre's push for a 3-language policy for Tamil Nadu has showed no signs of slowing down. Now, in the latest, the BJP state chief K. Annamalai has hit back at the ruling DMK for mocking the BJP's signature campaign in support of a 3rd language under the centre's new education policy. Take a look at the war of words in this report.
There is no stopping the ongoing political fencing over a 3rd language in Tamil Nadu. After the ruling DMK mocked the BJP's signature campaign in support of a 3-language policy in Tamil Nadu, the latter struck back at the ruling party in the state. Hitting back at the DMK, the BJP state president K. Annamalai took to his X handle, demonstrating his party's intent not to back down in the face of the ongoing pushback against the national education policy. Annamalai said the BJP will soon come out with a number of signatures collected so far as part of its ongoing campaign. The BJP state chief said the portal on which the party is collecting signatures in favor of the NEP is programmed in a way to prevent one person from putting his signature more than once. He claimed some students hit their faces as they came out on the streets to register their support through the signatures for the 3rd language. To the DMK, doubting the BJP's ability to collect 1 lakh signatures for its campaign, Annamalai said, "Wait and watch." Running down the BJP's campaign earlier, the DMK called it a circus. However, the BJP campaign ran into resistance from the police as top party leader Tamilisai Soundarajan faced a crackdown while leading the signature drive on the streets. As the language war peaks and the DMK seeks to build a coalition of resistance against the NEP, it remains to be seen whose side the people are on.
And our viewers are bringing you a heinous case from Karnataka where 2 women, including an Israeli tourist, were gang raped, and this was reported from Karnataka's Hampi. Take a look at this.
2 women, including a 27-year-old Israeli tourist and a homestay owner, were allegedly gang raped and assaulted while stargazing near Hampi. 3 male tourists accompanying the women were also assaulted and pushed into a canal where one of them was found dead. According to one of the victims' account, the crime occurred after the group of 5 headed to the Tungabhadra Canal near Sanapur Lake, led by their 29-year-old homestay owner. The group was playing music and stargazing when three suspicious men on a motorcycle approached them.
Already our police has recovered 2 people. Still one has to be recovered. And midnight they had gone for some watching the stars, I was told. Police is investigating. We are taking action as per the law. No question. We will mercilessly handle this.
The bike-borne men then started asking the group for cash. On refusal, the miscreants who spoke in Kannada and Telugu started to misbehave with the group and began assaulting them. Soon after, the 3 men who were accompanying the women were thrashed, leading to the death of one. Of these, one was an American national who managed to escape. Meanwhile, the women were dragged, stripped of their clothes and allegedly raped by the miscreants, who later stole the Israeli woman's cell phones and cash. Condemning the heinous incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah promised strict action against the accused. Simultaneously, the police launched an elaborate manhunt, deploying 6 teams and nabbing 2 of the accused, Malesh and Chetan. The 2 women are now undergoing treatment at a hospital.
And now moving on, viewers, Prime Minister Modi is all set to pay a 2-day state visit to Mauritius beginning 11th of March. Now, Prime Minister will attend the country's National Day celebrations as its chief guest, and during his visit, Prime Minister Modi will also hold bilateral meetings with his Mauritian counterpart, Naveen Ramgoolam. Take a look.
PM Narendra Modi will embark on a state visit to Mauritius from 11th till the 12th of March. He has been invited as the chief guest for the island nation's National Day on the 12th of March. During his official visit, PM Modi will call on the President of Mauritius and will also hold wide-ranging bilateral talks with the Prime Minister Ramgoolam. Addressing a weekly briefing on Saturday, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said, PM's discussion will range from sectors including trade and tariffs and how different countries are responding to the hefty US tariffs.
I would only point you towards the fact that we have in recent times entered into bilateral trade agreements which are based on tariff liberalization with several partners. There are ongoing discussions with several other partners on these issues now, and I think the ongoing discussions should be seen in that context as well. So I think that is our general approach, and I think it applies to any such engagement that we have with any country on these issues, on potential trade agreements, etc.
Additionally, he will engage with the members of the Indian origin community and inaugurate a slew of key projects. Several MOUs are also expected to be signed during the Prime Minister's 2-day visit, further strengthening bilateral cooperation between India and Mauritius. A contingent of the Indian Defence Forces accompanied by Indian naval ship will also participate in Mauritius' National Day celebrations. This will further emphasize the deep strategic and defense cooperation between the two nations.
And now moving on, viewers, let's bring you some reports from Manipur, where tension continues to remain high as fresh violence gripped the state yesterday. Now, at least one person has been killed and as many as 25 others have been injured, including members of the Koki-Zo community that clashed with the security forces on the Imphal-Dimapur highway. Remember, this is just coming after a week of Home Minister Amit Shah issuing directions to restore free movement in the state. First, take a look at this report and then we bring you our ground live report.
At least one protester has been killed while 25 others have been injured after members of the Kuki-Zo community clashed with security forces on Saturday. The protesters torched at least one vehicle and clashed with the personnel of the Central Armed Police Forces in different parts of Manipur's Kangpokpi district. This comes as earlier Home Minister Amit Shah had issued directions to restore free movement in the state and take action against anyone attempting to create obstructions. Acting on that directive, the Manipur State Transport plied 2 buses with security provided by CAPF personnel. When the bus entered the Kangpokpi district, protesters, which included a majority of women, tried to prevent the movement, causing a confrontation. Meanwhile, crowds were building in different parts of Kangpokpi district to thwart the movement of the buses. They erected barricades on National Highway 2 by putting boulders, rocks and burning tires. The protest was also directed against a peace march by the Federation of Civil Society, a Meitei organization. Later, the protesters also attacked the bus by pelting stones. As tensions have flared in the state, the local authorities have once again been forced to impose a curfew.
And now my colleague Anuradha is joining us live from the ground. Anuradha, very good morning to you. We saw how tensions have been prevailing in Manipur since quite a while now. Talk to us about the situation on the ground as of now.
Yes, it's not only an attack on the security forces, but as you can see, it was a deliberate attempt to break down the efforts being put out by the center in order to bring back normalcy in the state of Manipur. We saw how the buses were attacked, police vehicle and buses were in fact torched by the mob, by the miscreants who took law directly onto their hands. They blocked the national highway. They tried to disrupt movement of not only of the security forces and public transport, but also they stopped the movement of emergency vehicles in Kangpokpi yesterday. So this clearly shows that there was a deliberate attempt by these miscreants who blocked the national highway in Kangpokpi, and they did so in order to deliberately delay the peace process. So there is a very big scope which is needed in order to investigate and find out who these vested interest groups who have been, working as the catalyst, who have been fueling this agitation. Secondly, if we talk about the situation now, the police and the central forces have been able to calm down the situation. However, tensions run high all along the national highway and in different parts of Manipur. Contrary to the visuals that we saw from Kangpokpi and other parts of the states, in particularly in the hills, as far as the free movement is concerned, which has been initiated by the Union Home Minister himself, we saw that the national highway was blocked by these protesters in Kangpokpi. But in the valley, the situation have been very reciprocative. This is what we are getting to know. We also saw that in the valley, at least vehicles were not stopped and they were allowed to go towards the hills. So yes, the vested interest groups which are playing a very bigger role in this so-called hesitation or in this protest, they needs to be investigated and find out.
All right. Well, thank you, Aniruddha, for bringing us that fresh information. Of course, lens will remain on who these vested interest groups are who continue to wreak havoc and engage in violence in Manipur. With that, viewers, we will now move on and take a look at our next report. Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar marked a key diplomatic milestone in the United Kingdom with the inauguration of the Indian consulate, expanding India's global footprint. Now, addressing the Indian diaspora, the External Affairs Minister reaffirmed Prime Minister Modi's commitment to their welfare for bolstering a stronger India-UK cooperation. Take a look at all the developments that shaped up during the EAM's visit to the UK.
Marking the 4th day of his visit in the United Kingdom, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar inaugurated the Indian consulate in Manchester. Taking to the occasion, Jaishankar talked about Prime Minister Modi's deep commitment to the Indian diaspora abroad as he addressed them.
But I can really say this, and I say this with all sincerity as someone who's been in the field of foreign policy now for 5 decades. I don't think any Prime Minister has invested as much in the relationship with the diaspora as Narendra Modi has done. And the importance, the concern, the value that we put on the diaspora as a connect to the world, this wonderful term living bridge, I think is something really extraordinary.
As India and the UK work jointly in consolidating their trade footprint, Jaishankar recentered the focus of his visit on the ongoing free trade agreement talks.
When we look at the relationship with the United Kingdom, it is a relationship that we believe has immense potential actually to grow, to deepen. In fact, when we see the direction of the world today, I would say the case for deepening these ties gets stronger, not weaker. And one current expression of that is the sort of accelerated effort that we are putting in the free trade agreement. So we've just had a round of discussions with Minister Reynolds when he was in India. It was, I think, the first after the Starmer government came to power in UK. And I am today cautiously optimistic about the prospects. I'm cautious about everything in public, so I think please use the other word as the operative one.
Calling for joint collaboration, S. Jaishankar also extended an invitation to educational institutions from the UK to open their centres in India.
We would like universities from here, and Deputy PM, I'm looking at you as I say that. I would like universities from here to actually find ways of setting up a campus or find other ways of collaborating by setting up a presence in India. That is today possible under our new education policies. We are beginning to get some traction. A few universities have come in. And I think if we have Indian students here and a university from Manchester in India, I cannot think of a better way really of connecting up there.
Revoking the two nations' love for cricket, Jaishankar highlighted the connection between sports and diplomacy.
And I was even more pleased to discover that the other end was named after a person who I once, in a rapid fire was asked 5 cricketers I admired the most in the world, and Jimmy Anderson is one of them. Because, for me, someone who can take that load over such a long period, I'm beginning to identify with the guy. So it's really, wonderful to be here. And of course, in India, we all know this as the place where Tendulkar's first century happened. And I was so glad today you brought up Farooq Engineer. Because again, not one, like anything in life, one needs to remind people of talent, of greatness, of great moments. And he was someone really special. In fact, they would say in India that when Farooq Engineer appealed, 120,000 other people did, and you got the decision you wanted. I've always been fascinated by the analogy, by the connection between sports and diplomacy, sports and politics. I think there is a discipline there, there's a diligence there, there's a creativity there, which is not dissimilar.
At last, Jaishankar talked about the deep entrenched historical ties that India has with the United Kingdom.
The third trend, the intersection between the three, the diaspora, the trade, is actually our relationship with the UK. That it is a relationship rooted in history. That history is a very complex history, all of you understand that. But I think in any heritage, the smart, sensible people, in any relationship, it applies to interpersonal relations as well. Every big, deep, important relationship is a mixed one. I think it's important to pick on the good side, look for the possibilities there.
Concluding his diplomatic tour, S. Jaishankar is set to come back to India today.
Manipur's Kangpokpi district witnessed a fresh unrest on Saturday as security forces fired tear gas to disperse protesters opposing Union Home Minister Amit Shah's directive for free movement across the state from March 8 and a peace march by Meitei organization. Police said demonstrators clashed with security personnel, pelted stones leading to injuries. Several workers are feared trapped after a portion of a factory in Ludhiana collapsed on Saturday. The incident took place in Focal Point area. Eyewitnesses said the entire area was shaken by the collapse. There were no immediate details on the building and its occupants. Rescue operation is underway.
ओनर ते सुपरवाइजर दे नाल इन्फॉर्मेशन दे नाल गल करके जिहड़ी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है उस दे तहत अज जिहड़े सीगे 29 बंदे इत्थे जिहड़े सी काम ते आए सीगे ਜਦੋਂ फैक्ट्री कोलैप्स हुई ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ डिपार्टमेंट्स ने काफ़ी बंदे इवैक्यूएट ਕੀਤੇ ਤੇ ਐਜ਼ ਆਫ ਨਾਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ 6 ਬੰਦੇ ਟ੍ਰੈਪਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਅੰਦਰ।
National Conference Supremo Farooq Abdullah on Saturday reiterated that Jammu and Kashmir will get back its statehood and asserted that the Indian government must restore it as it had promised in Parliament. He said the centre is bound by the promise it made. A journalist was shot dead in broad daylight on National Highway 30. The journalist, identified as Raghvendra Bajpai, was on his way home when his bike was hit by a vehicle and he was shot dead by the unknown assailants. The incident occurred in the Emilia Sultanpur police station area of UP's Sitapur district. A heavy police force, including the circle officer and additional superintendent of police, reached the spot. The victim was declared dead after being taken to the hospital with bullet wounds in his chest and shoulder. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has emphasized that historical figures like Maharana Pratap and Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj remain unmatched in their heroism. He asserted that rulers such as Akbar and Aurangzeb cannot be revered in the same light. The statement comes amid growing political discourse over historical narratives. And slipping into a very quick commercial break in the bulletin, viewers, but stay tuned. India stands at a crucial juncture in artificial intelligence development. We bring you more details right after.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड। आप पिछली बार भी गए थे। This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
मैडम जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था। मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के। यार, इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा। और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है। देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी। कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी। वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, बट देयर वाज सम, लिटरली देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी विच वाज देयर। एंड आई एम श्योर यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ? हाथ खड़े कर लें। बहुत बढ़िया, जय श्री राम। ये हुई बात। So that is the energy. जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in. That was the energy. Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores.
Wow.
हम कभी कभी
67 crores.
67 crores. Sorry, 3 करोड़ मैं खा गया। 67 crores है। मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूं ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर 4 लाख रुपए आए थे, तो इतना सारा फैल जाता है मीडिया में कि 4 लाख लोग आए थे। यार 4 लाख लोग आए थे, यहां तो 67 करोड़ पीपल केम in the span of 45 days. Unbelievable. Hats off to the जितने भी कर्मचारी थे वहां बैठ के जो काम कर रहे थे, कितना प्यार से उन्होंने, एक जोरदार तालियां उन कर्मचारियों के लिए।
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदाः स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु। सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है। हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है।
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है। जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा। भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है।
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती है।
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। देश
Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Turbat, Balochistan. India in talks to reduce tariffs in bilateral trade agreement with the US. China announces retaliatory tariffs on some Canada farm food products. The US State Department urged people to reconsider travel to Pakistan due to terrorism, citing an unpredictable security situation. And welcome back, viewers. We're now going to take a look at some of the reports from across the world. Let's start from South Korea, where impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol has been released from prison after a court cancelled his arrest warrant and cleared insurrection charges against him. But his legal battles are far from over, with both criminal and impeachment trials still underway. His release has triggered massive protests across Seoul. Watch our report.
A day after a court cancelled his arrest warrant, South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol was released from the prison. Meanwhile, insurrection charges against the deposed president also remain cleared. Amid the release, criminal and impeachment trial against Yoon shall continue over his short-lived imposition of martial law on December 3rd. As Yoon walked out from the prison, thousands of people took to the streets of South Korea. However, protesters remain divided over Yoon's impeachment. While thousands rallied to urge the Constitutional Court to dismiss his impeachment, an anti-Yoon faction of protesters led by the opposition's Democratic Party gathered to call for his immediate ouster.
위대한 국민과 함께 손잡고 빛의 혁명을 완수하겠습니다. 내란이 종식될 때까지 국민의 손을 놓지 않고 끝까지 함께 싸우겠습니다. 국민과 함께 우리의 손으로 빼앗긴 주권을 되찾아낼 것을 엄중히 선언합니다.
Ever since a parliamentary motion calling for his deposition was passed, the Constitutional Court has been deliberating on whether to formally remove him or reinstate his presidential powers. Later next week, the court is set to deliver the crucial verdict that will dictate Yoon's political future.
And next up, let's take a look at a report from Russia, where at least 20 people were killed in a devastating strike on over Donetsk region in Ukraine. Now, attacks have intensified in recent days as the US paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. This follows last week's Oval Office clash between Trump and Zelensky. Take a look.
At least 20 people were killed and several others were injured in a Russian strike in Ukraine's Donetsk region on Saturday. Ukraine's State Emergency Service said a Russian drone damaged a Ukrainian fire truck while rescuers fought to extinguish the buildings. This attack comes hours after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked Norway for increasing military aid to $7.7 billion after US paused back military and intelligence support for Ukraine.
За цей тиждень ми значно збільшили підтримку в Європі. І по лінії ЄС, і від окремих країн, і є особливо сильне рішення від Норвегії по фінансуванню нашої стійкості. Рівень анонсованої допомоги в цьому році збільшено до $7,7 мільярдів. І більша частина буде спрямована на виробництво зброї в Україні. І це дуже допоможе. Я дякую. Очікуємо також рішення інших країн Північної Європи. Франція прискорить свою безпекову допомогу. Нідерланди готові інвестувати $700 мільйонів у виробництво дронів.
Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed a temporary truce in Ukraine provided there is progress forward a final peace settlement. Zelensky has also said that Ukraine is fully committed to constructive dialogue with US representatives in Saudi Arabia next week and hopes to agree on the necessary decisions and steps.
Наступного тижня буде дуже багато роботи тут, в Європі, з Америкою, в Саудівській Аравії. Ми готуємо зустріч, щоб прискорити мир і зробити сильними основи безпеки. Сьогодні увесь день на різних рівнях триває найбільш інтенсивна робота з командою президента Трампа за весь час. Багато дзвінків, тематика зрозуміла, мир якнайшвидше, безпека якнадійніше. Україна налаштована максимально конструктивно.
Zelensky's statement comes days after Oval Office showdown during his meeting with US President Donald Trump. It remains to be seen how the US will react to Zelensky's statement on peace negotiations with US officials.
Dozens of people held a protest near the US Embassy in Kyiv on Saturday. They were protesting over US President Donald Trump's decision to pause military aid and intelligence sharing to Ukraine. President Trump on Monday directed a pause to US assistance to Ukraine as he seeks to pressure Ukrainian President Zelensky to engage in negotiations to end the war with Russia. Marking International Women's Day, female students led street protests against corruption in Serbian capital Belgrade on Saturday. They were demonstrating against widespread violence targeting women in the Balkan country. University students in Serbia are leading almost daily protests as part of a nationwide anti-graft movement that started after a concrete canopy crashed down last November at a railway station in the northern city of Novi Sad. The Philippines and the UK signed a joint framework agreement to enhance cooperation across multiple areas, including defense, regional security and climate action, paving the way for deeper collaboration. British Foreign Secretary David Lammy is on a visit to the Philippines. He said two countries are committed to a rule-based international order. The visit comes after simmering tension between the Philippines and China over South China Sea territorial dispute.
That are committed to international law. We are countries that are committed to the rules-based order. We are countries that take our obligations under the UN Charter seriously. And that is why we have stood together in supporting Ukraine and supporting a free and open Indo-Pacific, understanding that the Euro-Atlantic arena and the Indo-Pacific arena are indivisible.
Heavy security was deployed on Saturday in Syrian coastal towns after 2 days of clashes between Syrian security forces and gunmen loyal to former President Bashar Assad. The death toll from 2 days of clashes between security forces and loyalists of Assad and revenge killings that followed has risen to more than 600. Interim President Ahmed al-Shara, in a video statement on Friday, called on armed groups affiliated with the former government to hand over their weapons. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged the conflicting armed groups of Syria to end hostilities and provide protection to civilians. His spokesperson said the Secretary General condemns violence in Syria. Ongoing clashes between the pro and anti-government factions have marked the worst violence since Bashar Assad's government was toppled in early December last year by insurgent groups led by the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Hundreds of people rallied in India-Mauritius on Friday to protest Trump's policy of cutting federal grants that fund research. The crowd was made up mostly of researchers, university professors, and students from various academic institutions across the state of Indiana. Research grants across the US have been frozen or cut, and scholarships funded by the federal government have been halted. Trump administration's federal congressional budget is also proposing billions of dollars in cuts in federal funding for research and institutions across higher education. Panama announced on Friday that it will allow 112 migrants deported from the US to move about the country freely until they decide on their next course of action. Panama Security Minister Frank Ambrijo said the migrants would be granted temporary humanitarian passes as documents. Panama has come under pressure from human rights groups for holding the migrants without their passports or cell phones in harsh conditions. The council tasked to propose and prepare eventual presidential election in Haiti swore in a new leader on Friday as the country keeps struggling with the persistent gang violence. Fritz Alphonse, an economist and former central bank governor, replaces Leslie Voltaire in the rotating presidency of the Transitional Presidential Council. During a ceremony in Port-au-Prince, Haiti's new president described what Haiti is currently facing as a war and asked people to be united to address the insecurity crisis. And moving on, viewers, to news from the United States, where in a rare execution, a South Carolina prisoner has been put to death by a firing squad. The first use of this method in the US in 15 years. Brad Sigmund, convicted of a brutal double murder in 2001, opted for the firing squad over the electric chair, fearing a more painful death. Now, his execution ignited a series of protests across the state. Take a look at our reporter, No More.
Brad Sigmund, a 67-year-old South Carolina man convicted of murder, was executed by the firing squad on Friday. This execution makes him the first US prisoner to die by the method in 15 years.
The capital punishment sentence of Brad Keith Sigmund was carried out tonight pursuant to the order of the South Carolina Supreme Court and in accordance with state law. The execution was performed at 6:05:50 by a three-person firing squad and he was pronounced dead by a physician at 6:08 p.m.
The penalty comes after Sigmund was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat in 2001. According to his lawyers, Sigmund opted for this method because he feared the electric chair would cook him alive, or a lethal injection would send a rush of fluid and blood into his lungs. A form of capital punishment introduced 150 years ago, firing squads have been considered as the most humane alternative to lethal injection.
South Carolina has never executed somebody by firing squad. We've only had one other state, apart from Utah, that has executed an individual, and that was only one individual, the state being Nevada, by firing squad. So this is a huge development in the world of execution method.
In Sigmund's case, the volunteer shooters positioned themselves 15 feet away from him. Meanwhile, a group of young protesters gathered outside the prison ahead of his execution. At least 144 civilian prisoners have been executed by this method in the United States.
And viewers, our next report is from London, where a man holding a Palestinian flag was seen climbing up the tower which houses Big Ben in the Palace of Westminster. Now, police were called along with the emergency unit who brought a cherry picker with them to rescue the man. Take a look.
A man holding a Palestinian flag climbed up the Big Ben Tower on Wednesday, and emergency services had to be called to the Palace of Westminster. A barefoot man can be seen in photos standing on a ledge several meters up Elizabeth Tower, which houses Big Ben. A nearby street was closed and several emergency services vehicles were at the scene as crowds looked on from behind a police cordon. The Metropolitan Police said officers were at the scene working to bring the incident to a safe conclusion alongside firefighters and ambulance services. 3 emergency workers were seen being lifted on a fire brigade ladder platform to try to speak to the man on the ledge. No further details on this matter were immediately available. However, UK officials have launched the investigation on this.
And slipping into a quick break, but today, viewers, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India and New Zealand lock horns at the Dubai International Stadium. Stay tuned for our report coming up next.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
I want you, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस ज़माने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार हैं, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि discipline, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, she's a sports lady. She's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she's reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah,
another
amazing.
Sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं. देखिए हमारे लिए डिसिप्लिन, यहाँ कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है. जब पैदा हुआ था, जो स्कूल जाता था, तो सुबह ही स्कूल जाते थे कि रात के स्कूल पे कोई गया है? सुबह के स्कूल पे ही जाते थे. हम उठते थे सुबह, पिताजी के साथ कसरत के लिए जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद या अपने दोस्तों के साथ जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद उठ के हम स्कूल जाते हैं, उसके बाद वापस आते हैं, होमवर्क करते हैं, उसके बाद अपने परिवार के साथ खेलते हैं, कभी लूडो खेल लिया या कभी ताश खेल ली या जो कुछ है कर लिया. उसके बाद हम जल्दी, पिताजी कहते थे, माताजी कहती थी, सो जाओ. ये पता नहीं हमारी आदत. I didn't understand it. Arnab ji, I'm telling you, I really didn't understand it. Why it changed? Because just we grew up, everything changed. I didn't understand. And the worst thing is, there are a lot of media where sometimes ask me this question, sir, आप इतनी जल्दी क्यों सो जाते हो? तो बेटे मैं क्या करूं? मैं क्या करूं? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? How can this be a question? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? Don't you think so? They should ask the person कि आप इतनी late क्यों सोते हो? They should be asking that kind of a question, but things have changed. And I think that is important to change. It is important, very, very much important to change. And that is how we are going to go towards limitless India with good health.
Yeah. Yeah.
Breaking news coming in, viewers, from the United States, where the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir, which is one of the largest Hindu temples in Southern California, was desecrated with anti-India messages on Sunday, earlier today. Now, making it another such incident in the US in the past few months. Viewers, the largest Hindu temple in California in Chino Hills was vandalized with profanities earlier today. Now, the Hindu community there has urged investigation into this latest incident in a string of anti-Hindu hate crimes in the sacred spaces of Hindus. Now, the video of the attack has also been shared by bot accounts similar to the previous such attacks. Remember, viewers, all right, those are the visuals of the temple that was desecrated, and anti-Modi graffiti has been put there in the BAPS Swaminarayan temple in Southern California. The temple has been defaced with anti-Modi graffiti. This is the latest such incident coming in. We've seen earlier how several such incidents have come to the light, but those are the visuals from the latest event in California, latest such hate crime in California. But for now, viewers, we slip into a very quick break as we wrap up this bulletin. But we'll continue to bring you reports from Manipur, where violence erupted in Kangpokpi.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि discipline, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, she's a sports lady, she's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she's reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah.
Another
amazing.
sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं. देखिए हमारे लिए डिसिप्लिन, यहाँ कोई भी
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to welcome Shri Hardeep Singh Puri as he shares his vision for a Bharat that is limitless, self-reliant and future-ready.
Let me start, in the interest of full disclosure, to share with you why I am here. A simple starting point is that Arnab is a friend, and Republic is a highly respected media platform. But I don't think that would complete the story. I'm here because of all of you. On my way into this beautiful conference setting, I asked one of the organizers, I said, what is the average age of the people, youngsters gathered here? And he gave me a figure. And I thought to myself that if there is any segment of our society that will truly be a beneficiary of Viksit Bharat, it is you guys. If the average age here today is, say, 20, 22, I mean, literally the weighted average, then we are in 2025, and clearly, in 22 years, you will be in the prime of your life, but more important than that, you would have shaped the journey to a Viksit Bharat from today onwards to a $40 trillion economy. But more than that, you would have shaped the contours of that journey. You will be the beneficiaries of that journey, but you are also going to be the agents of that change. So 3 concepts came to my mind, and I think I'll start by sharing them with you. One, and I say this unapologetically, You are fortunate to have been born in today's India. Today's India, which is happily reclaiming its past. So I will start by saying reclamation. My second submission to you is affirmation. Today, no matter which part of the world you live in, or what educational pursuit you are undertaking, or what professional pursuit you are undertaking, India looms large on the global horizon. And that is true whether you are discussing energy, with which I am primarily associated, or you are in technology. The transformation that is taking place in the world, India is part of that. So I say reclamation, affirmation, but the most important is the final one, which is creation. You are the guys who are the agents. You are the agency for that change. And if I come to my current job, if I may call it that, which is Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, my friend introduced me also as Housing and Urban Affairs. I did that for 7 years. I was also Minister for Civil Aviation for 2 years during the pandemic. We managed to get Air India privatized during that. I was also Minister for Commerce and Industry, which is a job I'd rather leave to my colleague Piyush ji just now with what's going on in the world. What is the current change that we are witnessing? I'm a student of history, so I always turn around and say, anything that you discuss has to be in the context of continuity, which is continuity of current policies and the change. But I make this submission to you before I go on to the hardcore subject, is that no matter which way you look at it, the change that is taking place today is revolutionary. It's not evolutionary or slow continuity giving rise to incremental change. It is revolutionary. Let me share some statistics with you. When Mr. Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister, assumed charge, India was perhaps the 10th or 11th largest economy in the world. In the 10 years plus that he has been Prime Minister, we've moved from there to the 5th situation. At the current rate, by next month or so, we should be the 4th largest economy, and within a year plus, the 3rd largest economy in the world, having moved on from 4 trillion to 7 trillion and then 10 trillion. But we must understand the context. Why did I talk about reclamation? It's so easy if you listen to a contrived Western narrative, and I choose to call it precisely that. They used to look down, India, the land of snake charmers, India where nothing works. Just remind them that 190 years before the colonial experience that we had, and I go back to the early 1700s, the contribution of the Indian economy to the global economy was about 25%. That is, India contributed 25% of the global GDP. Then came 190 years of colonial domination, and that dropped from 25% to 2% or even below. When Mr. Modi took over the government, people used to say India is part of the fragile five. Fragility being defined as, you know, if you're traveling and you have a suitcase and it has marked fragile, handled with care, it might contain some stuff which is easily breakable. Today, you're talking about being a $40 trillion economy. Today, no one is questioning that you will be the 3rd largest economy. I've never heard anybody question that. What they turn around and say, are you sure you will be a developed country by then? It's again that subjective, slightly condescending tone that comes in the Western narrative when the people shaping that narrative, when we became the 5th largest economy, we took over the UK. We surpassed the UK. So some of it is natural. I don't take it too seriously. India was the first country to meet the Paris Agreement commitments, achieving 9 years ahead of 2030 our Paris commitments. 9 years ahead. We all talk in terms of energy, traditional energy not being friendly because it's a fossil fuel, hydrocarbons, you need to move away. Yes, I think we do need to move away. And India is in the forefront of doing that. If you look at our achievements, we were doing biofuel blending up to 1.5% when Modi ji assumed the reins in 2014. We had a target of 10% by 2022 November. I had just become Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas in 21. And I used to be in doubt whether we'll be able to do it. No, we did it 5 months in advance. Then we had a target of 20% blending by 2026. We did that 6 years in advance. We've already almost reached 19.6 or 20%. Why are we able to do this? A, you have a government that is politically committed to the transition. A government which is putting in place an ecosystem which will enable that transition. And a government which is ensuring, as was the overall objective, that we will leave the planet better off than of the kind that we inherited. A transition by definition involves a journey. The journey being pure fossil fuels to pure green energy. That is what would be called total sustainability. And I want to share something with you, a statistic I'm very happy to quote very often. In 1956, a young economist in the oil major Shell said that oil would peak. By oil would peak means there would be no need for crude oil after that by the year 2000. Not only did he get his assessment wrong, but he got several other things wrong and created total chaos. Today, we are in 2025. We are set on the journey. Our biofuel targets have been achieved 6 years in advance. We are stepping on the gas, literally, pun intended, on compressed biogas. We are moving down green hydrogen. But if I were to ask any of you, and if you are professional economists, to make an assessment by when will oil peak, I don't think any of you would hazard a guess whether it will be by 2030 or 2040 or 2050. Because in order to make the transition meaningfully, you must also have green energy ready. Now I want to come to a few interesting statistics. What have we done and why do I think the youth, all of you, because the subject matter is really very, very interesting. It is innovation and ambition converge to shape a limitless India. What is the limitless India? One, clearly you can't have a limitless India only in terms of saying we are rich in resources. But I think if you have to look at that limitless India's true potential, it lies in all the kind of people who are gathered here. The country's bioeconomy has soared from $10 billion in 2014 to an unmatched $130 billion in 2024 by crossing 200 GW in clean energy capacity. Why do I think youth are the agency for change? Because whilst technological advancement, innovation will come, and it will come rapidly, in the struggle or in the quest for energy conservation, efficiency and sustainability, I don't think it's doable without the youth. People in my generation, we count ourselves very fortunate. We were a post-partition generation. When I came into the world after Delhi University, the number of jobs available, the number of economic opportunities available was just a handful. Today, we are in the happy situation where, thanks to sensible government policies, IITs have increased from 23 and the threefold rise in the All India Institutes of Medical Sciences, 7 in 2014, now we've got 3 times that number. Our educational landscape is ever growing with a doubling of medical colleges in just 10 years, 780 versus 387 in 2014. The government has laid out an ecosystem along with the physical infrastructure for the youth to flourish. But let's make no mistake about this. Our developmental challenges are sui generis. They're one of a kind. Our strongest plus, or what I would call our strength, lies in the human resource, in what I said, the people who are gathered here. You are in the right age group. You've had the benefit of an education. The quality of that education is being improved. The skilling is being improved. But having said all that, it is one thing to be able to meet aspirations. When you are a $300 million economy, difficult. Today you are a $4 trillion economy, going on to 7, 10 trillion and 40 trillion, it will be much easier to meet those aspirations. But equally, when you meet your aspirations, both in terms of the jobs that you have, both in terms of the quality of contribution you can make, you will also realize that you will be shaping those contours. I want to share with you something about connectivity. It should be possible for a bright youngster in one of the northeastern states to come and carve out a living in one of the western states, or equally from somebody from rural Punjab to move to the northeast and seize the economic opportunity there. When I went to Advantage Assam recently in Guwahati, I've attended a lot of platforms. We ourselves hosted a very successful India Energy Week, the 3rd edition. It's already the 2nd largest platform. But what these platforms succeed in doing is to provide on a pan-India basis opportunities which cover normal economic activities, breakthrough, innovation, entrepreneurial streaks for our youth to be able to imbibe and across the country and for visitors. Connectivity is absolutely paramount. In 2014, we had 74 airports. Today, we have more than 155 airports. Our civil aviation is growing from leaps and bounds. I believe you had the privilege of listening to Mr. Scindia this morning. One of the statistics I'm very fond of saying is that after Jewar Airport near Delhi is completed, India, Jewar and Delhi, Indira Gandhi International Airport, will provide 140 million passengers footfall, which is bigger than London, Heathrow, Gatwick and Stansted put together. So in other words, we are now looking at a situation where, I shouldn't say this, people may be sensitive, but I think the tipping point has come. You will get a reverse movement of people who went to the United States, Canada, certainly United Kingdom, who went there looking for economic opportunity. I think it's the opportunity here that beckons. Let me tell you something about a startup fund. My oil marketing companies, we're on just 5 or 6 of them, but they account for 19% of the country's revenue. They have a startup fund of 550 crores. And I had a meeting with them recently when I was in Assam. We went to a neighboring state. We had one of the brainstormings which we have every month. And I told them I'd like to see this startup fund increase from 550 to 2,000 crores before long. And I didn't see any dissenting tone there. They are supporting 303 startups with something like 290 crores. But the real good news is that we have the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world with more than 1.5 lakh startups and nearly 120 unicorns. You guys know what a unicorn is. For any country which can produce 120 unicorn, and that too also recently, that country has arrived. We have 1,700 global capability centers currently operating in India, employing more than 2 million highly skilled Indian professionals. I'd like to see that change a bit. I want the global capability centers, but I don't like a situation when we say 2 million highly skilled individuals. I want that skilled employment also to take place, because these global capability centers are working to assist the economic entities outside India. So we need to have a growth in the others as well. A report by NASSCOM said that Indian global capability centers set to touch $100 billion by 2030 and generate 2.5 million jobs. I'm going to conclude on one basic note to reiterate the three concepts I highlighted to begin with. Reclamation. You are very fortunate that you are living in a country which today is reclaiming its past with a great sense of confidence and affirmation that the Indian ecosystem today, the growth of the economy, the strength of resolve in the political leadership is all looking at providing limitless India with a boost. And you guys are the center of it. You are the ones who will shape the journey from here to Viksit Bharat. Because if your average age is 20-22 now, you will be in the prime of your life and you will be in your mid-40s when Viksit Bharat arrived. And finally, in that quest for clean energy, which I am more directly dealing with now, you guys are the agency for that change in all respects. Because I think you will do more for conservation, efficiency, and sustainability than any other segment of society. So it remains for me to thank you for giving me a patient hearing. God bless you. May you go from strength to strength. And I want to thank the Republic and my friend Arnab for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदाः स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु। सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है। हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है।
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है। जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा। भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है।
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती है।
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है।
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें।
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड, आप पिछली बार भी गए थे। This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
अर्नब जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था। मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के। यार, इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा। और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है। देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी। कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी। वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, बट देयर वाज सम, लिटरली देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी विच वाज देयर। एंड आई एम श्योर यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ? हाथ खड़े कर लें। बहुत बढ़िया, जय श्री राम। ये हुई बात। So that is the energy. जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in. That was the energy. Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores.
Wow.
हम कभी-कभी
67 crores.
67 crores. Sorry, 3 करोड़ मैं खा गया. 67 crores है. मैं तो कभी-कभी देखता हूँ ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर 4 लाख रुपए आए थे, तो इतना सारा फैल जाता है मीडिया में कि 4 लाख लोग आए थे. यार 4 लाख लोग आए थे, यहां तो 67 crores people came in the span of 45 days. Unbelievable. Hats off to the जितने भी कर्मचारी थे वहां बैठ के जो काम कर रहे थे, कितना प्यार से उन्होंने, एक जोरदार तालियां उन कर्मचारियों के लिए.
Very proud. I tell you one thing, Akshay ji. The one thing I like about you, which is inspiring, you're a self-made man. You've come from nothing. I recently went to a university, Parul University, called me for a talk. And I said there that young people think when they come out of college, somebody is somebody's son, somebody has got a lot of money, and you feel, I don't have the same chances. And I said there that if you want to be something in life, and my mother is here, she's sitting there, if you want to be something in life, don't expect to have anything at the start. Start from zero. You started from zero, Akshay. This is an incredible success story. He works hard. He started from zero. He's been a chef. He's done martial arts. His life has not changed. His habits have not changed. For all the people out there who say, it's a flat world, a digital economy, may everybody has a chance. I want you to tell me something from your life story about the importance of starting with zero and making something of yourself. Akshay.
Zero.
Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI, brings you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country, only on Republic TV. Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. Let the adventure begin.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
I tell you one thing, Akshay ji. The one thing I like about you, which is inspiring, you're a self-made man. You've come from nothing. I recently went to a university, Parul University called me for a talk. And I said there that young people think when they come out of college, somebody is somebody's son, somebody has got a lot of money, and you feel, I don't have the same chances. And I said there that if you want to be something in life, and my mother is here, she's sitting there, if you want to be something in life, don't expect to have anything at the start. Start from zero. You started from zero, Akshay. This is an incredible success story. He works hard. He started from zero. He's been a chef. He's done martial arts. His life has not changed. His habits have not changed. For all the people out there who say, it's a flat world, a digital economy, may everybody has a chance. I want you to tell me something from your life story about the importance of starting with zero and making something of yourself. Akshay.
Zero. Zero, as you all know, was discovered by an Indian only. हाँ पीछे से कोई चिल्लाया आ रहा बैठा. हर इंसान को जीरो से ही शुरू करना पड़ता है, तभी जाके उसको वैल्यू होती है बाकी आगे के नंबरों की, 1, 2, 100 करोड़, उसको जाके तब जाके वैल्यू होती है. यहाँ आज सोनू निगम जी भी बैठे हुए हैं.
आई सोनू.
इन्होंने भी जीरो से ही शुरू किया था, मेरे साथ ही, बल्कि एक फिल्म में मेरे साथ ही इनकी पहली फिल्म एक्टिंग थी, इन्होंने की थी, जो मुझे लगता है मैंने और इसने दोनों ने नहीं देखी थी। हाँ, बराबर बोल रहे सोनू जी, आपने भी अपनी जिंदगी जीरो से ही शुरू की और आज ही इज वन ऑफ द टॉप सिंगर्स वी हैव. आई रियली एनवी हिम. सो जीरो से शुरू करना, आहिस्ते आहिस्ते काम करना. देखिए, मैंने हमेशा ये देखा है, चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी बैठे हुए थे,
have a nice conversation. Focus area that we have for this panel, which is India's limitless strides, India's limitless ambition when it comes to space. And look at these two ladies, Kajal Rajbha from Spantrik and Uma Maheshwari from Agnikul. Now, look at this. We are talking about space. We are talking about rocket launches. And you know, if you don't understand something, typically you say, oh, is this rocket science? And we have these two ladies sitting with me, and we are going to have a conversation on rocket science. My only request to my guests would be that don't make it a little complicated, because you are rocket scientists, the audience is not, right?
So
let's begin.
Yeah, sure.
Kajal, you first.
So basically, we always thought that space is something always been in debated. Whether like we are going to space, how it's actually impacting the earth, like whether we actually want to go to space or not. So I always say is whenever any humanity venture in the space, they have always been being a valuable and for the earth, not only for the space. Like whenever the scientists making any kind of experiments for the space, actually it's directly have impact on the earth itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Uma, let's understand. You are with Agnikul, and I believe they are the first private sector company which has made a 3D printed engine for rockets, and you are soon going to launch.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so actually Agnikul, first of all, thank you so much for having us here. Agnikul started with the vision of making launch easier, actually launch or space access easier, I would say. And with the motto of being able to launch from anywhere, anytime and affordably. So on the affordability part, like if we have to make launches affordably, we have to come up with some technologies that would help us cut the cost, help us develop the launch vehicle itself or any component for the vehicle faster, as well as in a lesser cheaper rate. So that's where 3D printing came into Agnikul. That's one reason why 3D printing came into Agnikul.
Okay.
And
so
one more thing.
Let's have a general conversation first before we go into technicalities, if at all. So generally we think that satellites, it's a big thing, rockets, huge thing. So the governments get involved. India has ISRO, and they have done, say, about 100 rocket launches and satellites in space. America has NASA, Europe has ESA, and it's their job to make rockets, satellites, launch them. But now we are seeing private sector getting into it. But interesting in the case of India is that we have about 24 odd space startups, and they are all started, owned by youngsters like these. You know, Kajal, tell us your story of this enterprise. I mean, how did you think of having a rocket launch company, rocket making company?
So actually, first of all, it started me being a curious kid when I was a kid. So whenever I see any images, basically, I always say thanks for the media, print media, basically, because we had the newspaper at that time when I was in my school times. So whenever I see any images of space, like nebulas or like stars formations or any kind of, so I always thought I always wanted to take these space pictures or from my own camera. So from that, it happened ki I really want to make my own rocket, put my own camera and take those pictures. So whenever I grow up, I never thought it might be, I will be so serious about this ki when I was in my 10th standard, my dad asked ki, Kajal, what do you actually want to do? Because at 10th we have to take any stream. So I told my dad directly, I want to make my own space company. So, and then maybe he's not that serious about it. And then he said, okay, if you study well, then you might make it. And then again, when I was in my graduation time, then again he asked me the same question. Now, what do you actually want to do? I was still stuck to that point that I really want to make it now. And you're going to help me in this thing. And then when I was pursuing my master's in astrophysics at that time in 2019, so people actually asking from me, because I was still serious. Then say, Kajal is not actually, allowed in India to make your own rockets. Right. And it's not possible to make. But I was like, why it's not actually possible? Back in 2019. Right. So, but if I remember, in year 2021, the India become privatization. The in-space happened at that time. And I got an inaugural from that in-space when it's actually happened. Okay. So from that time, in next year, I just registered my company, and from that, it started.
Okay, when we say future is space and private sector is getting into it, India has about 100 satellites up in space, almost all of them launched by ISRO or government satellites. China has about 600-700, United States has about 1,000. Just imagine one private company, friends, in the United States, owned by Elon Musk, SpaceX. Can you guess how many satellites it has in space? I told you India has 100, China has about 700, United States, Sarkari satellites about 1,000. How many, can you guess, Elon Musk's SpaceX has up in air? How many satellites? Students there, can somebody guess? Very close. 7,000 satellites Elon Musk's SpaceX has in space. So, I mean, space is the limit, as they say. Exactly. So, what is your ambition, Uma, you think, at Agnikul? You're launching your satellite perhaps next year. And we already have some companies in the private sector that have already launched a couple of satellites, but maybe in beta mode, as they say. But by when should you think you too, one by one, tell us, be able to launch your own satellites using your rockets? Uma.
Yeah, so we have recently we are working on an orbital mission. We are planning to launch one by this end of this year, 2025, and a tech demonstrator mission, which was a second stage, a derivative of our orbital mission, was launched on May 30, 2024, where we validated the performance of the hardware that we had already developed for the vehicle. And as a bigger plan, Agnikul wants to make mobile launch pads, which would help us to launch from anywhere, launch on demand. Based on the customer needs, we would be able to customize the vehicle, the launch vehicle itself, based on what...
When you say anywhere, like can we launch it from Connaught Place, like that?
Anywhere where we will be able to set up and get launch authorization.
Yeah, of course, with permission.
With permissions.
You can launch rockets and satellites from anywhere.
Anywhere. We would be able to carry the vehicle, launch vehicle would be mobile, plus the launch pad would be mobile.
Isn't it fantastic listening to a girl talking about launching satellites and rockets from anywhere and having the design and engineering capability to be doing that? That's limitless India, you know. And, okay, let's take this forward. Tell us, what's your ambition in terms of space travel? So because you said you dreamt of it and that's how you launched your company, startup. Like, are you planning to go to Mars? Or being a woman, you want to go to Venus?
Yeah, definitely, because Spantric, we always take it as a mission. As I always say, we really want to make this space flight as routinely accessible and affordable as what we see the air travel today. So Spantric's ultimate vision, we really want to make the human is as an interplanetary species, not only remain on the Earth, but I always see the humans can be on the Mars too. And you know, the Gaganyaan mission has already started, so we'll very soon see our own Indian citizens on the moon, and definitely in the next 2 decades maybe on the Mars, as like what our Prime Minister's vision of 2047. Like humans on the moon. So definitely afterwards the human will be on the Mars too from Spantric.
Acha, tell us some practical stuff. So like if I go to Agra, I know how I can travel. You know, I can take a Shatabdi, I can go by road, I know how much I'll spend. When you say space travel, let's just space flight. I read somewhere as of now, if you want to take a space flight on Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin, Blue Origin, yeah, of Jeff Bezos, I believe. You spend something like 2 to 4 crore rupees just for a low orbit joyride up in space and come back.
Even more than that. Like.
Even more than that. Exactly. So when you say you want to make it affordable, how affordable you want to make it?
So
like, can I go for my joyride? People sitting here, can they fantasize having a joyride up in space for their birthday parties? Many in Gujarat would want to do that. So how much would it cost?
So right now, what we are planning, we will be definitely delivering the cost as much like if we see SpaceX. That's the cheapest one, and that's why, like as I say, the affordable one also, because that's why even in today's time, the most of the Indian satellites companies are also going to SpaceX for launching their satellites. So right now the cost what we are offering like $8,000 like per kg. So that's the most affordable.
$3,000.
$8,000.
8,000.
Yeah.
That's very expensive.
That's the cheapest or the affordable one.
As of now.
Yeah, as of now, yes.
But in future, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line.
Because at that time when we have the more rockets coming on its way, because right now only in India, like we have only some few launch vehicles, but by that time even some more countries will be also, then definitely as when we see so many countries are coming into the space sectors, the space is the ultimate final frontiers for them. So the cost ultimately come down, and it will be like as I say, the affordable as what we say the air travel today. So definitely we'll try to make that as affordable as much like air travel.
Right. Fair enough. So I can see a lot of students sitting there, and just for their benefit, when we say, you know, rocket science, there is an element of bit of an intimidation. Uma, you are an engineer, you're director of engineering of your company. What would you tell the youngsters? What they should be preparing for if they have ambitions to make a career in space sciences?
2 things I would like to say. One is for people who choose career in aerospace or in aeronautics, usually people tell that it is hard to make a career itself. So with time, people drift from what they actually want to. So they will start with a vision, and then they usually drift away from what they hear from other people. So one suggestion would be to have the vision right and then work focused on that. The other one is there are a lot of opportunities today given, she also mentioned the startup in space. With that, there's a lot of startups that is working on the aerospace industry today. So there's a lot of opportunities. So I would suggest people to look out for the opportunities. It involves some effort. It is not like we will look for it and we will get it immediately. So we have to put in effort to look for opportunities outside. So patience and effort is what I would.
A last question to you, Kajal. One aspect is science, and the other aspect is enterprise. You know, for example, Jack Ma, who recently came back, reappeared on the scene. He was an English teacher, But then he became a techpreneur because, and all his enterprise is on the tech side. SaaS essentially, but even AI now. So what it takes as a youngster in your 20s, tell us what it takes to connect the vision with the energy and ambition to get into a sector as niche as a space.
We know it very well. The space is very challenging. It's not as easy as like the other fields, as we say. But like what I have learned being as an entrepreneur, I'm basically not from the aerospace, but I'm from physics sides. So I always said that physics is like a person who can be in any field. Whether today we see that Shri Ravi Shankarji, so he is also from the physics side, and that's what I I'm amazed also the physics people can be the spiritual global leaders too. But as I have learned three things, like whenever you want to go in any field, it's not about the space, it's about like the vision, like how far you can go from where you are right now. And second day, you have to prepare yourself, like the preparation. The first day is the vision is very important. The second day go for the preparations. Because in the entrepreneur, like in any field, like we have to get ready for because we are going to fail every day and we are going to succeed every day. Like it's like 90-10%, maybe 50-50%. So every day we have to ready for this. And the third day is the education day. You have to educate yourself like on your ideas, because everything looks so great on the PPTs, but unless and until you make it reality, the people not going to believe you. So that's actually important. So that's the three things.
Thank you so much, Uma, and thank you so much, Kajal.
Thank you.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें। सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग। रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? आई सेड व्हाट आर यू डूइंग अक्षय? ही सेड आई हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड शूटिंग। एंड एट 5 o'clock ही कॉल्स मी, ही सेड आई फिनिश्ड माई शूट फॉर द डे। अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं। Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि डिसिप्लिन, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, शी इज अ स्पोर्ट्स लेडी, शी इज डन सो वंडरफुल फॉर आवर कंट्री.
Absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she is reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her, play tennis, everything. Was it easy? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah.
Another
amazing.
sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं। देखिए हमारे लिए डिसिप्लिन, यहाँ कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है। जब पैदा हुआ था, जो स्कूल जाता था, तो सुबह ही स्कूल जाते थे कि रात के स्कूल पे कोई गया है? सुबह के स्कूल पे ही जाते थे। हम उठते थे सुबह, पिताजी के साथ कसरत के लिए जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद या अपने दोस्तों के साथ जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद उठ के हम स्कूल जाते हैं, उसके बाद वापस आते हैं, होमवर्क करते हैं, उसके बाद अपने परिवार के साथ खेलते हैं, कभी लूडो खेल लिया या कभी ताश खेल ली या जो कुछ है खेल लिया। उसके बाद हम जल्दी, पिताजी कहते थे, माताजी कहती थी सो जाओ। ये पता नहीं हमारी आदत, I didn't understand it. Arnab ji, I'm telling you, I really didn't understand it, why it changed. Because just we grew up, everything changed. I didn't understand. And the worst thing is, there are a lot of media where sometimes ask me this question, sir, आप इतनी जल्दी क्यों सो जाते हो? तो बेटे मैं क्या करूं? मैं क्या करूं? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? How can this be a question? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? Don't you think so? They should ask the person कि आप इतनी late क्यों सोते हो? They should be asking that kind of a question, but things have changed. And I think that is important to change. It is important, very, very much important to change. And that is how we are going to go towards limitless India with good health.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to invite on stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Shri Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Arnav, for inviting me to this important summit. Always we came to Republic TV for debate, for exchange in conversation which become highly volatile. But this is a completely different atmosphere. So I'll take some time to adjust to this new environment. Limitless India I think I don't have to go to the definition what we mean by limitless India. हमने अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक छोटे से क्लिप देखे थे अभी, उन्होंने एक शब्द बोले थे असम को लेके कि असम का जो पोटेंशियल है उनका भी कोई लिमिट नहीं है, लिमिटलेस पोटेंशियल, वही सब अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस्तेमाल किए थे. एंड लिमिटलेस इंडिया obviously synonymous with limitless potential of our country, be in every sphere. And in the morning we have heard Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, who has spoken about the limitless potential on infrastructural growth, new energy. We have seen, we have listened to Sri Hardeep Singh Puri, who has focused on hydrocarbon, who has focused on India's potential, the revolution of startup in our country. Of course, these are the shining parts or shining evolution of our country. I joined politics first as an activist, and then I graduated to become the chief minister of a state which belonged to the northeastern region. जब असम में एजिटेशन हुए थे in 1979, that point of time I was a student of class 6. हमारे शायद मैं क्लास 4 और 5 में मुझको मौका मिला था एक बार कलकत्ता आने का. जब असम एजिटेशन शुरू हुए, द एजिटेशन हुए बेसिकली इसलिए हुआ थे कि असम हैज सीन अनलिमिटेड illegal migration from a neighboring country, and we are losing our identity, we are losing our culture, and that's how a big agitation has taken place in Assam. आंदोलन नॉन वायलेंट है, और असम में जितना बड़ा आंदोलन हुए, हमारे देश को स्वाधीनता आंदोलन का बाद ऐसा बड़ा डेमोक्रेटिक एजिटेशन किसी ने देखा भी नहीं था. We lost 882 people. We call them our proud martyr. जब एजिटेशन शुरू हुए और बढ़ते गए, उनका डेफिनेशन भी बदले. धीरे धीरे हमें लगे कि not only migration, illegal migration is happening to Assam, even we are also subject to gross neglect by the state or by the government of India. So एक बात आए कि हमारा पास विकास नहीं है, हमारे बॉर्डर सिक्योर नहीं है, और धीरे धीरे 1985 में we sign an accord. Accord was not implemented. धीरे धीरे वही democratic agitation has become a most violent agitation, जिसको हम अल्फा का जो रिवेलियन बोलिए, इंसर्जेंसी बोलिए, इसका नाम में we know it. Almost 22,000 people lost life in that period of time. जब अल्फा का मूवमेंट शुरू हुए, थोड़ा उसमें लोगों ने, हमारा ट्राइबल लोगों ने देखा कि इसमें थोड़ा सा आसामी सोविनिज्म का एलिमेंट्स है. एज ए काउंटर टू दैट, असम को डिवाइड करने के लिए We won division of Assam. तब तक 5 बार असम डिवाइड हो चुके थे, और एक बार डिवाइड करने के लिए ट्राइबल रिसर्जेंस, ट्राइबल इंसर्जेंसी भी शुरू हुए. कुल मिला के मेरा बचपन से आज तक, क्लास 4 और 5 से आज तक, एटलीस्ट 50,000 प्लस लोगों का यही थ्रू आउट द पीरियड हैज डाइड. They may be police, they may be army, they may be paramilitary, or they may be the young youths of Assam. और उसी समय एक डिबेट भी होते रहा कि हमारे जो विकास है, if it is concentrated to west and south, will India grow as a country? उसका साथ साथ हमारे इतिहास में we have witnessed 1962 Chinese aggression, कोई सारे चीज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में होते रहा। एक हमें हमेशा ये हमारा सपना रहा कि इंडिया शुड बी ए सुपर पावर, बट विल इंडिया सुपर पावर स्टेटस, कोई एक अगर विदेशी आए वेस्ट गुजरात और तमिलनाडु में वो जाए, इसको लगे कि इंडिया इज एक्चुअली ए सुपर पावर, लेकिन उनको बंगाल से आगे जाए, दे विल सी ए डिफरेंट इंडिया। If India will become 2047 a global power, a developed economy, can it happen through the contribution of few states? ये डिबेट शुरू हुए। मैं कलकत्ता का बात रेफरेंस दिए थे, उस समय the development of Calcutta and development of Guwahati, if I consider, that was 100:1. वहां में अगर 100 हो रहा था, यहां में 2 भी नहीं हो रहे थे। लोग बोलते कि इंडिया ग्लोबल पावर बनेगा, इंडिया सुपर पावर बनेगा, और बनेगा भी, बट विल दैट सुपर पावर इमेज ए टूरिस्ट और इन्वेस्टर विल सी अक्रॉस द इंडिया? और इंडिया में भी 2 नेशन रहेगा, रिच पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, पोर पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, डेवलप पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, बैकवर्ड पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया। ये डिबेट्स होते रहा, लेकिन हमारे जो सरकार रहे, आई डोंट वांट टू बी पॉलिटिकल, दे कीप ऑन एक्सटेंडिंग देयर इन्वेस्टमेंट इन साउथ एंड वेस्ट। जो भी इन्वेस्टर आते हैं उनको कर्नाटक लेके जाते थे, तमिलनाडु लेके जाते थे, गुजरात लेके जाते थे, आप इन्वेस्ट करो। धीरे धीरे हमारा देश में जो रीजनल इम्बैलेंसेस है ये बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ चुके। If you today look the GDP of our country, if Maharashtra has a GDP of 32 lakhs crore, there will be many states in India who will have GDP of 2 lakhs crore. But सभी तो इंडिया है, everybody paid the same level of income tax, everybody pays same level of GST. You have one nation, one tax, you have one nation, one grid, you have one nation, one army, everything is one. But you have one nation, one parliament. But when it comes to development, ये कभी लोगों ने ये ध्यान नहीं दिया कि हमारा भारत में ही, हमारा देश में ही दो टाइप का, टू टाइप्स का स्टेट्स और रीजन्स इज इमर्जिंग। कंपटीशन इज गुड कि लोग कॉम्पीट कर रहे हैं, कंपटीशन कोई 1 हो रहा है, कोई 2 आ रहा है, कोई 3 हो रहा है, बट देयर वाज नो कंपटीशन, कंपटीशन अमंग अनइक्वल्स, देयर वो कंपटीशन नहीं बोला जाते हैं। देयर वाज नो कंपटीशन। इफ यू आस्क स्टेट ऑफ मेघालय टू कॉम्पीट विथ स्टेट ऑफ तमिलनाडु, ये कोई कंपटीशन नहीं बोलते हैं। Probably I will not use the word joke, but it is almost a joke कि आप compete करो। 2014 प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक शब्द बोलना शुरू किए कि हमारा देश में वेस्ट और साउथ का विकास होने से नहीं होगा। Every parts of India has to be developed. In my view, that is the beginning of limitless India. वहां से ही लिमिटलेस इंडिया का एक मूवमेंट शुरू हुए। स्टार्टअप आईआईटी मद्रास में होने से नहीं होगा, इट हैज टू बी इन आईआईएम शिलोंग, इट हैज टू बी इन आईआईटी गुवाहाटी। देश का जब सारे लोगों को ये एक महसूस होना शुरू होगा कि आई एम ऑल्सो दिस पार्ट ऑफ दिस कंट्री, आई एम ऑल्सो दिस पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, एवरीबॉडी विल स्टार्ट कंट्रीब्यूटिंग। But otherwise, prior to 2014, contribution was limited from particular states. We are grateful to them कि आप लोगों ने इंडिया को आगे बढ़ाया। Nothing to feel jealous, nothing to feel कि हमने किया आपने नहीं किया, वो बात नहीं है। Every states का अपना अपना हिस्ट्री होते हैं, Let me talk about Assam. Digboy Oil Refinery was the oldest refinery in Asia. हमारे जिमखाना जोरहाट में गोल्फ कोर्स है. That is the oldest golf course in Asia. और जब ब्रिटिश इंडिया हुए करते थे, they put a railway track from Assam's Margherita to the Sitagang. This is the oldest railway track in our country, and our GDP was higher than country's GDP. Assam GDP was higher than country's GDP at the time of our independence. फिर क्या हुए? देश का पार्टीशन हुए, थैंक्स टू कांग्रेस पार्टी पार्टीशन हुए. जब देश का पार्टीशन हुए, उस समय वी लॉस्ट आवर ट्रेड लिंक. बे ऑफ बंगाल से हमारा कनेक्टिविटी वी लॉस्ट. असम is now connected to rest of India only through a chicken neck, 22 kilometers of chicken neck. Instead of coming to mainland of India directly through the erstwhile Bangladesh, now we are coming to mainland of India through Calcutta. It is a journey which is minimum 30 hours, 28 hours, it will take more. 1950 का great earthquake हुए, we suffered a lot, nobody take care of us. और जब हमारे प्रदेश का partition हुए, we have been thrown out of our capital, Assam को. हमारा शिलोंग capital हुआ करते थे. We have been asked to shift to the capital. We have asked to go out of the capital. 5 बार एक प्रदेश का division हुए. फिर long alpha movement, insurgency movement, nobody takes care. लोगों को लगे कि भाई development is coming from some parts of India. There is no need that there should be even development, there should be balanced development. जब एक बार ये डिस्कशन कहीं नहीं हुए कि how we can maintain a balanced development, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पहले बोले, these are nice words, but these words create a new kind of confidence in Northeast. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सब शुरू किए कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट हमारा देश का अष्ट लक्ष्मी है. लक्ष्मी इज ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड विद वेल्थ. हमारा पास क्या वेल्थ है, आई ऑल्सो डोंट नो एज ऑफ नाउ, बट प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोलना शुरू किया कि ये हमारे अष्ट लक्ष्मी है. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोले कि लुक ईस्ट नहीं हो सकता है, हम देख के क्या करूंगा. वी हैव टू हैव ए पॉलिसी ऑफ एक्ट ईस्ट. काम शुरू करो. रिजल्ट क्या हुए? पोस्ट 2014, the moment Prime Minister start concentrating on Northeast, suddenly जो हमारे रेलवे पटरी था, मीटर गज से बॉड गज हो गया. बचपन में हम लोग जब ऑल असम स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन में मेमोरेंडम दिया करते थे कि असम में डबल ट्रैक होना चाहिए, दोज आर पार्ट ऑफ आवर ड्रीम. सडनली रेलवे का डबल ट्रैकिंग शुरू हुए. सडनली रेलवे का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो गया. 4 लेन हाईवे, 6 लेन हाईवेज बनना शुरू हुए. एंड यू कैन इमेजिन, जो एक बार संसद में ये बात आए थे कि वी शुड नॉट डेवलप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अराउंड चाइना, टुडे Prime Minister has taken 2 national highway, 4 laning national highway to the Chinese border of Indo part of Chinese border, Indo-Chinese border. आर्मी का मूवमेंट फ्री हो गया. अभी बात हो रहा है कि वहां तक हम लोग रेलवे लाइन लेके जाऊंगा. इनलैंड वाटर का इंडिया बांग्लादेश प्रोटोकॉल रोड साइन हुए. ब्रह्मपुत्र बिकम अगेन ट्रेड रोड. देखते देखते गृह मंत्री जी ने ये अपने ऊपर लिया कि मैं असम को, नॉर्थ ईस्ट को हमें पीसफुल बनाना है. As many as 6 peace accord has been signed. 8,000 militants has surrendered. Things have changed. And Assam witnessed post-2014, throughout the decades, we are witnessing 12.5% growth in our GDP. It was 2%. It was simply 2% when I became minister in Assam in 2002, 2003. I was finance minister of Assam, looking after finance portfolio. That point of time, our growth was 2%. But last decade, we have seen 12.5% growth. And in 2023, we witnessed growth of 19%. Today, Assam growth is the highest among India if you go by the striking rate. We are growing at 12.5% in last decades. 2022-23, we growth at 19%. 23-24, we are growing at 13.5%, and this year we are projected to be grown at 15.3%. This is what our journey is. This would not have been possible unless a prime minister from West has recognized that Bharat ka development खाली वेस्ट और साउथ में ही सीमित नहीं हो सकता. It must travel through North India to Eastern India, Eastern India to North East India. Normally, अगर मैं गुजरात से एमपी हूं, गुजरात से ही प्रधानमंत्री हूं, मेरे लिए साउथ एंड वेस्ट डेवलपमेंट इज ओके. But if I am a statesman, if I am a champion of limitless India, अगर मेरा सपना में by 2047 India should be a developed nation, then for that Prime Minister, development of every inch of Bharat is important. That is what Prime Minister has done for Assam. If you look at Assam's crime statistics, from 2021, the reduction is 66%. Last 7 years, we have not seen a single militant activities. There was no killing of army personnel and vice versa. There is no civilian killing, there is no army killing. And in fact, today democratic movement has also died down because a new movement for development has taken place in my state. जो हम बोलते हो कि विकास का आंदोलन, रास्ते का आंदोलन से ये विकास का मूवमेंट बने. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय लिया कि if India has to be a semiconductor hub, then it has to be start from Ashtalakshmi Pradesh. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय लिया, टाटा ने डिसाइड किया कि हमारे असम में ही 27,000 करोड़ रुपया का लागत से भारत का पहले सेमीकंडक्टर औसत फैसिलिटी का शुरुआत होगी. काम भी शुरू हुए. By the end of this year, we will start producing 48 million ships per day. Ships will go to outside the country and will not be recognized. Assam's identity will not be recognized only with Assam tea. It will also be recognized as the semiconductor ships of India. हमारे प्रदेश में पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व में ग्रीन एनर्जी का काम हुए. नितिन गडकरी जी ने ग्रीन एनर्जी का बारे में बताया. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय लिया कि bamboo will not be a wood, it will be considered as a grass. And fast biorefinery, which will produce ethanol from bamboo, is being constructed in Assam, and will start producing ethanol from bamboo from September this year. इस बजट में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय लिया कि 12 लाख मेट्रिक टन का यूरिया फैक्ट्री भी असम में खोला जाएगा, so that we can export urea to Myanmar, Bangladesh after we attaining self-sufficiency. किसलिए Act East has to be Act East. And we are becoming a major economic power today. साथ साथ में 12,000 लोगों ने बिहू डांस किया, हमारे यूथ ने। हमारे यूथ ने ही अभी 25 फरवरी को 8,000 लोगों ने, 8,000 मेरा युवाओं ने एक साथ झूमर डांस का डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया। धीरे धीरे हम सॉफ्ट पावर इन कल्चर वी आर इमर्जिंग, ए डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ कल्चर। हजारों लोग कैसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं अपने कल्चर को, हमने इसको सिंबलाइज करना शुरू किए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे जो लैंग्वेज है उनको क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज का मर्यादा दिया कि Assamese इज ए क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज। ही हैज सेड इट इज एंशिएंट सिविलाइजेशन। लैंग्वेज 1400 साल का पुराना है, उनका भी रिकॉग्नाइजेशन आए। और टुडे आई कैन इतना तो मैं बोल ही सकता हूं कि ही हैज एंश्योर्ड ए लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड फॉर अस। यहां से आगे बढ़ना हमारा काम है। आज 10 साल में वो असम को इतना लेवल में आके खड़ा कर दिया कि नाउ यू कॉम्पीट विद द रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया। मेरा बोलने का जो मकसद है, हमारे जो लिमिटलेस इंडिया है, it should include all the states, all the districts of India. It should not concentrate it in one part of India. Right from our captains of industry, सारे लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री जी का बात, प्रधानमंत्री जी को जो उन्होंने हमें दिखाया, if India is a manufacturing hub, it should spread it to all the regions. बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल इमर्ज होगा। अगर टुडे इंडिया इज दिस विद द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ साउथ एंड वेस्टर्न स्टेट, यू कैन इमेजिन ए न्यू इंडिया अगर बाकी 3 रीजन भी एक ही जैसा कंट्रीब्यूट करना शुरू करें। इफ बिहार स्टार्ट कंट्रीब्यूटिंग पॉजिटिवली टू द नेशंस जीडीपी, इफ वेस्ट बंगाल असम स्टार्ट कंट्रीब्यूटिंग पॉजिटिवली टू द नेशंस जीडीपी, इफ स्टेट लाइक यूपी start contributing equally with that of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, ये भारत 2047 सन में नहीं, उसका बहुत पहले ही महाशक्ति बन जाएगा। We have to unleash the power of every Indian. Once we start movement in that way, I am just presented you a case study of Assam. Today Assam is a case study. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें साहस दिया, we can turn out to be a developed state now, and from here onwards we do not need a different kind of treatment. अभी एडवांटेज असम 2.5 हमारे 2.0 हुए थे। The primary theme of my speech was कि I don't want to be a dependent state from now onwards, I want to be a contributory state. अगर हर स्टेट भारत का विकास के लिए कंट्रीब्यूशन स्टार्ट करे, हमारा देश कैसे चमकना शुरू करेगा। इवन इफ यू सी एट द क्रिकेट ग्राउंड, धोनी हैज इमर्ज्ड फ्रॉम रांची। आप हमारे स्टार्टअप देखें, हो सकता है डेवलपमेंट इज टेकिंग प्लेस इन चेन्नई, बेंगलोर, but the startups are from different regions of India. गांव से आए हैं लोग। ओलंपिक ने जो प्राइज ले रहा है, they are not from the richest part of this country, they are coming from every parts of this country. एक बार हमें पूरा भारतवर्ष में if we unleash the hidden power जो छुपा हुआ है, उनको अगर अनलिस्ट करना हम शुरू कर देते हैं, इफ वी एड्रेस द क्वेश्चन ऑफ रीजनल इम्बैलेंसेस। आज मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि असम को कुछ चाहिए। आई थिंक नाउ असम विल नॉट आस्क फॉर स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट बिकॉज आई हैव कंप्लीटेड दैट जर्नी एंड विथ ए प्राउड असमीज आई एम स्पीकिंग टू यू कि हमें आज लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हो गया हमारे लिए। पीएम हैज डन एनफ फॉर अस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज डन एनफ फॉर अस। यहां से हम will compete because now we can compete. But if you today ask many other states of India to compete with Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, probably that may not be the best things to do. In this platform, my humble request will be to the Indian industry, Indian academia, let us celebrate. Bharat mein bahut kuch ho raha hai, we should celebrate. But we should also try to see that our area of influence is extended. हर कोने में, हर गांव में ये movement expand हो. If you look at the some initiative of Prime Minister, लोग बोलते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग कभी कभी प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो भी काम कर रहे हैं उसमें क्वेश्चन भी उठाते हैं, लेकिन what PM has done, he created a model called saturation. भारत का हर गांव में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी होना चाहिए, because that address the question of regional imbalance. हर गांव में सड़क होना चाहिए. This is the model, this is the saturation model of Prime Minister who will further, this model will further boost our journey for 2047. और मेरा विश्वास है, the way today we are tackling, the way today we are dealing with the situation, जो हर गांव का पोटेंशियल को अनलॉक करने का बाद हुए, इससे will actually become a limitless India. किसी ने नहीं सोचे थे कि in borders also talent lies. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोले कि हमारे बॉर्डर को, you don't say they are the last village of our country. You tell them, you declare them, they are the first village of our country. These are the things we have never heard. I am now at 55. I never thought that Assam will see in our lifetime. Arnav is from Assam. I think today we can have a very clear confession कि हम जब असम से बाहर आए थे या असम का कॉलेज में जब पढ़ते थे, हम कभी नहीं सोचे थे कि असम में एक दिन भी पार हो सकता है without bomb blast and without firing. This what we have spent that time in Assam. हमने देखा, और हमारे ये सपना में भी नहीं था कि that turn around is possible in our lifetime. But that has happened. ये सारे आप लुकिस मत बोलो, एक्टिस बोलो, लास्ट विलेज मत बोलो, फास्ट विलेज बोलो. You designate a region as your Oxta Lakshmi, encourage people. आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरा जाल बैठा दो. Can you imagine today in the northeast, government of India is spending 1 lakh crore in only for the development of national highways. लोग जाते नहीं था टूरिज्म में. कोई we have कश्मीर, but हमारे पास कश्मीर का साथ अरुणाचल भी है. We have Nagaland, we have Meghalaya. इतना बड़ी खूबसूरत हमारा इलाका है. We never gone there because we don't have connectivity. हम जाएगा तो कैसे जाएगा? Today we have airports, 11 airports in northeast. मेरा जो गुवाहाटी एयरपोर्ट अभी बन रहा है, which we are going to inaugurate in September, I can assure you that it will give a tough competition to Bangalore airport. It will give a tough competition. I will not say that we'll beat Bangalore, but Guwahati में लैंड करने का बाद आपको 1 मिनट के लिए समझना पड़ेगा whether you are landing in Guwahati or in Bangalore. Today, Guwahati airport is the 7th busiest airport in our country. But ये सब statistics हमें कभी सोचते भी नहीं था. आज भारत में 7 busiest airport क्या है, दिमाग में भी नहीं आएगा कि गुवाहाटी can be figured out. 1 January, New York Times has published an article. New York Times has recommended 52 must-visit destinations of the entire globe, and Assam prominently figured in number 4. This is the article of New York Times. ये परिवर्तन हुए, change is taking place. And I want that change should happen in every parts of our country. It should go into the most remotest part. बहुत पोटेंशियल छुपा हुआ है, हमारे बहुत पोटेंशियल है. आज अगर we are celebrating with 100 unicorns, I think we have potential to have 1000 unicorns. बहुत ज्यादा पोटेंशियल छुपा हुआ है. And we have to unleash that. So in this platform, my appeal will be that whether it is the industrialists, whether it is the investors, whether हमारे जो बाकी लोग हैं जो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, we should follow the model which is being given to us by our Prime Minister, कि in a very simple way, development should not limit it to a particular region, it should go across the country. हर गांव में जाना चाहिए, हर शहर में जाना चाहिए. अगर today 10 crores people are contributing, काल अगर 100 crore people का contribute करने का मौका मिले, if they get good school, they institute, good college, good exposure, चाइना हमारे सामने कुछ भी नहीं होगा. In a country where people doesn't think freely, machine बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलप नहीं कर सकता है. There is a limit. In China, human is not working, machine is working. अब you can speak up to this much, you can speak up to that much. कभी डीप सीक में आप पूछिए चाइनीज पॉलिटिक्स का बारे में, he will say that I have no authority to answer. So where there is no free thinking, where is no free enterprise, इसका एक लिमिट होते हैं. Because of our weak leadership, probably they have taken some advantage in the last 60 years. But if we work for next 30 years, we can neutralize that advantage. I am not saying that we should go and attack China. I am saying that we should give a tough and healthy competition to China. हम तो fourth economy बनी रहा हूं. We will become the third economy, but we should become the second economy also. And absolutely this is possible. आज जो हम देख रहा हूं, this is because of contribution of few regions and few areas. The moment entire country, every villages of India start contributing, हमारा सामने कोई खड़ा नहीं हो सकता है. This is what I have learned from my experiences in last 10 years post 2014. I think that today it is a very important topic we are discussing, limitless India. सचमुच भारत का कोई सीमा ही नहीं है. हम चंद्र में भी जाऊंगा, हम सारा जहां में जाऊंगा, हम हर जगह में जाऊंगा. जब विवेकानंद जी ने बोले थे, we will not become world leader, we will become विश्व गुरु. That is the kind of ethics we have. हमें किसी का ऊपर नेता बनना नहीं है. We don't want to be a leader, we don't want to be global leader. And I am sure that we are in that journey. मेरा विश्वास है कि हमारे new generation will take up the challenge, and by 2047, even before, we will be a developed nation, and soon we will be a second economy. Thank you so much.
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदा स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु. सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है, और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है. हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है.
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है. जो देश, जो समाज, जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा। भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है।
हमारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती है।
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है।
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें।
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड, आप पिछली बार भी गए थे। This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
मैडम जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था। मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के। यार इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा। और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है। देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी। कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी। वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, बट देयर वाज सम, लिटरली देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी विच वाज देयर। एंड आई एम श्योर यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ? हाथ खड़े कर लें। बहुत बढ़िया, जय श्री राम। That is the energy। जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in, that was the energy। Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores।
Wow।
हम कभी कभी
67 crores,
67 crores, सॉरी 3 करोड़ में खा गया। 67 crores है। मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूं ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर 4 लाख रुपए आते हैं, तो इतना सारा फैल जाता है मीडिया में कि 4 लाख लोग आए थे। यार 4 लाख लोग आए थे, यहां तो 67 करोड़ पीपल केम in a span of 45 days। अनबिलीवेबल। हैट्स ऑफ टू द जितने भी कर्मचारी थे वहां बैठ के जो काम कर रहे थे, कितना प्यार से उन्होंने, एक जोरदार तालियां उन कर्मचारियों के लिए।
Very proud. I tell you one thing, Akshay ji. The one thing I like about you, which is inspiring, you're a self-made man. You've come from nothing. I recently went to a university, Parul University called me for a talk, and I said there that young people think when they come out of college, somebody is somebody's son, somebody has got a lot of money, and you feel, I don't have the same chances. And I said there that if you want to be something in life, and my mother is here, she's sitting there, if you want to be something in life, don't expect to have anything at the start. Start from zero. You started from zero, Akshay. This is an incredible success story. He works hard. He started from zero. He's been a chef. He's done martial arts. His life has not changed. His habits have not changed. For all the people out there who say it's a flat world, a digital economy, may everybody has a chance, I want you to tell me something from your life story about the importance of starting with zero and making something of yourself. Akshay.
Zero. Zero, as you all know, was discovered by an Indian only. हाँ पीछे से कोई चिल्लाया आ रहा भट्टा. हर इंसान को जीरो से ही शुरू करना पड़ता है, तभी जाके उसको वैल्यू होती है बाकी आगे के नंबरों की. 1, 2, 100 करोड़, उसको जाके तब जाके वैल्यू होती है. यहाँ आज सोनू निगम जी भी बैठे हुए हैं.
आई सोनू.
इन्होंने भी जीरो से ही शुरू किया था, मेरे साथ ही, बल्कि एक फिल्म में मेरे साथ ही इनकी पहली फिल्म एक्टिंग थी. इन्होंने की थी जो मुझे लगता है मैंने और इसने दोनों ने नहीं देखी थी. हाँ बराबर बोल रहे सोनू जी, आपने भी अपनी जिंदगी जीरो से ही शुरू की और आज ही इज वन ऑफ द टॉप सिंगर्स वी हैव. आई रियली एनवी हिम. सो जीरो से शुरू करना, आहिस्ते आहिस्ते काम करना. देखिए मैंने हमेशा ये
Please welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Srimati Rekha Gupta.
Thank you so much. रिपब्लिक भारत, आपने मुझे ये मौका दिया कि आज आप सबके बीच में आके दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री के नाते मैं अपनी बात रख सकूं और लिमिटलेस इंडिया इस विषय पे आपने जो ये कॉन्क्लेव यहाँ आयोजित किया है, दिल की गहराई से बधाई देती हूँ आपको और आए हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स को भी बधाई देती हूँ कि एक भारत आज तक लोगों ने भारत को एक लायबिलिटी समझ के ट्रीट किया था. 2014 से पहले सपेरों का देश, विश्व के किसी भी कोने में जाते थे तो भारत के बारे में एक परसेप्शन था. सुनते हुए और बोलते हुए भी बुरा लगता है, ऐसे ऐसे शब्द लोग भारतीयों के बारे में इस्तेमाल करते थे. पर 2014 के बाद एक अलग ही अध्याय शुरू हुआ, डिफरेंट इरा, जिसमें माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री बन के आए और जो चीजें देश के लिए लायबिलिटी थी वो एसेट बनना शुरू हो गई और बनती चली गई और आज भी बन रही है और भविष्य में उसके लिए और अधिक योजनाएं चल रही हैं. इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन जिसको जापान ने अपनी एसेट के तरह यूज किया, जिसने चाइना ने यूज किया, पर भारत ने मोदी जी के आने के बाद इसे सोचा. लिमिटलेस इंडिया, ठीक टाइटल दिया आपने. इतना स्कोप है भारत में, इतने आयाम है कि आज पूरा विश्व भारत से जुड़ना चाहता है. भारत के साथ जुड़ के एक गर्व की अनुभूति करता है. यहाँ तक कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री के साथ खड़े होकर फोटो खिंचवाना, हाथ मिलाना भी उसको आनंद देता है. ऐसा भारत, और हर भारतीय 140 करोड़ का पॉपुलेशन जब अपने देश के लीडर को, देश के प्रधानमंत्री को विश्व के पटल पे सभी राजनेताओं की श्रृंखला में सबसे आगे खड़े हुए देखते हैं तो हर भारतीय का सीना चौड़ा हो जाता है, मैं ये कह सकती हूं। लिमिटलेस भारत, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने। आज पूरे विश्व के हर देश में जितने भारतीय रहते हैं वो कनेक्ट करते हैं भारत के साथ कि हाँ हम भारतीय हैं, वो प्राउड फील करते हैं, उनको अभिमान होता है। आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री अमेरिका जाएं या किसी अन्य राष्ट्र में, हजारों हजार लोग वहां पे भारत के नागरिक होने के नाते इकट्ठे होते हैं और वहां पे जश्न मनाते हैं। ये है भारत की पहचान जो 2014 के बाद से बदली है। हर क्षेत्र में, एजुकेशन में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, उद्योग जगत में, सुरक्षा में, हर जगह भारत ने एक नई ऊंचाई को छूना शुरू किया। आज हम अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, हम अपना ट्रेड, हम अपने व्यापार, उद्योग, हर चीज में सेल्फ सफिशिएंट होते जा रहे हैं। जो चीजें कहीं हमें बाहर से मंगवानी पड़ती थी, इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ती थी, आज भारत पूरे विश्व में एक्सपोर्ट की दुनिया में सबसे आगे नंबर 1 खड़ा होकर काम करता है। यह है लिमिटलेस भारत। खुशी होती है जब देखते हैं कि भारत विश्व गुरु बनने की दिशा में अग्रसर है। विश्व गुरु जो पूरे वर्ल्ड को एक रास्ता देता है, एक जीवन जीने की कला भी सिखाता है और एक आइडियल बनके, एक मेंटोर बनके सामने आता है। कोविड का वो समय हमने देखा जब पूरा का पूरा विश्व इस स्थिति में था कि उन्हें समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या करना है, कैसे करें, कैसे मेडिसिन बनेगा, कैसे ट्रीटमेंट होगा, कैसे अपने देश के लोगों का जीवन बचाएंगे। तब भारत था जिसने लीडरशिप दी, ना केवल वैक्सीन इजाद की बल्कि पूरे के पूरे विश्व में बाकी देशों की मदद करके यह दिखाया कि यस, इंडिया इज अ लीडर। भारत आगे है और आगे चलता रहेगा। एक समय भारत के बारे में कहा जाता था कि मदद मांगने के लिए हाथ ऐसे रहता है। आज भारत का हाथ ऐसे है, देने वालों की कतार में है। ये हमारे भारत का लिमिटलेस कैरेक्टर उभर के आया है। आज कहीं पूरे विश्व में कुछ भी घटना दुर्घटना होती है तो भारत पहला देश होता है जो उसकी मदद करने के लिए आगे आता है। ये हमारे भारत की सच्चाई है जो दिन प्रतिदिन एक एक सीढ़ी बढ़ते हुए आगे जा रहे हैं। आज राष्ट्रीय, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कोई भी समिट होती है, लोग भारत की ओर निगाह उठा के देखते कि क्या बोलने वाले हैं हम, क्या कहने वाले हैं, क्या नई दिशा देंगे, और लोग हमें फॉलो करते हैं। और इस पूरे भारत में जहां हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी सभ्यता के साथ साथ अपनी आधुनिकता के भी हम बढ़ा रहे हैं, ये मोदी जी का नेतृत्व है। आज मैं दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री के नाते आप लोगों के बीच में हूं और जब मैं दिल्ली के बारे में सोचती हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि लिमिटलेस भारत का रास्ता लिमिटलेस दिल्ली के बीच में से होकर निकलने वाला है। दिल्ली तो देश की राजधानी है भाई, देश का दिल, तो दिल्ली कैसे पीछे छूट सकती है। दिल्ली को देश के साथ ताल में ताल मिला के बढ़ाने के लिए आज मैं दिल्ली का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूं कि डबल इंजन की सरकार जो दिल्ली में बनाई गई है, आज तक जो होता रहा दिल्ली में, आज 27 साल के बाद वो मौका आएगा जब दिल्ली असल में प्रोग्रेस देखेगी, गति देखेगी और विकसित दिल्ली का सपना साकार होगा। तकलीफ होती थी मुझे जब मोदी जी की योजनाएं पूरे देश में लागू होती थी, पर दिल्ली में कुछ लोग अपनी संकुचित मानसिकता के चलते उसे दिल्ली के लोगों को महरूम रखते थे। आयुष्मान योजना, क्या तकलीफ थी उसे दिल्ली में लागू करने के लिए? केवल एक सोच जो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत संकुचित थी। आज दिल्ली के करोड़ों लोगों को उसका फायदा मिल सकता था। जन औषधि योजना क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नाम से जुड़ी थी, उसे रोका गया। पर मैं दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते ये कहना चाहूंगी कि केंद्र की मोदी सरकार की जितनी भी योजनाएं, उस पे दिल्ली का अधिकार है और वो सारी योजनाएं अब से दिल्ली में लागू होंगी और दिल्ली का एक एक व्यक्ति उन योजनाओं का लाभ उठाएगा। दिल्ली देश की राजधानी, लिमिटलेस दिल्ली। दिल्ली को हमें एक विश्व स्तरीय शहर बनाना है। वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वो फैसिलिटीज दिल्ली में लेके आनी है जो लोग दिल्ली में आते हैं सपने लिए हुए। दिल्ली का अपना कोई कल्चर नहीं है। दिल्ली एक मिनी इंडिया है। देश भर से, राजस्थान से, हरियाणा से, पंजाब से, उत्तराखंड से, केरल से, हर राज्य के लोग दिल्ली में बसे हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट से, गुजरात से, जम्मू कश्मीर से। और वो लोग जब अपने राज्य से चलते हैं और दिल्ली आते हैं, उनके मन में एक सपना होता है, कुछ कर गुजरना है, जीवन में कुछ करना है। बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, पर दिल्ली में जब उसे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस नहीं मिलता था तो वो दुखी होते थे, परेशान होते थे, दौड़ जाते थे। आज आधी दिल्ली एनसीआर की ओर शिफ्ट होती जा रही थी। लोगों को लगता था कि यार इससे बेहतर तो हमें गुड़गांव में माहौल मिल रहा है, हमें नोएडा में, हमें फरीदाबाद में जाने से बेहतर है। पर मैं दिल्ली को ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि अब आपको कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आपको दिल्ली में ही हम वो सुविधाएं देंगे। केवल दिल्ली को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जरूरत नहीं है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, एजुकेशन सिस्टम ऐसा चाहिए जो वर्ल्ड लेवल का हो। आज जैसे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए पूरे देश से, पूरे वर्ल्ड से लोग पढ़ने के लिए आते हैं कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी एक बड़ा नाम है, ऐसा ही हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम दिल्ली के स्कूलों में भी हो। ऐसा ही हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स दिल्ली में हो जहां देश भर के लोग इलाज करने आए। खाली एम्स क्यों हो, हर अस्पताल का वही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्यों ना हो, हर अस्पताल में वही फैसिलिटीज क्यों ना हो। आज मैं सोचती हूँ कि दिल्ली में केवल हमें सांस्कृतिक टूरिज्म नहीं, बल्कि एजुकेशन टूरिज्म, बल्कि मेडिकल टूरिज्म को भी बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत सारे काम करने हैं और वो किए जाएंगे, ताकि दिल्ली देश की राजधानी में जब कोई आए तो उसके लिए बहुत सारे आने के कारण हो। मैं दिल्ली की जनता को कहना चाहती हूँ कि इस लिमिटलेस दिल्ली में आप सबके लिए जगह है, काम करने के लिए, रहने के लिए, शिक्षा के लिए, आगे बढ़ने के लिए और अपने सपने साकार करने के लिए। और आप सब लोग आने वाले समय में इसे देखेंगे। डबल इंजन की सरकार का फायदा क्या होता है, ये आपको आने वाले समय में दिखाई देगा। और बड़ी खुशी हुई होगी आपको जब माननीय गृह मंत्री जी के साथ दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री की मीटिंग दिल्ली पुलिस में के साथ हुई और दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के सारे बिंदुओं पे चर्चा हुई, तो लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि भाई बहुत सालों बाद ऐसा देखा कि मुख्यमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी बैठे हैं और दोनों मुस्कुरा भी रहे हैं। चिंता है उन्हें दिल्ली की। तुरंत उन्होंने कहा कि भाई दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए क्या क्या काम होने चाहिए। एक डिटेल प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ में दिल्ली कमिश्नर को बुलाया गया, एक एक बिंदु पे चर्चा हुई। महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, जो हमारी दिल्ली में कहीं ना कहीं हादसे हो जाते हैं, गैंग वॉर हो जाती है, कहीं उन पे चर्चा, कहीं ना कहीं घुसपैठ पे, कहीं ना कहीं हर तंत्र पे जहाँ जहाँ पे भी दिल्ली को नुकसान होता है, हर बिंदु पे डिटेल डिस्कशन हुई। काम करना चाहती थी पहले भी केंद्र की सरकार और करती रही है। आज इतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो क्रिएट हुआ है, इतने हाईवेज जो बने हैं, आज इतने कॉरिडोर जो बने हैं, वो केंद्र सरकार की ही तो देन है कि लाखों करोड़ रुपए दिल्ली पे खर्च कर दिए गए। ये नहीं सोचा कि कौन सरकार बैठी है और उससे हमारे क्या संबंध है या वो हर बात पे क्या बोलते हैं। केवल दिल्ली की डेवलपमेंट को सोचते हुए केंद्र सरकार ने हर वो काम किया जो दिल्ली के लिए जरूरी था। आज दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में 2 नए कॉरिडोर्स खोले गए, वेस्टर्न और ईस्टर्न। दोनों नए कॉरिडोर्स में हजारों बच्चे पढ़ पाएंगे। आज ये भारत मंडपम जैसी इतनी बड़ी विशाल बिल्डिंग बनना कोई पिछली सरकारों का काम नहीं था। वो तो 70 साल से उसी पार्लियामेंट में बैठ रहे थे और जब नई पार्लियामेंट बनाने की बात आई तो कहा कि भाई काहे को पैसे खर्च कर रहे हो। अंग्रेजों की गुलामी के वो सारी के सारे बोरे लिए हुए कंधों पे चल रहे थे। आज भी औरंगजेब रोड, आज भी मुगल गार्डन, आज भी वही संसद भवन, आज भी वही जेलें चल रही थी। क्या कभी उनके दिमाग में नहीं आया कि इससे बढ़कर आगे कुछ और भी हो सकता है? लिमिटलेस इंडिया ये है कि इसके आगे भी बहुत कुछ है करने के लिए। इतना बड़ा विजन कोई सोच सकता था कि मोबाइल जो है ये हर हाथ की बात हो जाएगी, कि आज सब्जी वाला भी, रिक्शा वाला भी, काम वाली भी मोबाइल लेगी और वो भी स्मार्टफोन अपनी जेब में रखती कि ये वाला नहीं, अच्छे वाला लेना है। उसकी हर एप्लीकेशन को वो यूज करते हैं। किसकी देन है भाई? लिमिटलेस इंडिया जो आपका विजन है। आज डिजिटल पेमेंट्स, कोई सोच सकता था कि भारत जैसा, जिसे उस देश को जिसे अनपढ़ कहा जाता था, आज हमारा छोटे से छोटा वो व्यक्ति जो कुछ भी नहीं जानता, शायद पढ़ा लिखा भी नहीं है, वो डिजिटल पेमेंट करता है और कहता है बीवी जी डिजिटली मुझे सब्जी का पेमेंट कीजिए, ये रहा QR कोड। किसकी देन है भाई? लिमिटलेस इंडिया, विजन ऑफ नरेंद्र मोदी जी। बहुत कुछ है करने के लिए। आज सेल्फ डिफेंस के सेक्टर में खुद भारत ने अपना इतना बड़ा काम खड़ा कर लिया है कि हमें पूरे वर्ल्ड में किसी की और देखने की जरूरत नहीं है। आज अपनी सीमाओं की रेखा, सीमाओं की रक्षा हम खुद कर सकते हैं। आज जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री अपनी दिवाली सरहद पे खड़े हुए जवानों के साथ बिताते हैं तो एक खुशी होती है कि इसे कहते हैं परिवार, कि आज उस माँ के बेटे का भी वो ध्यान रखे हुए हैं जो न जाने कितने ही महीनों से अपने परिवार से मिला नहीं है। तब मन में खुशी होती है कि केवल अपने घर में बैठ के दिवाली की शुभकामनाएं नहीं लेते हो, वो जाते हैं सरहद पे जाके खड़े होते हैं। वो कभी हर एक देश के कोने में जहां उनकी आवश्यकता है वो खड़े होते हैं। एक पूरा का पूरा समग्र विकास आपकी नॉर्थ ईस्ट की उस कोने से शुरू करके आपके साउथ के आखिरी छोर तक डेवलपमेंट कैसे हो, ये उनकी चिंता का विषय है। बड़ा नज़दीक से मैंने उन्हें काम करते हुए देखा है। जब मैं उनसे मिली आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से, मैं कहा जी आपने वो कर दिखाया जो दुनिया केवल बातों में रखती है। किस पार्टी ने या किस नेता ने वुमेन रिजर्वेशन के ऊपर सच में काम किया था? सालों से ये बिल चल रहा था, हर पार्लियामेंट में लगता था, फट जाता था। बड़े बड़े नेता जो बातें करते थे भाषण के बिंदुओं की, वो उस बिल को फाड़ करके फेंक देते थे गलियारे में। कोई पूछने वाला नहीं था कि भाई तुम इतना महिला अधिकारों की बात करते हो, जब ये बिल पार्लियामेंट में आता है तो क्यों चुप कर जाते हो? कोई पार्टी नहीं बोली थी। तब केवल मात्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी, नरेंद्र मोदी वो नेता थे जिन्होंने वुमेन लेड गवर्नमेंट की बात करी और सिंबॉलिक बात नहीं करी जी। कि जी सिंबॉलिकली दे दिया, जी हाँ भी एक विभाग दे दिया, दूसरा विभाग दे दिया, बड़े बड़े विभाग महिलाओं को दिए गए। मुझे खुशी है कि आज देश की फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर यदि निर्मला सीतारमण है तो दिल्ली की फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर रेखा गुप्ता है। सिंबॉलिक नहीं, दिखाने मात्र के लिए नहीं, इसे मैं कहूंगी लिमिटलेस इंडिया, जहां आपका एक विजन बढ़ जाए। पहले बात होती थी केवल बेटी बचाओ, फिर हमने कहा बेटी पढ़ाओ, और अब कह रहे हैं बेटी बढ़ाओ। तो ये जो काम लगातार बढ़ रहा है कि बेटी को सक्षम बनाओ, बेटी को बढ़ाओ, ये है भारत का डेवलपमेंट। और इस डेवलपमेंट को हम सबको मिलके और आगे लेके जाना है, और आगे छोड़ देना है कहीं आपस के विवादों को। घर में बैठ के कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, पर मैं आज इस मंच के माध्यम से उन पार्टियों को और उन नेताओं को ताकीद करना चाहती हूं कि ये देश आपका है, ये मातृभूमि आपकी है। इसको विश्व पटल पे जितना ये फ्लोरिश हो सके, जितना बढ़ सके, इसे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अपने घर के बारे में कोई भी निंदा का एक शब्द विश्व पटल पे नहीं बोलना चाहिए। यदि कुछ अच्छा कर सको तो करो, पर नहीं कर सको तो कम से कम शांत रहो। करने दीजिए जो कर रहे हैं। इस भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का काम, पूरे विश्व में भारत का मान सम्मान स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने का काम। आज इतनी हिम्मत दिखाने वाला कोई तो हो जो देश की राजधानी दिल्ली एक ऐसे साधारण परिवार की बेटी को दे कि चलाओ तुम दिल्ली, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। आज मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और एक साधारण गली मोहल्ले की महिला की आशाएं मेरे साथ है, जो ये कहती है कि मुख्यमंत्री रेखा नहीं बनी, मुख्यमंत्री मैं बनी हूं। मुझे खुशी है आज ये मेरा पहला मंच है जिस पे मैं मुख्यमंत्री के नाते बोल रही हूं, और मेरी बात पूरे देश की बहनें सुन रही हैं। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाती हूं कि ये पद, ये काम, ये जिम्मेदारी जो मुझे मिली है, इसमें पूरे देश की बहनों का सम्मान जुड़ा है, और इस सम्मान को हमें आगे बढ़ाना होगा, आगे लेके जाना होगा। दिल्ली को वो देना है जिसकी दिल्ली अधिकारी है, और वो देने के लिए मैं पूरे तरीके से मिशन मोड पे दिल्ली को ले जा करके लिमिटलेस दिल्ली, भारत की राजधानी दिल्ली, इस पे काम करने वाली हूं। आप सबका, हर दिल्ली वासी का साथ मिले, ऐसी मेरी अपेक्षा है, और मिल करके दिल्ली को एक ऐसा रंग देना है जिसमें हर व्यक्ति के मन के रंग हो। और होली भी आने वाली है भाई, तो इस नए रंग के रंग में रंगने के लिए आप सब तैयार हो जाएं। सबका सहयोग मिले, सबका साथ, सबका विकास। एक बार फिर से ढेरों बधाई, ढेरों शुभकामनाएं रिपब्लिक भारत को कि आप सब ने इतना सुंदर आयोजन किया और मुझे इस मंच के माध्यम से आप सबसे मिलने का मौका दिया। थैंक यू सो मच।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग बन सकती है।
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली, और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं व्हेन एवरीबody इज विजिटेड। आप पिछली बार भी गए थे। This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please.
मैडम जी बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था, मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के। इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है। there was some kind of energy। कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी। वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, but there was literally there is some kind of energy which was there, and I'm sure यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ, हाथ खड़े कर लें। बहुत बढ़िया, जय श्री राम। ये हुई बात। So that is the energy। जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in, that was the energy। Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores।
Wow।
हम कभी कभी
67 crores,
67 crores, सॉरी 3 करोड़ में खा गया। 67 crores है। मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूं ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर 4 लाख रुपए आते हैं, तो इतना सारा फैल जाता है मीडिया में कि 4 लाख लोग आए थे। यार 4 लाख लोग आए थे, यहाँ तो 67 crores people came in a span of 45 days। Unbelievable। Hats off to the जितने भी कर्मचारी थे वहां बैठ के जो काम कर रहे थे, कितना प्यार से उन्होंने, एक जोरदार तालियां उन कर्मचारियों के लिए।
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदाः, स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु। सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है। हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है।
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है। जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा। भारत में आज वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है।
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती है।
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है। देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है।
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें।
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें। सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग। रिसेंटली मैंने, अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं, डिसिप्लिन इज अ बिग इशू।
How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnabji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि discipline, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, she's a sports lady, she's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she's reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy, sir? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah.
Another
amazing.
sportsman.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The stage is set at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium because it will be a mouth-watering clash of the Titans. India versus New Zealand in the finals of the Champions Trophy 2025. Lots of reactions coming in. We'll get you an expert view as well. But first, a quick check on the headlines we're tracking. Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified assailants in Turbat, Balochistan. Another Baptist temple defaced with anti-India graffiti in California. One dead, 40 injured after Kuki protesters clash with security forces in Manipur's Kangpokpi. Absconding Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists arrested by UP police from Poonch. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India and New Zealand lock horns at Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that this clash could evolve into yet another classic India versus Kiwi encounter. First up, viewers, a terrorist of Hizbul Mujahideen was arrested in a joint operation by the Uttar Pradesh Anti-Terrorism Squad of Saharanpur and Kathgad police from Poonch, Jammu and Kashmir. After 17 long years, the terrorist identified as Ulfat Hussain was produced in the court. He was also arrested back in 2002 along with 4 others and was released in 2008. This was confirmed by the superintendent of the police team that was part of this particular crackdown, Ran Vijay Singh. This is a big development. A Hizbul terrorist has been arrested and he had been wanted for close to a decade now. Moving on, viewers, India will start as the favourites to lift the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 title based on the recent team's form. And also, however, the opponents in the final in New Zealand have quite the history of denying India wins on the big stage. Today, it will be the clash of the Titans in Dubai International Cricket Stadium as the Champions Trophy 2025 draws to a close with an epic finale between India and New Zealand. India and New Zealand have locked horns with each other on multiple occasions in ICC events. We have Ankit joining us live from the newsroom, and also Dinesh Lord, Rohit Sharma's coach, joining us live on this broadcast. Firstly, let me go across to Rohit Sharma's coach, Dinesh Lord. A very good morning to you, Mr. Lord. It's an epic clash of the Titans at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, with many opponents also saying that, you know, India had been given an undue advantage with the pitch. How do you look at this, sir, in the run-up to the final clash?
देखिए ऑलरेडी मैंने कहा है कि इंडिया ऑलरेडी फाइनल जीतने वाले, बिकॉज फर्स्ट मैच से आई एम वेरी मच पॉजिटिव कि इंडिया ही जीतेगी, बिकॉज द वे आवर players, all players are performing. As far as batting is concerned, all batters are doing well. As far as bowling is concerned, all bowlers are bowling well. It's a big unit, so definitely we are going to win the final today.
Sir, also there are a lot of, rumors doing the rounds about Rohit Sharma's possible retirement. But so far, Shubman Gill has also said that there has been no such discussion, and Rohit Sharma has also not dropped any such hint. So, do you think that this could be the last ICC event for Rohit Sharma?
No, I don't think, because I want to see him in the 2027 World Cup. I want to see him live the World Cup, then he can retire.
Right, so stay on with me. I have Ankit also joining me from the newsroom. Ankit, we've seen India versus New Zealand on multiple ICC events on the grandest of grand stages, and New Zealand seems to have an advantage. But going forward, India is definitely, the favourites to back the ICC Champions Trophy. Tell us about the team's preparation, and also who are the players to watch out for in the final clash.
See, India may have got the better of New Zealand in the group stage, but listen, it's a new day, it's a new match, everything starts from scratch. So there's no favourite as such. And New Zealand, as you have already mentioned, Deepak, they have hurt India in the past, be it the WTC final or let's say the 2019 semi-final as well. So yes, New Zealand have hurt India in the past, and India would be mindful of that fact. What we are picking up is the fact that since Thursday, Deepak, in Dubai, the weather has changed. The temperatures have dipped, so you can actually expect dew in the second half of the match. Now that changes the equations, because what we understand is the fact that the pitch that is going to be used for the summit clash is the same strip that was used when India played Pakistan on the 23rd of February, and that was a very dry, sluggish kind of a pitch. But the pitch that could be on offer today is going to be a little more lively, is what we are picking up, because one, it has been watered, and there has also been a dip in temperature. So yes, there was a talk between Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Gautam Gambhir yesterday. There was an intense chat after a training session, and this is probably what was being discussed, that does the Indian team need to change their 11 or not. On the other side, what we are picking up is that New Zealand, they are really preparing well for facing the challenge of the left arm spinners from India, be it Ravindra Jadeja or Akshar Patel, because there's this net bowler who was bowling to the New Zealand batters, preparing them for the big clash. And this is exactly what the net bowler said, that they are preparing for left arm spin. So you can understand that New Zealand feel more than Varun Chakravarti, maybe Ravindra Jadeja and Akshar Patel could pose a massive threat, is what we are picking up right now. Going into the match, of course, it's even Stevens right now. We surely cannot take sides. But yes, given the form India have been in this ICC event, surely India have a slight advantage, it seems like, at this point of time. Over to you, Deepak.
Yes, one last question to you, Mr. Lord. India has been really good in chasing down targets, and Virat Kohli needs no introduction. He's a chase master. So if the toss goes India's way, what should be the team's decision?
It maybe depend on the wicket, what will be the decision, because I don't know the wicket, how it's going to be taken. But anything, if he batted first, good. If we are chasing, it is good. Anyhow, we are going to win the final.
All right, Ankit, my colleague Ankit also wants to take a question from you, Mr. Lord. Ankit, yes, please go ahead, Ankit.
You know, Mr. Lad, of course you know Rohit Sharma better than anybody else probably. हमें पता लग रहा है कि there are talks that Gautam Gambhir and Ajit Agarkar, they are going to sit with Rohit Sharma after the Champions Trophy final, और result जो होता है उसके बिना पे a call would be taken on Rohit Sharma. आपने बहुत ही clearly बोल दिया यहाँ पर कि that Rohit Sharma will not retire, but दिल पे हाथ रख के कहिए, I mean how much do you actually believe in it? Because यहाँ पर आपको ये भी पता है fitness would be a concern, और fitness के बारे में भी discussions होगा. और जब आपको पता है यशस्वी जायसवाल, another मुंबईकर, he is more or less ready to take up that role of an opener and he can team up with शुभमान गिल. आपको क्या लगता है रोहित शर्मा can he actually continue on अगर आज उनका प्रदर्शन अच्छा नहीं रहा, मिस्टर लाड?
आप ऐसा मत बोलिए, उसका प्रदर्शन अच्छा नहीं रहा, वो प्रदर्शन अच्छा ही करेगा. एंड एज पर फिटनेस कंसर्न, उसके फिटनेस के बारे में बहुत ही बोला वाला चल रहा था, बट आई डोंट थिंक इसका फिटनेस का कोई इश्यू है, बिकॉज कि आपको पता है कि वो फील्डिंग भी कवर में करता है, फील्डिंग भी स्लिप में करता है, जो जिस पोजीशन पे एक अलर्ट प्लेयर होना चाहिए, तो फिटनेस का इश्यू है ही नहीं उसके बारे में. एंड एज पर एज बैटिंग इज कंसर्न, बैटिंग भी अच्छी कर रहा है. बैटिंग अच्छी करने के बजाय, स्टार्ट अच्छी करने के बजाय विराट कोहली एंड बाकी बैट्समैनों को बहुत अच्छा मौका मिल रहा है क्रिकेट में स्टे करने के लिए. और मैं चाहूंगा कि रोहित 2027 का वर्ल्ड कप खेले और उसके बाद रिटायरमेंट.
मिस्टर लाड, क्या आपको लगता है, आई हैव गॉट अनदर क्वेश्चन फॉर मिस्टर लाड. मिस्टर लाड, क्या आपको लगता है रोहित शर्मा, गिवन हिज फॉर्म राइट नाउ, ही इज जस्ट गेटिंग अस ऑफ टू गुड स्टार्ट्स, क्या हमें बस रोहित शर्मा से स्टार्ट का ही उम्मीद रहता है? बिकॉज रोहित शर्मा हमने देखा ही कैन गेट दोज डैडी हंड्रेड्स, उन्होंने डबल हंड्रेड्स भी मारा है ओडीआईज में. क्या हम सिर्फ रोहित शर्मा, ही इज़ बिकम सच अ प्लेयर कि हम उनसे अब बस यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि स्टार्ट दे और निकल जाए? आई मीन मिस्टर लाड.
नहीं, मैं तो यही नहीं चाहूंगा रोहित शर्मा अच्छा स्टार्ट दे और निकल जाए, ऐसे नहीं चाहूंगा. बट वो चाहता है, उसके अभी उसका बैटिंग टेक्निक से अलग थोड़ा किया है, वो चाहता है कि मैं अच्छा स्टार्ट दूं. और आपको देखा होगा कि वो 15 बॉल में 40 रन बना रहे, 20 बॉल में 50 रन बना रहे. तो हमारे को स्टार्ट, क्योंकि अपने को 10 ओवर का जो पहले का जो ये है उसका फायदा उठाते हैं. और उसके अगर रोहित विकेट पे रुका तो 100% 100 करेगा.
All right, Mr. Lad and Ankit, many thanks for joining us with those insights. The pujas are on, the prayers are on, a billion lips right now, and the countdown has also begun for the toss. We'll get you all the live action from Dubai. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
भारत का मैच है और हम सब भारतीय चाहते हैं कि कप जीत के टीम इंडिया भारत में आए और उनका धूमधाम से स्वागत हो. बहुत बहुत विशेष हम सबके तरफ से पूरी टीम इंडिया को.
भाजी, क्या लगता है 4 स्पिनर्स के साथ जाएंगे दुबई के पीछे?
मुझे लग रहा है कि 4 स्पिनर्स के साथ ही जाएंगे. टीम में तो कोई चेंजेस होंगे नहीं और होपफुली रिजल्ट में भी कोई चेंज नहीं होगा. रिजल्ट भी भारत के हित में जाएगा.
मुझे लगता है कि शुभमन का बल्ला 1-2 मैचेस में नहीं चल रहा है, वहाँ पे कोई स्कोप है या टीम सेटल्ड है?
टीम बिल्कुल सेटल्ड है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि इस मैच में शुभमन और रोहित का बल्ला भी बोले. विराट का तो बल्ला बोला है, केएल राहुल का बल्ला बोला है, श्रेयस अय्यर का बल्ला बोला है. तो टीम जीतनी ज़रूरी है. मुझे लगता है कि वो टीम काफ़ी सक्षम है, अच्छी टीम है. मुझे लगता है कि टीम इंडिया जीत के वापस आएगा.
बाकी वरुण कितने क्रूशल होने जा रहे हैं? फाइनल मैच है, कीवीज अच्छा खेलते भी है इस वीक में.
देखिए कीवीज कैसा खेलते हैं वो तो उस दिन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. पिछली बार तो जब वरुण के सामने कीवीज खेले थे तो 5 आउट कर दिए थे उन्होंने. उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस बार भी कुछ ऐसे ही प्रदर्शन हो.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. But violence continues to erupt in Manipur with protesters clashing with security forces, leading to the death of one individual. Get to all the latest from Impal after a quick break. Do stay tuned.
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना. I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि डिसिप्लिन, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं. She is a sports lady. She's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she is reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her, play tennis, everything. Was it easy?
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदा स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु. सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है. हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है.
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है. जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा. भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है.
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती.
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है. देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है.
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें.
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं. व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड, आप पिछली बार भी गए थे. This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
अर्नब जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था. मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के. यार इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी. मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा. और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है. there was some kind of energy. कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी. वहां बैठा हुआ हूं आंख बंद करके, डुबकी लगा रहा हूँ, स्नान कर रहा हूँ, but there was some, literally there is some kind of energy which was there. And I'm sure यहाँ भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ, हाथ खड़े कर लें. बहुत बढ़िया. जय श्री राम. ये हुई बात. So that is the energy. जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in. That was the energy. Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores.
Wow.
हम कभी कभी
67 crores.
67 crores. Sorry, 3 करोड़ मैं खा गया. 67 crores है. मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूँ ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स.
We welcome Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia as he will share his vision for a Bharat that is boundless, connected and unstoppable. We have with us Shri Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief and Founder, Republic Media Network, on stage for this interaction. So it's over to you both.
My dear friend, if I may say so, Jyotiraditya Scindia, I call him Jyoti, Mr. Scindia on the stage. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing and for being with us here today. So a round of applause to this dashing, fantastic turnaround minister in the Modi government, Jyotiraditya Scindia. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by always saying this, that I say this to him, that I see so much of the greatness of his late father, Madhavrao Scindia, in Jyoti. Every time I meet him, for me, Jyoti, it is deja vu. I began my career in the late 90s, and his house, where I started my career. I would stand outside, and he would call us in. He was a charming, wonderful, generous, intuitive man who had a great sense of the country. And it's so sad that destiny snatched him away from us even before his prime. And so I'd like to begin by just remembering your father as I share with you on the stage.
Thank you.
So thank you for continuing the connection, Jyoti. Ladies and gentlemen, Jyotiraditya Scindia has had a very interesting political career. He came into politics on the demise of his father. He's a very, very well qualified professional, has been an investment banker. And when he entered politics, many people passed judgment that it would be difficult for him to do politics from the roots. But both politics and governance from the roots to being a many, many times successful member of parliament. And today, if I may say so, Jyoti, I want to begin by saying everyone in the country says, you are the turnaround minister. That's what they call you. And the reason they call you the turnaround minister is because you are always put in place when the chips are down. From the privatization of Air India to now the historic turnaround of BSNL. BSNL, under his leadership, for the first time in 17 years, has reported profits. In Q3, BSNL, nobody thought would be profitable, reported a profit of 271 crores. He says he plans to have 1 lakh planned towers operational for a nationwide 4G rollout of BSNL. And you yourself have referred to it, Jyoti, as the significant turning point for BSNL. What is so significant behind this turnaround? What is this approach? And since this theme is about limitless India, what is the limitless mindset behind it?
So first of all, Arnab, thank you very much for having me, and it's always a pleasure to be with you and to be a part of Republic's grand event as it's being held this year as well. Just to add on to your story of when the chips are down, I was also made power minister when the grid collapsed in India. Yes. the next morning, and therefore entrusted with the responsibility that this should never ever have happen again.
Yes.
The issue with the story of BSNL is it's actually one of the jewels of India in a fiercely competitive environment. I'm just coming back from the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And the EU, which is made up of now 27 states, 27 countries, there is, even if I use the word fierce competition, it would not be doing justice to the environment of telecom in that block of the world. And in that environment, for a government-owned telco to not only survive, but to service 9.5 crore customers, to grow, and after 17 years, as you mentioned, the first quarter after 17 years that BSNL has made a profit has been in the October-December quarter of last year. And keep in mind that this is in an environment, as I mentioned, of fierce competition, and not only that, when all other telcos across the world, including in India, and we've had the privilege of having 4 telecom service providers in India. There are not many countries across the world that have that many players in the telecom space. All set up their 4G, 5G networks using imported equipment. And let me tell you, there are only 4 players in this space in the world. There's Huawei and ZTE from China. Yep. There's Ericsson from Sweden, there's Nokia from Finland, and there's Samsung from Korea. Only 4 telecom equipment manufacturers, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and hopefully by 2030, 6G. In that space, the Prime Minister's vision, and this goes into your topic of limitless India, Atmanirbharta, do what earlier could not be even dreamt of. And he said, we need to produce our own 4G stack. And if BSNL is going to go into 4G, it will do so based on an Indian 4G stack. And for the first time in the world's history, after 3.5, 4 decades, you have seen an Indian government-owned technology company, CDOT, manufacture the core. You've seen a private sector company, Tejas, manufacture the RAN, which is the radio access networks, which are the towers that you see. You've seen an Indian SI, system integrator, TCS, manage all this process together. And today we're rolling out 100,000 towers of 4G proven technology on BSNL networks. So by June this year, my 100,000 towers will be fully operational, and hopefully, starting June this year, I'll also be switching from 4G to 5G on those towers.
That's amazing. Why do we, layman question, why do we need to do that? Why does the government need to push this? Is it because in India, communications is a strategic asset? And in that sense, BSNL is also a very strategic asset of a very strategic ministry. Is that the intent behind it? Why should the government be
communications,
doing this?
you have to understand. So let's understand the US story, Arnab.
Yeah.
America today is a superpower. But how did America get there? We've got our young students sitting here in the audience. America got there not because America experienced 10% growth rates, 15% growth rates, 20% growth rates, but because America grew at only 3.5%. But it grew at 3.5% for 100 years. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of compounding. So when America laid out its infrastructure, the Vanderbilts, the JP Morgans that laid out the highways, laid out the railways, Today, that infrastructure in the world is necessary. But is the past or the present? The future highway of the world is the digital highway. And on that digital highway, India, ladies and gentlemen, is among the top 3 in the world today, thanks to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And to be able to give you a flavor of that, a vignette of that, 10 years ago, we had 94 crore subscribers in India of mobiles. Today, we have 120 crore subscribers. We're the second largest telecom market in the world. We're the second largest telecom market in the world. We had 250 million internet subscribers. Today we have 970 million internet subscribers. Above 2 GB, which is considered as broadband, we had only 60 million broadband users, 60. Today, guess what? We have 942 million broadband users. And all of this, which is going to be Arnab's next question, at what cost? Right? Because 10 years ago, a voice call would cost you 50 paise a minute. Today, a voice call costs you 0.03 paise a minute. 97% reduction. 97%. 1 GB of data, what we use on our phones. These necessary instruments that have become a part of our, not our daily, but our every second of our lives. Sometimes I feel we are more attached to our phones than people around us, which is a travesty. But 1 GB of data used to cost $287 10 years ago. Today, it costs 9 rupees. At 11 cents, that's 9 rupees, we are the cheapest data provider in the world. The cheapest data provider. And on consumption of data, today we consume 21 GB per month. Average data per user. We are the largest consumer of data in the world today. So that's the journey that India has embarked upon. We talk about 5G. India rolled out the fastest 5G network in the world. 21 months, 99% districts, 82% population, 465,000 towers, 4.25 lakh crores worth of investment. We went there, we did it, and we stand tall. Which is why, Arnab, I say, we followed the world on 4G. We marched with the world on 5G. And I guarantee you, we will lead the world on 6G.
Superb. What was my next question? I forgot. You want to remind me? But you know, this is great, Jyoti. But you know, we have a person called Donald Trump these days.
For a while.
Huh?
We've had him for a while.
We've had him for a while, yeah. Now he says that open it up. Or I'll impose tariffs. And I'll impose tariffs. And they're so bad, he says. And after what he did to Zelensky, everybody's sort of cautious about him. On a serious note, we appreciate what you've done with BSNL, and there's a passion in what you're doing. But we live in an era of tech bros, Mr. Scindia, and especially the ministry that you work for looks after the interests of almost 950 million plus internet users in the country today. And then you have Elon Musk, who owns Starlink and is very keen on entering India. And your comment that you will not put any false restrictions on anyone's entry raised eyebrows. Existing Indian players were concerned, others were concerned. So very direct question to you. In today's world, we have to take care of our interests while allowing our gates to be open to the world. And how will we navigate that? We have so far not provided Starlink permissions to operate in India over what was seen to be privacy and security concerns. I'm not passing judgment on them. But are these security concerns real? Are they going to be a matter of great concern? Are there any external pressures If external pressures are put, how will we handle it? Are we in a position to hold our own? And I'll just put a little subjective context to this. We need to open up to the world. But there are people who say that when liberalization happened in India, and we are all 90s kids, we were not prepared. You know, the drugs and pharmaceuticals industry of India suddenly got overtaken with all these Chinese companies, cheaper drugs, opened the doors, and it hit some Indian players like IDPL very badly. So I'm asking in the context of BSNL, external players, cheap data, and ambitious foreign companies who say, we want to be in this market, and nothing in the world can stop us. So if you can just put that in perspective for us, what goes through your mind? Mr. Scindia.
So Arnab, which India are you living in? The India I live in is assertive. The India I live in is confident. The India that I live in comes up with disruptive models and paradigm shifts that are unequaled in any corner of the world. Today, India truly is limitless. India has shown that her rise is a peaceful rise. India has shown what the Prime Minister always says, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. And we have shown that, Arnab, during COVID. Which country in the world was able to give 200 crore vaccines to its populace? Free of charge. Not a single rupee charged from any citizen. India, a country that used to go with a begging bowl to those foreign powers for smallpox vaccines, for BCG vaccines, today manufactured her own 2 vaccines. India not only looked after her own, but India looked after the world. We exported through Vaccine Maitri to 150 countries, vaccines free of cost. India has shed that skin that you talk about. Look at Republic. He's got his own 5-acre campus. He's setting up a global channel. We are not scared of anyone. Our doors are open for everyone to come and use an opportunity in India to grow and to serve our country, men and women, and to serve the world. And as far as I'm concerned, the telcos are my stakeholders, the internet service providers are my stakeholders, the broadband connectors are my stakeholders, the telco equipment manufacturers are my stakeholders, but my most important stakeholder is sitting in front of me.
Wow.
And therefore, my job as telecom minister, communications minister, or my job as civil aviation minister, or my job as power minister in the past, has been to make sure that I give my most important stakeholder every choice available in the world. And my stakeholder will choose based on their requirements which mode and media they would like to use at which point of time. But everything must be available to them. And therefore, with SATCOM policy as well, we passed the bill in Parliament, the Telecom Act, in November of last year. We've got the licensing regime in place, and let me correct you, 2 SATCOM licenses have already been given out. There are 2 companies that already have SATCOM licenses, Bharti Airtel and Jio. And India is open for anyone who wants to come and do business in India. But you need to check all the boxes, fill up the pro forma, just like everyone else does. And the minute you do that, you've got your license.
That's an answer to the Starlink question?
Sorry?
Was that an answer to the Starlink question?
Yes, of course there was. It was a direct answer. I'm not here to represent company A, company B, Arnab Goswami, or anyone else. I'm here to represent my stakeholders. Whoever wants to come and serve my stakeholders, follow the rules, go buy the license, fill up the boxes, and you'll get the license tomorrow.
And the reason I'm asking this question is because your answer represents exactly what we say about limitless India.
We are not defensive anymore, are we? I mean, we are not defensive.
We're the second largest telecom market in the world. We're the second largest auto market in the world. We're the third largest civil aviation market in the world. We are the third largest road network in the world. We're the fourth largest railway network in the world.
So come compete.
A country that could build from 74 airports, 160 airports in 10 years, a country that could build from 90,000 kilometers of highways, 150,000 kilometers of highways. India is limitless.
Superb. We love that.
And that limitless India, the leaders of that limitless India are sitting in front of me.
Yep.
I firmly believe as an Indian, our growing up years, and I don't want to tell the people how old you are or how old I am, Arnab, because they'll rather get disenchanted with us. But the India that we grew up
that's what I
was
wanted
chained, was limited. The India we live in today, anything is possible. I'm so envious. I'm so jealous of the kids sitting up there. I wish I was their generation. The next 25 years, from our Amrit Kal to our Shatabdi Kal, from today till 2047, I firmly believe is going to be India's quarter of a century. The fact that today you and I are talking about Viksit Bharat 2047, it's become a part of our lexicon thanks to our Prime Minister. Atmanirbhar Bharat is part of our lexicon today. These were not words that you and I grew up even hearing many, many years ago. And today, the respect that we command on the world stage, the respect because of our Prime Minister, his leadership, his capability, and what he has done, how he has transformed India in 10 years. I don't want to get into the social paradigm as well, but that's important. Can you imagine 30 million houses being built in 10 years? We built 30 million houses in 65 years. Prime Minister has built it in 10 years. 90 million women getting advantage of one scheme, Ujjwala Yojana. 90 million. Twice the population of the country I just went to, Spain. 90 million women getting a stove and a gas cylinder in 10 years. Close to 340 million people in our country availing of the Ayushman Yojana, where you get a 5 lakh coverage for insurance. Could we even think that was possible 10 years ago? 350 million people, the population of the United States of America. These numbers are astounding. They've never been done in the history of the world before. They're done now. Why? Because we have limitless India.
Wow. So, Jyotiraditya, my last question to you is, when you turn the clock back and you go to the start of your political career and your career as a professional when you came out of college, things have changed, no doubt, no doubt. But I wonder, and since you're a grassroots politician, you've been to the Lok Sabha so many times, do you see the trickle-down effect? My question is simple. From your constituency, from Madhya Pradesh to the villages where you campaign, to the poorest of the poor, is there a trickle-down effect? Because my concern is whether this limitless India is only limited to urban centers of prosperity. So how do we address that issue? How long will that trickle-down effect take to actually seep into the soil of this country?
Very good question, Arnab. And let me tell you, when I talk about us as Indians, I'm not talking about those of us who are seated here in Bharat Mandapam alone. I'm talking about every single Indian from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Bharuch in Gujarat, till where the sun blesses us on our soil, the first ray of the sun in Arunachal Pradesh. Every single Indian today, and I represent a rural constituency, every single Indian today wants to be an employer and not an employee. And that speaks of our entrepreneurial capability. And let me give you an example of that. I was in a district in Madhya Pradesh and I met with a bunch of SAGs, this is about a year ago, self-help groups, women self-help groups. And one of the ladies who I met, I spoke to her and I said, how did you start? And she said, only my husband would earn in my family, so I said, let me buy a couple of cows and let me start a dairy business. And she said, I started this dairy business and I had 2 cows and there were 4 of us women from that village. And today, which is 2.5 years later, she has grown that SAG from 4 women. Okay, let me take a dipstick view here. To how many women do you think? Anyone has a guess? 300. Okay, so I got one number 300 here. Anyone else? 1,000. Okay, we got 1,000 here. Anyone else? 5,000. She's grown it to 10,000 women.
Oh, huge. Incredible. That's ambition. That's ambition. That's drive.
Another woman, she said, I became an agent for an insurance company. And I started doing so well. My husband had a dream of always owning his own car, but we didn't have enough income. And she said, I earned so much money because I became one of the best-selling insurance agents for that company.
Yeah.
She said, after working like this for 2.5 years, I bought my husband his first car.
That's amazing.
It's a sense of pride. And that's where India is going. It's not Bangalore, it's not Chennai, it's not Kolkata, it's not Bombay, it's not Delhi. It's across the length and breadth of our country. And having been an investment banker, you look at the top 200 companies on the BSE Sensex, and you may think that they are headquartered in Mumbai and Delhi and Bengaluru and all of that. And then if you look at the top 500 companies in the BSE, they all, in terms of market cap, they all come from tier 2 cities. They all come from smaller towns.
Small towns.
They don't come from the top 5 metros.
First generation.
First generation.
First generation.
And every 10 years, and you and I have seen this, this never happened in, again, our growing years.
Our lifetime.
But today, every 10 years, when you go to an award ceremony, and the business leaders are getting awarded, every 10 years, you'll see a change. The guys who got awarded 10 years ago are no longer there. It's the new guys who are there.
Yep.
So I remember Andy Grove's, I was fortunate to be taught by Andy Grove, one of the founders of Intel at Stanford Business School. And he, in his last class, his class was always the 9 a.m. class. So we always had to be there 5 minutes early. In the last class like this, we were all sitting in the auditorium, and he said, I have nothing to say to you guys. I wish you guys all the best. I only left 4 words on and we have those desks, those whiteboards which go one above the other, so you can hide something behind it. As he said, I've left 4 words behind. After I leave this auditorium, just go and check out what it is. And for those of you, it'll be useful for you in any walk of life that you choose to be in. And he walked out of the auditorium. So we scampered up and we said, let's check this out. What is he written? And we put down the board, and there were 4 words there. And those 4 words were, only the paranoid survive. So be paranoid. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Jyotiraditya. And one last thing about him, people say what kind of people should come into politics? And one very interesting facet about you I learned right now. He walked in, I said, which gate is Mr. Scindia coming from? This gate, that gate, we couldn't find you. And then eventually somebody said that, see, this man is strange. He's a union cabinet minister. He doesn't have a PSO. He doesn't have security. He doesn't have an escort car. He doesn't have 5 people around him. I said, what does he do? He said, just comes in his car, walks in, and he's signing files all the way. So I think, when people tell me that in the UK, you sometimes find a big minister in a subway. Right? We're happy about that, right? He's one of us. So we're happy about that. You're a good man in politics. I wish you luck, and may you contribute everything to your potential for a limitless India, which you will, Mr. Scindia. Thank you very much. I tell you one thing, Akshay ji. The one thing I like about you, which is inspiring, you're a self-made man. You've come from nothing. I recently went to a university, Parul University called me for a talk, and I said there that young people think when they come out of college, somebody is somebody's son, somebody has got a lot of money, and you feel, I don't have the same chances. And I said there that if you want to be something in life, and my mother is here, she's sitting there. If you want to be something in life, don't expect to have anything at the start. Start from zero. You started from zero, Akshay. This is an incredible success story. He works hard. He started from zero. He's been a chef. He's done martial arts. His life has not changed. His habits have not changed. For all the people out there who say, it's a flat world, a digital economy, may everybody has a chance. I want you to tell me something from your life story about the importance of starting with zero and making something of yourself. Akshay.
Zero, as you all know, was discovered by an Indian only. हाँ, पीछे से कोई चिल्लाया, आ रहा भट्टा. हर इंसान को जीरो से ही शुरू करना पड़ता है, तभी जाके उसको वैल्यू होती है बाकी आगे के नंबरों की, 1, 2, 100 करोड़, उसको जाके तब जाके वैल्यू होती है. यहाँ आज सोनू निगम जी भी बैठे हुए हैं.
आई सोनू.
इन्होंने भी जीरो से ही शुरू किया था, मेरे साथ ही, बल्कि एक फिल्म में मेरे साथ ही इनकी पहली फिल्म एक्टिंग थी. इन्होंने की थी जो मुझे लगता है मैंने और इसने दोनों ने नहीं देखी थी. हाँ, बराबर बोल रहे सोनू जी. आपने भी अपनी जिंदगी जीरो से ही शुरू की और आज ही इज वन ऑफ द टॉप सिंगर्स वी हैव. आई रियली एनवी हिम. सो जीरो से शुरू करना, आहिस्ते आहिस्ते काम करना. देखिए, मैंने हमेशा ये देखा है, चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी बैठे हुए थे, वो बात कर रहे थे अबाउट पॉजिटिविटी. इट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स लाइक द ग्लास इज half empty. Somebody looks at it like that in a negative way. There are people who look at it like glass is half full. So that is positivity. But I am saying there is a third way of looking at it, which my father told me about it, is let's fill the half glass empty. Let us fill it.
Wonderful.
Let us fill it and let us make it full. Stop thinking that somebody is going to help it for you. And that is where we are saying it. You have to, whatever you have to do, you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
There's nobody who's going to help you.
Yeah.
There is only you, आपकी किस्मत, आपका भगवान, आपके माता पिता का आशीर्वाद, यही 5 चीज मिला के आपको जीरो से लेके ऊपर तक ले जाएंगे. And that is what has happened with me also. Whatever luck, whatever hardship, whatever my parents taught me, today whatever I am, and this I always tell, कि अगर जिंदगी में आपको जीरो से आगे बढ़ना है तो कभी भी अपने माता पिता का आशीर्वाद लेके ही घर से निकलना, वरना आप आगे नहीं जा सकते.
उग्रवाद अर्बन सेंटर्स पे पैर पसार रहा है। जो राजनीतिक दल अर्बन नक्सल के विरोधी थे, ऐसे राजनीतिक दलों में आज अर्बन नक्सल पैठ जमा चुके हैं। इसी से हम समझ सकते हैं कि इनकी जड़ें कितनी गहरी हैं। वैसे अर्नब ने भी अर्बन नक्सलियों को एक्सपोज करने का जिम्मा उठाया हुआ है। मुझे भरोसा है कि रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क के आप सभी लोग हमेशा नेशन फर्स्ट के भाव से पत्रकारिता को नया आयाम देते रहेंगे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Balochistan's Turbat. Another BAPS temple defaced with anti-India graffiti in California. 1 dead, 40 injured after Kuki protesters clash with security forces in Manipur's Kangpokpi. Absconding Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists arrested by UP police from J&K's Poonch. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India and New Zealand lock horns at the Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that this clash could evolve into yet another classic India-Kiwi encounter. हाँ पता है मुझे ब्रेकिंग अप। Well, good morning, viewers. We'll start up with a strong response from Ministry of External Affairs, where the Ministry of External Affairs has strongly condemned the attack that took place in a temple in United States, California, where a temple was defaced by the graffiti that was put in face. Hate words were used. Now, the MEA has taken strong cognizance and has asked for stringent action against the perpetrators. MEA, in their response, have said that they have raised the issue with the California authorities and at the same time have sought that investigation should be initiated in the matter. Now, viewers, remember, this is the second attack in less than 2 weeks. There was yet another attack at a Swaminarayan temple in New York, Melville, just 10 days back. And now, yet again, one more incident reported in California, where some perpetrators went along and there was a BPS Hindu temple. They went and sprayed hateful words and graffiti there outside the building of the temple. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to the national capital as the second part of the budget session will commence from tomorrow. It's going to be a heated budget session where we can expect the opposition is likely to raise the issue of the Waqf Amendment Bill that is to be passed, also epic duplication, the 3-language delimitation, Trump's tariff the way immigrations were brought back, they were shackled. So all these issues are going to be raised by the opposition leaders. It's going to be a heated session as expected. We know that the last one also, there was very less business in the past session. There were multiple such incidents which led to uncalled for adjournment as well. Now joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Riyanka from Delhi. Riyanka, the rest of the budget session is going to commence from tomorrow. There are multiple issues, including delimitation, Trump's tariff, and at the same time, it's going to be a huge task for the government as well to pass the Waqf Amendment Bill that was tabled in the previous session and saw a lot of ruckus because of it. Riyanka.
Absolutely. The first leg of the budget session happened in the month of February, and from tomorrow, that is 10th of March, we will be, of course, seeing the second phase of the budget session that is going to be taking place, and it will be going up to the 4th of April. Nearly a month-long budget session that will be seeing the central government pushing for passing the Waqf Amendment Bill, and we already know the process has reached almost the final stages after the Joint Parliamentary Committee had submitted its report. And previously in the budget session, we had seen that there was a massive uproar and a furor from the side of the opposition regarding dissent notes that they had submitted in terms of the Waqf Amendment Bill, in terms of the report that has been submitted by the JPC. And that is going to be another big apprehension when it comes to the opposition, as it is very likely to be cornering the government regarding the Waqf Amendment Bill. We are also expecting a lot of sloganeering, a lot of fireworks, given this is the same pattern that the opposition follows in all of these sessions, whether it was the previous winter session, the monsoon session. We have seen this particular pattern by the opposition to not let business happen going on for a very, very long time, that they have this particular strategy fixed at this very point. In fact, on the other hand, there will be several other discussions that will be taking place. There will be the opposition that might be bringing up the topic of the US deputation row, as well as the three-language issue that has also come up. On the other hand, the duplication of, voters, that is one of the issues that will be, in fact, taken up by TMC and Congress. They are very headstrong about the same matter. So, yes, we will be witnessing a lot of firework and probably less of business once again, but all hopes there for the government to be able to smoothly push forward and pass the Waqf Amendment Bill given nearly 1 month's time. So yes, expected that business will happen, but yes, of course, the sloganeering and furor will not stop from the side of the opposition.
Well, thank you, Riyanka, for those details. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happens tomorrow, because the issues that are to be raised in the parliament are all controversial and both opposition and centre have stark different opinions on those matters. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to how the DMK is planning to conduct themselves in this upcoming session of the parliament. Now, today there was a crucial meeting and DMK has passed 3 resolution, viewers, where the DMK party has now planned that they are going to seek support from all the like-minded parties. They have called in a parliamentarians meet this early in this morning at around 10:30 a.m. And following that, they have passed a 3-part resolution, viewers, where they are saying that they are going to meet all the like-minded chief ministers. The issue of delimitation, specifically when it concerns the states of Telangana, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. So they're going to reach the MPs from all these particular states, and they will chalk out a plan, chalk out a strategy ahead of that crucial parliament session that is going to begin from tomorrow. Remember, may it be Stalin or Chandrababu Naidu, they all have been asking the people of their states to have more children so that the delimitation does not affect them. Now, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sharda. Sharda, this was a very crucial meet that was called in by the DMK top rung. Now, they have passed a resolution. They are going to seek help from like-minded states, like-minded MPs. But in this entire scene, we also have the state of Telangana and West Bengal. So how do you see DMK taking this issue of delimitation forward along with those MPs of Telangana and West Bengal?
Well, the DMK leader Stalin actually wrote a letter to the 7 other state CMs calling for their support. And today morning, the parliamentary meet happened along with the MPs of DMK, which included Kanimuri, T.R. Balu, A. Raja, and former parliamentary ministers, including TKS Ilangovit. And the meeting came to a conclusion after the DMK has passed 3 resolutions. And one resolution was that they made sure that they would take all the support of DMK MPs, all the DMK MLAs in this as well, and focus on the delimitation and how Tamil Nadu can do it. And Stalin has been now promoting childbirth throughout wherever the meetings he goes to. And the second resolution was that following his letter to the other state CMs, however, there's no been response from other state CMs. He's been stating that the MPs of other states would be meeting the CM on March 22nd, where the Joint Action Committee, the meeting would happen on the Secretariat on this. And following this is when the third resolution is when how they would take India alliances, their support, and focus on how delimitation could be controlled in all other 7 states. And this is coming right before the parliamentary budget session that is going to start tomorrow. And it is likely that the DMK MPs will be raising voices against the delimitation in the center during the parliamentary budget session that would be starting from tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Sharda, for those details. We'll have to wait and watch and to see that how DMK conducts themselves inside the parliament on the floor of the house and how they're going to stitch a strategy against the central government, specifically when it is about the delimitation issue. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Karnataka, where now BJP has slammed the Karnataka government over Hampi gang rape incident. Now, 2 women, including a 27-year-old Israeli tourists, were allegedly gang raped and assaulted. While this entire incident has enthralled massive wrath from all across political quarters, BJP has taken upon them to slam the Karnataka government over the law and order situation, because they have highlighted that Hampi is a UNESCO heritage site, and because of that it puts Hampi on the world map, and hence such incident puts the entire country and the name of the entire country to shame. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Abhishek, live from the spot. Abhishek, the BJP is slamming the Siddaramaiah government for the brutal law and order situation in the state. They are saying that it's a UNESCO heritage site where this shocking incident took place. You're at the site. What more details do you have?
Madhurima, on the Thursday's late evening, say at around 11:30, 3 miscreants attacked a group of people, among which 2 were women. One who headed the homestay, and another one was a visitor from Israel who's 27. 2 of these women and 3 of men were probably stargazing at around 11:30 in the night amidst the forest area. And these 3 miscreants from the town of Gangavati started a fight with them, and they made sure one of the 3 men were pushed into the canal, and then they have gang raped these 2 women, is what the police sources as of now confirm. And 2 of these miscreants have been secured by the police, and one of them is missing, and these 2 have been taken to the spot to do the spot mahajar as of now. And we are waiting to see what the government will have to speak about this. Siddaramaiah and Home Minister Parmeshwara will very much have to condemn this incident, and we are 100% sure that the law and order in the state is not as fine as Dr. G. Parmeshwara has spoken about. He is not yet sure of how many people are arrested in this case. He openly says around 4 to 5 people have been arrested, is what he says to the media. So law and order with respect to the state, with respect to the place where I am in, is at nil and is at 0. And yet there have been so many miscreants still walking around, roaming around in the site. As of now, the latest update is these 2 miscreants who have been secured are doing the spot merger with the police at this hour. Madhurima.
Well, thank you, Abhishek, for those details. We'll have to wait and watch as to how BJP pushes this entire controversy more to slam the Siddaramaiah government. Thank you for those details. Viewers, remember that this incident has shocked the entire nation, and more so because an Israeli tourist was also involved. There were two women that were allegedly sexually assaulted, and at the same time one man has lost his life after drowning. Now the police says that they are making all efforts to nab all the accused, but two of them have been arrested. One is still absconding. This entire incident was folded a couple of days back when all the tourists along with their guide were having a good time near the vicinity of the Hampi heritage site. But then little did they know what was in store. Look at this detailed report that has been filed.
Two women, including a 27-year-old Israeli tourist and a homestay owner, were allegedly gang raped and assaulted while stargazing near Hampi. Three male tourists accompanying the women were also assaulted and pushed into a canal where one of them was found dead. According to one of the victims' account, the crime occurred after the group of five headed to the Tungabhadra Canal near Sanapur Lake, led by their 29-year-old homestay owner. The group was playing music and stargazing when three suspicious men on a motorcycle approached them.
Already our police has recovered two people. Still one has to be recovered. And midnight they had gone for some watching the stars, I was told. Police is investigating. We are taking action as per the law. No question, we will mercilessly handle this.
The bike-borne men then started asking the group for cash. On refusal, the miscreants who spoke in Kannada and Telugu started to misbehave with the group and began assaulting them. Soon after, the three men who were accompanying the women were thrashed, leading to the death of one. Of these, one was an American national who managed to escape. Meanwhile, the women were dragged, stripped of their clothes and allegedly raped by the miscreants, who later stole the Israeli woman's cell phones and cash. Condemning the heinous incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah promised strict action against the accused. Simultaneously, the police launched an elaborate manhunt, deploying 6 teams and nabbing 2 of the accused, Malesh and Chetan. The 2 women are now undergoing treatment at a hospital.
Well, viewers, more breaking news coming in from the state of Karnataka, where sandalwood actress Raina Rao's political links are now under the scanner. Remember, there was 12 acres of land that was allotted by the Karnataka government to the company in which Raina Rao is a director. What needs to be seen here is that who was the signatory in this entire matter. Now, 12 acres of land was allotted to Raina Rao's company, where she holds the position of director in 2023. Remember, Ms. Rao has been accused of gold smuggling. She, in fact, has went on and confessed as well. What our sources tell her in the beginning, that she had made across around 40 international trips. There were 17 gold bars that she had confessed that she had, in fact, smuggled. Her father, who is a high police official, has distanced himself from the entire matter. Remember that gold ornaments worth rupees 2.1 crores and 2.7 crores in cash. All this was recovered from the possession of Ms. Rao. Now, this is a Republic Kannada exclusive break where we have accessed the documents of 2023 when that 12 acres of land was given to Ms. Rao. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Smita from the Kannada newsroom. Smita, this is an exclusive that we are bringing forward for our viewers, where we have the document which shows that how the Karnataka government had given 12 acres of land to Ms. Rao. Smita, What more do we have on this?
Exactly. 12 acres of land was allotted to the company where this Rania Rao is director in the year 2023. Well, we all know that accessing a plot through KIDB is not an easy process. It requires a lot of rules to be followed, and it also requires, unfortunately, a lot of influence. So who did play the role of influencer on behalf of Rania Rao so that she can access to 12 acres of plot under KIDB, that is the land allotted by the government of Karnataka to the industrialists. So this is the bigger question now. There is a joint operation of investigation conducted by both DRI, who initially took Rania Rao to the custody, and also now CBI is also into the scene of investigation. Now this is day 2 of the joint investigation by DRI and CBI. Now the investigative team is undergoing all the call logs of Rania Rao, especially to check out with whom all was she in regular contact. But we are getting the information that most of her call conversation were through the WhatsApp call, which is slightly difficult to decode. But her travel history is also under a scanner. Now we are getting information that she had at least one international trip in a month. Now the investigative team is checking through her travel history for the past 3 months, so that to get to the knowledge or get the information regarding where all she traveled, with whom all she went into contact in the different places where she traveled. So by connecting all these information, the investigative agencies just to trying to build this network with who all were involved in this issue. Is there any higher political influence in this gold smuggling case is the bigger question which the investigative agency are probing as of now.
Thank you, Smita. Well, thank you, Smita, for all those details. This entire controversy, viewers, is getting bigger as Ms. Rao's connection with the incumbent government are also under the scanner. Republic has accessed these exclusive documents that explicitly expose how she was given 12 acres of land in the year 2023. Now, viewers, the biggest story of the day is the Champions Trophy finale that will be held at the Dubai International Stadium between India and New Zealand. We have seen how India has been performing very well in the past and has been winning consecutively. And in fact, in one of the previous matches, they had beat New Zealand. Let's take a look at this report ahead of that crucial match.
India are on the cusp of making cricketing history should they beat New Zealand to clinch the ICC Champions Trophy title on Sunday. India are two-time winners of the tournament, the joint most alongside Australia. And a win in the final would take them to 3 titles, the most by any side in the history of the tournament. And there is every sign there to suggest an India victory in the summit clash. They have not lost a single match thus far and have played all their matches so far in Dubai, which is the venue of the final. Many Indian team members have pushed back at the idea of India playing all of their games in a single venue as being a huge advantage, but star pacer Mohammad Shami felt it did help the team. It is certainly helping us. We know the conditions and the behavior of the pitch. It is certainly an advantage to play all of the matches at one venue, Shami said. However, India will have to overcome the weight of history if they are to become the first side to win 3 Champions Trophy titles. India and New Zealand have faced off in the final of 2 ICC events, and both of those finals have been won by New Zealand. The Kiwis won their first ever ICC title when they beat India in the final of the ICC Knockout Trophy in 2000, which was the name first given to the Champions Trophy. In the final held at Nairobi, a sort of Ganguly century saw India set New Zealand a stiff target of 265 to win. But a ton from Chris Gaines saw the Kiwis upset the Indian team and clinch the title against all odds. Their next meeting in an ICC final came 21 years later, in the first ever World Test Championship final held at Southampton in 2021. Again, India were the odds-on favourites given their dominance in Test cricket during that time period. But it was the Kane Williamson-led Kiwis who trumped India to go down in history as the first ever winners of the World Test Championship mace. India's overall record against New Zealand in ICC event knockout games also works against them. In 4 matches, New Zealand have triumphed thrice. India's sole win in an ICC knockout game against New Zealand came in 2023, when Virat Kohli's 100 powered India to a win in the semi-finals of the ICC World Cup. Therefore, while there is little doubt that India start as slight favourites ahead of the Champions Trophy 2025 final based on their form, history suggests that New Zealand will provide stiff competition to the Rohit Sharma-led side.
Well, viewers, there's more breaking news coming in where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Saturday had asserted that people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir themselves would seek assimilation into India willingly, and that people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir do not need Pakistan's concept. Here's a report.
Reiterating India's position on POK, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said the region would themselves demand merge with India. The minister said the residents of POK have also started feeling that if they want POK's development, then it would be possible only if the region join a country like India. Rajnath reaffirmed that POK was part of India, is part of India, and will always remain part of it forever. Citing recent incidents, he mentioned that Pakistani flags were being removed from certain areas from POK, signalling growing unrest among the local population. In September, during a rally in Jammu and Kashmir, Rajnath said that India considers the people of Pakistan of Kashmir as its own citizens, while Pakistan treats them as foreigners.
Viewers, 1 dead and 40 injured after Kuki protesters clash with security forces in Manipur's Kangpokpi area. Now, although the situation is under control, viewers, we'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire clash-led situation is managed in the already vulnerable state of Manipur. We'll be right back after a short break.
Deliberately उन विषयों को आप you have brought together which unites the country.
हमने जिंदगी में इतनी सारी हॉलीवुड फिल्में देखी, जब भी दुनिया में कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है, एस्ट्रॉइड्स गिर रहा होता है, तो कौन बचाएगा? अमेरिका। तो मैं बोला यार ये सब काम अमेरिका ही करेगा तो कब कुछ करेंगे? क्या हम जानते नहीं भारत क्या कर सकता है? मेरा दिल बोलता है I want to make these films and I will keep on making films about my country and I am very proud to say कि lot of people मुझे आके बोलते हैं यार मैंने अपने बच्चे को ये फिल्म दिखाई मजा आ गया and I feel very proud about it because for me that is my what I am going to earn.
आपके सामने सोनू निगम, जिनका बेसब्री से इंतजार था सभी को। अभी आपने सानिया मिर्जा को सुना, चंद्रबाबू नायडू को सुना और अक्षय को सुना। अब सुरों की महफिल के लिए सोनू निगम यहाँ है। सोनू, आपने बताया कि 31 साल आपको हो गए, इंडस्ट्री में शायद ज्यादा हो गए होंगे।
नमस्ते सभी को, मेरे बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। मैं दिल्ली में था 1991 तक। 91 में आई वेंट टू मुंबई टू बिकम अ सिंगर। तो पर मैं यहाँ पे मुझे गाते हुए स्टेज पर प्रोफेशनली 47 प्लस ईयर्स हो गए हैं।
47 ईयर्स?
47 प्लस ईयर्स, 77 से मैं गा रहा हूँ स्टेज पर।
तो फिर ये कहा जा सकता है सर कि आप आज के, मैं अगर कहूँ रफ़ी साहब, मुकेश दा या किशोर कुमार, आज के सोनू निगम भी उसी कैटेगरी में आएंगे?
ऐसा होता नहीं है, बाप बाप रहता है, वो बाप है हमारे, वो गुरु हैं हमारे। तो मैं हमेशा ये बोलता हूँ कि हम उनसे इंस्पायर होके अपनी एक जगह बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन मैं कभी भी नहीं चाहूँगा कि कोई मुझे मेरे गुरुओं से कंपेयर करे, क्योंकि उनको सुन सुन के मैंने जो भी थोड़ा बहुत हल्का फुल्का पाया है वो उनकी वजह से पाया है।
तो बिना देरी के सोनू के सुरों की बात करेंगे। सर, आपने कहा 47 ईयर्स हो गए। अगर हम 47 ईयर्स में सुरों से आप कोई ग्राफ बनाएं अपने गाने का, तो वो कैसा होगा?
अच्छा, हाँ, एक्चुअली मुद्दे की बात पे पहले आ जाते हैं, मुझे पता है। गाना वाना गा लेता ताकि वरना फिर पीएम साहब आ जाएंगे तो फिर गाना नहीं होगा। हाँ, अच्छी सी इन्फॉर्मेशन, अच्छी सी बातें अक्षय भाई कर ही चुके हैं और भी बहुत लोग कर चुके हैं, आई एम श्योर। सो नाउ आई विल गिव यू सम म्यूजिक। चलो, सो मैं स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाऊँ थोड़े से जो मुझे याद आता है। पहला गाना जो हिट हुआ था वो था, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का, यार ने ही लूट लिया घर यार का, अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का। ये फर्स्ट था। उसके बाद में एक गाना आया था, यूपी वाला ठुमका लगाओ के हीरो जैसे नाच के दिखाओ भैया, नाच के दिखाओ, संग संग तुझे भी नचाओ के हीरो जैसे नाच के दिखाओ। पर कोई बड़ा गाना तब तक नहीं आया था। फिर 97 में सबसे बड़ा गाना जो मेरा पहला आया था वो था, संदेशे आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं, जो चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछे जाती है कि घर लिखो कब, कि तुम बिन ये घर सुना सुना है। ताली बजाओ। उसी साल गाना आया जिसने मुझे, एक था कि रफ़ी साहब के सिर्फ गाने नहीं गाता, ये अपनी आवाज़ में भी कुछ गा सकता है, तो इस गाने ने मुझे बचाया। वो गाना था, ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना है, ये दिल, ताली बजाओ, दीवाने ने मुझको भी कर डाला दीवाना, मैंने उसके शहर को छोड़ा, उसकी गली में दिल को तोड़ा, फिर भी सीने में धड़कता है ये दिल, मैंने दिल से उसे निकाला, जो ना करना था कर डाला, फिर भी याद उसी को करता है ये दिल, ये दिल। ये आ गया। और गाओ पक्का? टाइम है ना?
जी जी।
ऐसा कुछ सवाल आपको मुझसे पूछता तो नहीं जो आप मुझसे जानना चाहते हैं और मैं आपको बता नहीं रहा?
सवालों की लिस्ट अभी बहुत लंबी है सर, ये शुरुआत है।
अच्छा, मैं आपको, हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी, छाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी, हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो, जो है समा कल हो न हो, अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी। साथ में गाओगे? जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा हूँ मैं तो अभी, कुछ ऐसी लगन
इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने, इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
थैंक यू, बहुत खूब। सोनू, लेकिन आपका एक गाना जो है भूल भुलैया 3 का, मेरे ढोलना, मैंने सुना और आपका वो देखा भी जो आपने पोस्ट किया, आप बहुत इमोशनल हो गए, उसमें रो पड़े, ऐसा क्या हुआ उसमें?
कुछ चीज़ें, कुछ गाने एज वी गेट ओल्डर तो इंसान को थोड़ी अकल और आती है, थोड़ा हम्बल होता है इंसान, जो छोटे मोटे अपने बारे में खुश फहमियाँ होती हैं वो टूटती हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से ये गाना जब आया पिछले साल नवंबर में, तो मैं एक बहुत ही अच्छे, पीसफुल और इमोशनली रिच समय से मैं गुजर रहा, कई साल से गुजर रहा हूँ मैं। आई एम इन अ वेरी हैप्पी स्पेस, टच वुड। सो थैंक यू। तो ये गाना जब आया तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, मतलब लगा कि इतने सालों बाद भी एक ऐसा गाना आया है जो सारी दुनिया इस पर रियाज कर रही है। मतलब इसकी मेरे ख्याल से किसी एक गाने की इतनी रील्स नहीं बनी होंगी सिंगर्स की, जितने सिंगर्स ने इस पर प्रैक्टिस किया है, जितने सिंगर्स ने इसको गा के या बजाया है। सो क्या भाग्य है मेरे, हाउ फॉर्चुनेट आई एम, हाउ काइंड इज़ गॉड। मैं कहता हूँ इंसान की औकात नहीं होती, ये देता है जब तो हम क्रेडिट लेते हैं कि हमने किया, हमने मेहनत की, हमने रियाज़ किया, हमने किया। लेकिन रियाज़ भी इंसान तब कर पाता है जब सद्बुद्धि आती है। सद्बुद्धि भी ईश्वर देता है, तो वो सद्बुद्धि दी भगवान ने कि मैं ऐसा गा पाया, और वो गाना लोगों को इतना पसंद आ रहा है और आया है। अब तो जब मैंने स्टेज पे फर्स्ट टाइम गाया तो आई कुडंट सिंग, मैं रो रहा था उस समय।
मैं चाहूँगा यहाँ जो ऑडियंस है इन्हें भी आप
यहाँ पे रो,
इमोशनल
मैं गया तो बिना रोए गाऊंगा।
भोला भाला था, सीधा साधा था, मैं तो नादान था, दुनियादारी से होशियारी से मैं तो अनजान था। लगी चोट ऐसी मेरे भोले दिल को, बिखर सा गया टूट के, जो धागे से छूटा ये रिश्तों का मोती, जुड़ेगा ना अब छूट के। जहरीले सपनों ने, मेरे ही अपनों ने मुझको है धोखा दिया। मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे दर्द की धुन, मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरी नफरतें तो फिजा में रहेगी, जिंदा रहेगी होके फना। तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, ताना देर दाना देर देर ना।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट बता रही है कि ये सीधा दिल से दिल तक छुआ है। सर, सिर्फ यही गाना या कोई और भी गाना है जो आपको इमोशनल कर देता है बहुत ज्यादा?
लेजेंड ऑफ भगत सिंह। ऐसे कई गाने हैं अच्छे जो इन्होंने बोला है, आवाज़ आई है इतना ज़ोर से, भगत सिंह की टोन में इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी आवाज़ दी, तो मैं थोड़ा गा देता हूँ हल्का फुल्का।
मेरा रंग दे, मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे, मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे, मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला, रंग दे, रंग दे, रंग दे बसंती चोला, माए रंग दे, मेरा रंग दे।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू। सोनू, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये भी है कि आप बहुत से एक्टर्स के लिए गाते हैं। जब आप अलग अलग एक्टर्स के लिए गाते हैं तो उस वक्त जहन में उस एक्टर का स्टाइल भी होता है कि उसका स्टाइल अलग है, उठने का, बैठने का, एक्टिंग करने का, तो उसका गाने का स्टाइलिंग भी अलग होगा।
ये एक मिश्रण है, थोड़ा सा एक्टर की पर्सनैलिटी, अगर एक्टर बहुत सुंदर हों, अक्षय कुमार जी जैसे बहुत एनर्जेटिक हों, तो अगर आप उनके लिए सॉफ्ट या दुख वाला गाना भी गाएंगे तो भी आपको मद्देनजर रखना पड़ेगा कि इस बंदे की पर्सनैलिटी क्या है। ये एक लेड बैक बंदा नहीं है, ये एक जगी हुई पर्सनैलिटी है, जगा हुआ शख्सियत है। तो अगर ये मान लीजिए हम इनके लिए पहली पहली बार बलिए ऐसा भी गाएंगे तो उसको, आपके लिए था भाई, है ना? हाँ, तो ये गाना आप इनके लिए था। अब ये गाना इतना रोमांटिक है, पर हमें पता है कि अक्षय कुमार जी पे है, तो हमको गायकी में थोड़ा सा एक स्पार्क का ध्यान देना होगा। हैविंग सेड दैट, गाने का जॉनर क्या होता है? गाना अपने आप में भी अपनी एक शक्ल लेकर पैदा होता है। गाना कहता है इसे इस आवाज़ में गाओ। जैसे ये गाना है किशोर कुमार जी का, मुसाफिर हो यारो, तो ये गाना है मुसाफिर हो यारो, तो मुसाफिर कैसे गाएगा? मुसाफिर, मुसाफिर ऐसे गाएगा, मुसाफिर ऐसे नहीं गाएगा, मुसाफिर हो यारो ऐसे नहीं गाएगा वो। तो गाना भी कहता है कि मुझे ऐसे गाओ। तो जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा निपुण हो जाते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा गाने सुनते हैं, तो आपको उस गाने की आवाज़ आ जाती है कि इसे अगर मैं सपोज़ सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने लगा, अब इस गाने को मैं सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने ऐसा गाऊंगा तो गाना पूरा ख़त्म हो जाएगा। आपको गाना गाना है कि भाई रोमांस है, हीरो हीरोइन से कुछ कह रहा है, उससे एक्सप्रेस कर रहा है। एक्सप्रेस कैसे करेगा कि भाई सूरज मध्यम हो गया है, चाँद जलने लगा है, कैसे गाएंगे? सूरज हुआ मध्यम चाँद जलने लगा, तो बताएगा वो। और अगर आप ये गाना गा रहे हैं, मान लीजिए ये सोनिया ओ सोनिया, अब ये गाने में जो हीरो होगा वो ही इज कॉलिंग, वो बुला रहा है। सोनियो नहीं बोलेगा ऐसे वो, ओए इधर आना, इधर सोनियो, तो गाना बताएगा उसको कि भाई ऐसे बुलाना है तुमको गाने को। सो ऐसे ही हर गाने में आपको समझ में आता है।
सोनू, एक अच्छी चीज़, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा सुरों की जानकारी नहीं ना पता है, लेकिन गाने सुनाई देते हैं और अच्छे लगते हैं। आपका जो वेरिएशन है वो बहुत शानदार है। मुझे बताइए, जो लोग सुर में हैं वो आप जैसे हैं, बहुत से लोग बेसुरे हैं हमारी तरह, तो सुर वाले बेसुरे कैसे सुर वाले बन सकते हैं, मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ, या सुर वाले गॉड गिफ्टेड होते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से सही उम्र में अगर किसी भी आर्ट फॉर्म को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए तो आप भले ही उसके पारंगत ना बने, पर आप कुछ ना कुछ तो उसको जान जाएंगे। बचपन में जब हम कहीं भी बाहर किसी देश में जाते हैं तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि वहाँ के लोग ज़्यादा सुर में गाते हैं, क्योंकि बचपन में उनको पियानो, गिटार्स, वायलिन्स से इनको मुखातिब किया जाता है, तो वो सुर में आ जाते हैं वो। वैसे हमारे देश में अगर संगीत को जल्दी से सिखाया जाएगा स्कूलों में प्रॉपरली, तो जल्दी सब संगीत सीखेंगे। मेरे ख्याल से कोई मैसेज आ गया आपको शायद।
मेरा सवाल आपसे सोनू की, जो हमारे थीम है लिमिटलेस इंडिया, तो टुगेदर वी कैन का विचार लिमिटलेस इंडिया की तरफ भारत के सपनों को हकीकत में बदल सकता है?
बदल ही रहा है मेरे ख्याल से। काफ़ी अच्छा समय चल रहा है भारत का, भारतवासियों का, बहुत एकजुटता के साथ में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आई थिंक वी डूइंग अ बेस्ट, पुटिंग अ बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड।
जी सोनू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू सो मच सोनू, थैंक यू।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना, I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि discipline, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, she's a sports lady. She's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she's reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go, do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah.
Another
amazing.
sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं. देखिए हमारे लिए डिसिप्लिन, यहाँ कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है. जब पैदा हुआ था, जो स्कूल जाता था, तो सुबह ही स्कूल जाते थे कि रात के स्कूल पे कोई गया है? सुबह के स्कूल पे ही जाते थे. हम उठते थे सुबह, पिताजी के साथ कसरत के लिए जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद या अपने दोस्तों के साथ जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद उठ के हम स्कूल जाते हैं, उसके बाद वापस आते हैं, होमवर्क करते हैं, उसके बाद अपने परिवार के साथ खेलते हैं, कभी लूडो खेल लिया या कभी ताश खेल ली या जो कुछ है कर लिया. उसके बाद हम जल्दी, पिताजी कहते थे, माता जी कहते थे, सो जाओ. ये पता नहीं हमारी आदत. I didn't understand it. Arnab ji, I'm telling you, I really didn't understand it, why it changed. Because just we grew up, everything changed. I didn't understand. And the worst thing is, there are a lot of media who sometimes ask me this question, sir, आप इतनी जल्दी क्यों सो जाते हो? तो बेटे मैं क्या करूं? मैं क्या करूं? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? How can this be a question? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? Don't you think so? They should ask the person कि आप इतनी लेट क्यों सोते हो? They should be asking that kind of a question, but things have changed. And I think that is important to change. It is important, very, very much important to change. And that is how we are going to go towards limitless India, with good health.
Yeah. Yeah. आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार हैं, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Health Insurance Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदाः स्त्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु. सभी विद्याएं देवी के ही विभिन्न स्वरूपों की अभिव्यक्ति है और जगत की समस्त नारी शक्ति में भी उनका ही प्रतिरूप है. हमारी संस्कृति में बेटियों का सम्मान सर्वोपरि रहा है.
इस सदी में ग्लोबल ग्रोथ में एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाओं की भागीदारी का होने वाला है. जो देश, जो समाज जितनी अधिक भागीदारी महिलाओं को देगा, उतना ही तेजी से ग्रो करेगा. भारत में आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का दौर है.
नारी नीति, निष्ठा, निर्णय शक्ति और नेतृत्व की प्रतिबिंब होती.
आज भारत महिलाओं की आवश्यकताओं, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए योजनाएं बना रहा है, निर्णय ले रहा है. देश की नारी शक्ति विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है.
तो आइए इस बार महिला दिवस पर हम सब मिलकर अदम्य नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट करें, सम्मान करें, नमन करें.
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं. व्हेन एवरीबडी इज विजिटेड, आप पिछली बार भी गए थे. This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh, and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
अर्नब जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था. मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के. यार, इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा. और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है. देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी. कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी. वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, बट देयर वाज सम, लिटरली देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी विच वाज देयर. एंड आई एम श्योर यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ? हाथ खड़े कर लें. बहुत बढ़िया. जय श्री राम. ये हुई बात. So that is the energy. जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in. That was the energy. Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores. हम कभी कभी
67 crore.
67 करोड़, सॉरी 3 करोड़ मैं खा गया. 67 करोड़ है. मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूं ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर
नक्सलवाद अर्बन सेंटर्स पे पैर पसार रहा है. जो राजनीतिक दल अर्बन नक्सल के विरोधी थे, ऐसे राजनीतिक दलों में आज अर्बन नक्सल पैट्स जमा चुके हैं. इसी से हम समझ सकते हैं कि इनकी जड़ें कितनी गहरी हैं. वैसे अर्नब ने भी अर्बन नक्सलियों को एक्सपोज करने का जिम्मा उठाया हुआ है. मुझे भरोसा है कि रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क के आप सभी लोग हमेशा नेशन फर्स्ट के भाव से पत्रकारिता को नया आयाम देते रहेंगे.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. Muslim scholar Mufti Shah Mir, who played a key role in helping ISI to abduct Kulbhushan Jadhav, was shot dead by unidentified attackers in Balochistan's Turbat. Another BAPS temple defaced with anti-India graffiti in California. One dead, 40 injured after Kuki protesters clash with security forces in Manipur's Kangpopi. Absconding Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist arrested by UP police from Poonch. Today, the Champions Trophy 2025 final will see India and New Zealand lock horns at the Dubai International Stadium. Experts predict that their clash could evolve into yet another classic India-Kiwi encounter. Well, viewers, we'll start this bulletin with more news coming in from West Bengal. Jadavpur University, viewers, continues to boil as protest and political rallies continue to take place at the university. Now, the Jadavpur brutality case has taken yet another turn with Suvendu Adhikari, the BJP president of West Bengal. A protest rally from Navina Cinema Hall to the Jadavpur police station. We have a reporter live, Ridhita, over there. Suvendu is speaking to us.
University is the main function of the university is the education. We want ragging should be stopped and all type of drugs should be prevented. And the anti-national activities, those who are always shouting Kashmir Mange Azadi, they should be punished as per the law of our country.
With the history of India, for the first time we have seen the education minister hit and run over a student. What do you have to say on this? What is this TMC goons doing in Bengal?
It's a completely setting because the Sanatani, the Hindus of West Bengal, after the Bangladesh incident, after Mahakumbh, after the incident happened in Saraswati Puja, they are now united. TMC and CPM, they are trying to divide the Hindu vote. For that reason, TMC is patronized and encouraging CPM in Jadavpur and other area.
But the education minister has not come up and said anything. No apology has been registered from his side to the student. What would you say on that, sir? No apology has been yet registered to the student. On what account do you think TMC is doing this? It's a regular, after Arjikot we are seeing Jadavpur. It is a regular attack on the education centers in Bengal. Will education be there under the Mamata's rule? Do you think
They already closed, shut down 8,000 schools in West Bengal. After health, it's a disaster. Jadavpur is a very big and very famous university, but there is no education.
There is no industry in Bengal, there is no education in Bengal. But we
It's a solution, one thing. Jantar Jagaran, Mamtar Visarjan. 2026, people of Bengal are ready to change in Bengal. They are ready to support the Narendra Modi's government in West Bengal.
What is your leaning towards 2026 election? What is your leaning towards the 2026 election?
Tell me again.
On the 2026 election, are the Bengal's Hindus rising against Mamata Banerjee?
That we are now 39% vote. All are Hindus vote and tribal vote. We hope another 8 to 10% Hindu will come out and vote in favor of Lotus. If Hindu will be united, if free and fair vote will be happen and police should be neutralized, that TMC must out.
We are seeing regular attacks at Muslims. We are increasing in Bengal, Murshidabad, Malda. What do you have to say on the Muslim rise in Bengal? What do you have to say on the Muslim rise in Bengal? Rise of Muslim in Bengal, sir.
Muslims are supporting Mamata because Mamata Banerjee's government is as like as Muslim League 2 government.
What is the next step to
High appeasement is here.
What is the next step to this protest after today?
After Holi, a Nagarik convention, the mass convention will happen here. After the HS exam, BJP will start continuous protest against this anti-national force and hooliganism inside the Jadavpur University.
So we have heard the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, stating that Muslims are supporting Mamata and Bengal, and Mamata depends on the Muslim votes. On the Jadavpur issue, we have also seen that he stated that Jadavpur, it is the first time in the history of India that education minister has hit and run over a student who is studying currently in the university. A UG1 student was hit and run by the education minister, and for the condemnation of which the BJP has conducted a rally from Nobina to Jadavpur police station here in West Bengal. We see the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, present here, and we hear him. We hear the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, stating that it is only BJP that can curb this movement, this anti-national movements in Bengal. Back to the studio.
To Mr. Adhikari over there, it seems to be a very aggressive protest that the BJP West Bengal unit is carrying out there at the university campus. What more do we have in store, Ridhita? How soon do you think the demands of the students and of the BJP will be met? Because all we know that the Vice Chancellor has not shown his face so far. So now he was given a deadline till 4 p.m. couple of days back. But then we saw that he disappeared. He called in sick. He said that he was on 10-day sick leave. What next in store as far as these protests are concerned? How is this going to augment from here on? Ridhita.
Correct. So last day when the VC was given an ultimatum of 4 p.m., the students had locked up the administrative building and they were present outside that. After that also the Vice Chancellor did not come up. Whereas Indranuj's father, the one who was affected, Indranuj, the student of UG1 who was affected, his father had come up and joined the rally later on when he met the VC. He has been assured from Jadavpur University's side and the VC's side that any of all the costs that will be related to his health will be taken up by the university.
Ridhita, speak to those protesters. Speak to those protesters. Ask them as to what do they demand from the TMC government. What should have happened by now? Because it's not only the BJP. It's not only the BJP, Ridhita. The students have been very categoric in their demands. They have made it abundantly clear that they want a case registered against the state education minister. Ridhita, speak to those protesters as to how they are going to put forth their and students' demand forward and make sure that they are met. Ridhita.
Narendra Modi Jindabad. Jindabad, Jindabad. Mohan Desai Mohan Neta Narendra Modi Jindabad.
Exactly. So we have seen that this is the history of India. The education minister has hit and run over a student. What are the demands that you're putting forward to the opposition in Bengal, to the Mamata government here?
We are putting one agenda that the education minister need to be arrested, as well as the Maoist supporter who is the student of Jadavpur, and he is claiming that he is not a Maoist. Just go and look after his Facebook post and you will find that he has posted.
What are your what are your demands towards the government now? The government has not
our first demand is to the government has need to arrest the Maoist of the Jadavpur. They are doing all kind of anti-India activities inside the campus and outside the campus also, and they are just promoting themselves as the hatred of India in any kind of social media, whether it could be Facebook or YouTube or any kind of social media.
But we understand that the government has, as of now, taken no action in this on the other 4 students who were also affected there. No cost bearing of cost has been assured from their side. What would you say on that?
Because the government and the Maoists are in the same track. What is the agenda of the government and the agenda of the Maoists are the same, because Mamata Banerjee is just doing the politics of appeasement of the votes of Muslim. That's why she is not taking any kind of step towards the Maoists, because she knew that in the upcoming elections, in the upcoming assembly election, yes, she needs the support of the Maoists, and they will hit the roads in the favor of Mamata Banerjee, and they will just wait for 2 or 3 months and they will raise the voice of no vote to BJP, no vote to Modi, but they will never raise the voice of no vote to Mamata. That is their main one and only agenda.
So another question to you, that the students are repeatedly asking for an union election which has not happened under this government in last 5 years. So what are you saying on that? Are you in support of that, of the union election to happen as 2026 elections are nearing to us?
Yes, it is a very much natural concern for the student that the government need to conduct the student union election, but it is not the way to attack a education minister on his car and then he will hit a student also. Just look at the incident before this kind of scenario. The CPM is nowhere in Bengal. It is a direct fight between BJP and TMC. TMC is now doing all kind of...
CPM or Mamata Banerjee government is using the students as a pawn against BJP?
Absolutely. Mamata Banerjee is just pushing CPM into the scenario that they can, that Mamata can also tell that CPM is there is also the fight. CPM will do the vote cutting against BJP, and they will raise the voice to
Ridhita, there are some very important statement that this gentleman has just made as to how there are anti-India activities that are taking place inside the university campus, and they need to be fixed. Ridhita, we'll come back to you. We'll keep coming back to you on this story. Viewers, this was West Bengal, where in Jadavpur University protests continue after that incident when State Education Minister went on and injured, his convoy injured couple of students, and ever since then those students and the entire student union over there at the Jadavpur University has been asking for a case against the minister, and has even went on and made multiple more demands, but to no avail, because the university chancellor is MIA. He's on a sick leave. The students had given an ultimatum. Now the BJP has also come on the ground. We just saw Suvendu Adhikari. We spoke exclusively to him, and he said that they are going to aggravate their protest if the Mamata government does not act and meet their demands. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to what's happening in United States of America. Yet another temple, yet another Swami Narayan temple in California has been defaced. This is the second incident in less than 2 weeks, because 10 days back there was an incident in Melbourne, New York, where yet another Swami Narayan temple was defaced, and at the same time this entire incident has now created a lot of furor. The MEA has taken a serious cognizance of the matter. The MEA has said that they condemn this entire incident, viewers. At the same time, they have also raised this issue with local authorities and have sought a stringent investigation in this entire matter. Joining us live on this broadcast, we have Archana Pandey, who's Hindu Temple Board member. Archana Pandey, I beg your pardon, who's the Hindu Temple Board member there in the United States. Ms. Panda, this is the second incident in a very short span of time. What do you think is the reason behind these multiple attacks? Why are they going after the Hindu temples?
Thank you so much. सबसे पहले नमस्कार प्रणाम आप सबको. Hello everybody from Silicon Valley. This is Archana Panda, and I have the same question to the whole global community. Why us? Why at this time? Why is the defamation only having specific word? Are we targeted? Is it a special trigger or sheltered by somebody? But before everything else, before all the questions, I ask ourselves. हमको अपने आप को we have to ask ourselves: is it our fault? Have we done something about it? Now the thing is, we always have accepted things as they have come. We have never learned to question where, why, when and how. तो एक बार अगर आप हम अपने आप से सवाल करेंगे कि हमने पहले आवाज क्यों नहीं उठाई. It has been happening over and over and over again. Defamation of temples, writing of bad words regarding our religion, our dharma. You know, हमें अपने आप पर ये जो लांछन लगाते हैं हम औरों को, हम अपने आप से सवाल करें कि हम अपने आप को बचाने के लिए करते क्या हैं. जिसको न निज राष्ट्र न निज धर्म का अभिमान है, वो नर नहीं पशु है, मृतक के समान है. So आज, now, right here, right now, let's question that can we all stand together, come together and ask ourselves and others, why is this happening to us at this moment? Second thing, when we realize the causative agent about who is making it, can we ask government or other bodies to take some action against it? We have not asked, and if we have asked, there has been no action. Can there be a penalty of doing it? I believe this is getting done because there's no fear from the causative agents. क्या कर लेंगे हमारा? That's what I believe they have in their mind. But if there's a penalty put on all these activities, there will be a fear factor. Now, fear brings another word for me. It can be, fear everything and run, or face everything and rise. That's what we should do now. Face everything and rise. Let's question, not only question, demand for action, some penalty, so that this doesn't happen again. That's my request. That's my sincere request to all the media people, to government, and all of the people having authority to get things done.
Well, Ms. Panda, you've put it amicably, but my second question is, like you said, that people will also have to take some action. Though the MEA has given out a statement where they're seriously condemning the entire matter and they've sought an investigation. But this, like I said, that what happened in California is not an alone incident. We have seen time and again such incidents taking place. Now, you're also helming an association. What are you planning? What is your future course of action? How are you going to take it forward with the authorities over there?
Yeah, एक अकेला बंदा कुछ नहीं कर सकता, but if we come together, we show our power. There is now a momentum of Indian community, of our own section, our own people, that if we come together and ask and demand some action to be taken going forward, we can have writing campaigns, signature campaigns, so many things that can be done to make people aware. But now, hota kya hai ki the best policy we have is ignore things that we are not concerned with. No, but sooner or later, everything will be caught in this fire, and this has to come together. एक कहते हैं चिंगारी, एक अकेला चना बिल्कुल नहीं भाट फोड़ सकता, बट अगर हम इकट्ठे सब कुछ आवाज मिलके उठाएं तो जरूर सरकार सुनेगी, जरूर कुछ एक्शन ऐसा होगा ताकि अगली बार इसको रिपीट ना किया जाए. स्वयं जी के शब्दों में जैसे कहते हैं कि डरना नहीं किसी के भी पैरों के नाप से, आखिर में पुण्य जीत ही जाएगा पाप से. श्री कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से गीता में था कहा, पहली लड़ाई जीतनी है अपने आप से. फर्स्ट यू रियलाइज व्हाट यू कैन डू, एंड वी एज अ कम्युनिटी, आई बिलीव द टाइम हैज कम now for us to take some action, not just condemning. एक दिया जला देते हैं, हम मोर्चा ले लेते हैं, कैंडल लाइट कर लेते हैं, that's not enough. Action needs to be taken so that people have this in mind, that these people are not very calm anymore. There has to be a very enlightened approach to handle this issue, this defamation. This is not acceptable. That message has to go out very soon.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Panda, over there. Very amicably put as to how the future course of action should be. MEA has taken viewers strong cognizance of the entire matter, but we'll have to wait and watch as to how soon the United States authorities respond to it. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to the state of Manipur. A protester was killed, over 40 others were injured after there was a clash between pro-Kuki and police officials in the Kongpoki area of Manipur. What needs to be seen here is, though the entire situation is under control, viewers, one person has lost his life. Opposition is making this issue a big one. They are raising the security issue in Manipur yet again. Manipur has been vulnerable for a very long time. Joining me live on this broadcast, viewers, is my colleague Anirudh. Anirudh, yet another clash reported in Manipur. One person has lost their life, but at the same time, the situation seems to be under control. How are security officials and the authorities in Manipur taking this case forward? Anirudh.
Yes, the situation is at the edge in Manipur, as despite efforts by the central government in order to bring the normalcy and ensure that movement between the hill and the valley and vice versa starts smoothly, there was a stiff opposition by the Kuki pressure groups in places like Kangpokpi, and there we also witnessed that they took on to violent measures of protest. As a result, at least 25 to 26 security personnel have been injured in these clashes as they were attacked with stones, and one of the vehicles was also set ablaze. One protester have died. The situation has been brought under control. Curfew have been imposed, and the security has been intensified. Studio.
Well, thank you, Anirudh. For those details. Viewers, we'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire situation unfolds the next week, because this is not the first time, this is not the first time that such an incident has been reported from the state of Manipur. Close watch by security officials there on the ground situation. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the top story of the day. India is going to battle New Zealand there at the Dubai International Stadium in the finale of Champions Trophy 2025. Now, it is going to be a very interesting match because India once had in the recent past already beat New Zealand, but it's going to be an interesting India and Kiwi, where both the teams are going to lock horns. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Ankit from Newsroom. Ankit, all eyes, the nation is holding its breath. In just some time from now, that toss is going to happen. Everybody is waiting for that trophy, Ankit.
Yes, we are roughly about 30 minutes away from the toss when Rohit Sharma walks out for the toss. It's a very important toss as well, but again, as Indians, we do not have a lot of expectations from the toss because Rohit Sharma, he has lost a lot of toss on the row. So yes, but yes, Rohit Sharma has time and again said that toss is very inconsequential because India have the quality to combat any kind of situation, any kind of condition. So yes, in that regard, India look well settled. Both sides are well matched, so it's going to be a humdinger for sure. There is a massive crowd that's going to be there at the Dubai International Stadium. It's going to be it's going to be a house full, obviously. And yes, the spotlight will be on Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli because there are whispers that indicate that this could probably be their last time they'll be participating in an ICC event. It is the final. Obviously, they'd like to, clinch it. They'd like to get their hands on the silverware. And obviously, India, Rohit Sharma led India to the T20 World Cup last year to victory. So obviously, they'll be hoping for the same this time round. The opposition are familiar foes, New Zealand. So obviously India cannot take them lightly. They have hurt India in the past. So they are a formidable unit. But again, given India's current form, India probably have a slight advantage also because they are playing in Dubai and they have got the combination to actually thrive in those Dubai conditions. So obviously India probably have a slight advantage. We are heading towards the toss. The toss takes place in 30 minutes from now. A very important toss. We are looking forward to it. Over to you, Madhurima.
Well, thank you, Ankit, for those details. The entire country wants that trophy tonight. We are all ready to celebrate because after T20 win, Dil Mange More, Ankit. Viewers, we also have multiple cricketing starlets also speaking on this issue. Everybody wants this trophy tonight. Listen in to them.
भारत का मैच है और हम सब भारतीय चाहते हैं कि कप जीत के टीम इंडिया भारत में आए और उनका धूमधाम से स्वागत हो। बहुत बहुत विशेस हम सबके तरफ से पूरी टीम इंडिया को।
भाजी, क्या लगता है 4 स्पिनर्स के साथ जाएंगे दुबई के पीछे?
मुझे लग रहा है कि 4 स्पिनर्स के साथ ही जाएंगे। टीम में तो कोई चेंजेस होंगे नहीं और होपफुली रिजल्ट में भी कोई चेंज नहीं होगा। रिजल्ट भी भारत के हित में जाएगा।
मुझे लगता है कि शुभमन का बल्ला एक तो मैचेस में नहीं चल रहा है, वहाँ पे कोई स्कोप है या टीम सेटल्ड है?
टीम बिल्कुल सेटल्ड है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि इस मैच में शुभमन और रोहित का बल्ला भी बोले। विराट का तो बल्ला बोला है, केएल राहुल का बल्ला बोला है, श्रेयस अय्यर का बल्ला बोला है। तो टीम जीतनी ज़रूरी है। मुझे लगता है कि वो टीम काफ़ी सक्षम है, अच्छी टीम है। मुझे लगता है कि टीम इंडिया जीत के वापस आएगा।
बाकी वरुण कितने क्रूशल होने जा रहे हैं? फाइनल मैच है, कीवीज अच्छा खेलते भी हैं इसमें।
देखिए कीवीज कैसा खेलते हैं वो तो उस दिन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। पिछली बार तो जब वरुण के सामने कीवीज खेले थे तो 5 आउट कर दिए थे उन्होंने। उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस बार भी कुछ ऐसे ही प्रदर्शन हो।
सर इंडिया ही आएगी और प्लेयर बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो। आई थिंक रोहित लेड द टीम रियली वेल। लुक एट विराट कोहली। I think Shubman Gill gonna do really well. Varun Chakravarti, Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar, Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, he's doing really well. Toss will be very vital. So 100 ओवर का खेला बहुत गजबे होगा कल।
तो कल क्या 4 स्पिनर्स के साथ जाएंगे? क्या
सेम कॉम्बिनेशन के साथ ही खेलना चाहिए क्योंकि जब कुछ टूटा नहीं है तो जोड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है।
ये जो एलिगेशंस लग रहे हैं या जो फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि इंडिया को अनड्यू एडवांटेज हुआ एक ही वेन्यू के बेस।
सर सबके लिए सेम है वो। हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं तो सबकी निगाहें अलग हैं। हमारे प्लेयर अच्छा कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो लोग भी पहले से ही हैं। अगर पाकिस्तान में जब था उन्होंने क्यों नहीं अच्छा किया? उनका तो होम ग्राउंड था वो। हमारे प्लेयर का होम ग्राउंड नहीं है दुबई, हमारा होम ग्राउंड हिंदुस्तान है। वो प्लेयर अच्छा करेंगे तो ये अटकलें तो चलती रहती, ट्रॉफी आएगी 9 मार्च।
Viewers, we just heard those reaction. Hopes are high. The celebrations have already begun. Indians believe that the trophy is ours, and the boys, the men in blue, are going to bring that trophy back home tonight. Viewers, my colleague Gursimran has spoken to army jawans who are ecstatic, who are thrilled, and are cheering out loud for our men in blue. Just listen into it.
देखिए, इस वक्त हम जो है सीआरपीएफ में मौजूद हैं, सीआरपीएफ के जवानों के साथ मौजूद हैं और जवान आप देखेंगे बस इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं, टकटकी लगाए बैठे हैं कि जो टॉस है वो कब होगी और उसके बाद जो है प्लेइंग 11 क्या रहेगी। हालांकि मोटे मोटे तौर पर इस बार जो है एक्सपेक्टेड यही है कि सेम प्लेइंग 11 रहेगी। क्या उम्मीदें हैं आज के मैच से?
आज हमें उम्मीद है कि रोहित शर्मा कप्तानी पारी खेलेंगे और चेस मास्टर विराट कोहली आज फिर खेलेंगे और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि इस बार इंडिया फिर जीतेगी।
अब आप इस तरफ दिखाऊं तो ढोल के जो है प्रबंध भी किया गया है।
खटन गया थी खटकले हैं दिलोई, पारी बरथी खटन गया दी खटकले हैं दिलोई, पंगड़ा ता सजदा जे है नचे मित्रा दिलोई, पंगड़ा ता सजदा।
आप देखेंगे यहाँ पे सीआरपीएफ के जवानों की खुशी है। आप मुझे बताइए, मैच है, कितनी ज्यादा उम्मीदें हैं आज?
देखो जी, आज तो देखो हमारे जवान सब बैठे हुए हैं, ये सब इस उम्मीद से बैठे हुए हैं कि आज हमारा इंडिया विजय हो।
तो उसी
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
अक्षय जी, आप महाकुंभ गए रिसेंटली और उससे भी लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं when everybody is visited. आप पिछली बार भी गए थे. This time 67 crore people were at the Mahakumbh and we had Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar in the morning. He told us about the importance of that in bringing the country together. Can you tell all our viewers about your experience at the Mahakumbh, what it meant for you to be among a sea of people and what you experienced in as much detail as you can, please?
अर्नब जी, बहुत ही शांतिपूर्वक था, मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के। यार इसमें हंसने की क्या बात थी? मजा आया उधर डुबकी लगा के, मजा आया उधर प्रार्थना करके, इतने सारे लोगों को देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा और एकदम सब कुछ शांतिपूर्वक, सब प्यार से आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, इतने लोग घूम रहे हैं और इतनी श्रद्धा है। there was some kind of energy. कौन सी एनर्जी थी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन एक एनर्जी थी। वहां बैठा हुआ हूं, आंख बंद करके डुबकी लगा रहा हूं, स्नान कर रहा हूं, but there was there is some kind of energy which was there, and I'm sure यहां भी मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कितने लोग गए थे महाकुंभ, हाथ खड़े कर लें। बहुत बढ़िया, जय श्री राम। ये हुई बात। So that is the energy. जब आप ये नाम लेते हैं, हर हर महादेव नाम ले लो, जय श्री राम बोल दो, the kind of energy comes in. That was the energy. Imagine 64 crores, as you said, 64 crores.
Wow.
हम कभी कभी
67 crores.
67 crores. Sorry, 3 करोड़ मैं खा गया. 67 crores है। मैं तो कभी कभी देखता हूँ ना, बहुत सारे देशों में रॉक कॉन्सर्ट्स, वहां करीबन एक स्टेडियम के अंदर 4 लाख रुपए आए थे, तो इतना सारा फैल जाता है मीडिया में कि 4 लाख लोग आए थे। यार 4 लाख लोग आए थे, यहां तो 67 crores people came in the span of 45 days. Unbelievable. Hats off to the जितने भी कर्मचारी थे वहां बैठ के जो काम कर रहे थे, कितना प्यार से उन्होंने, एक जोरदार तालियां उन कर्मचारियों के लिए।
Very proud.
विद्याः समस्ताः तव देवी भेदा स्त्रियः
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being here. Very brave of you and courageous to stay on till the very end. This is a very special section and a session because I have with me, as all of you know, Sania Mirza, who unarguably is one of India's most delightfully talented individuals who epitomizes limitless in a manner that you and I can't fathom. I'm delighted she chose tennis as her career because she could easily have been a politician or in a cinema industry. So let's start with the beginning. And I don't want to make it mushy, we'll make it fun, no controversies. So I'm not going to ask you any questions that would evoke or stoke controversy. How did this all begin? And what was the one thing that drove you consistently? Because there are many naysayers in our country. You know, I lived in Bengal most of my life. In Bengal, we had a problem for every solution. So that's the mindset we were brought up with. So how did you manage all the obstacles that came your way? And many must have.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for that lovely introduction. You really switched roles really fast because you were really funny about 5 minutes ago and then you went into this whole compare mode right now. It's amazing.
No, that's because I asked her, why didn't she choose tennis as a career? Then when I read the sheet, I discovered she was a tennis player.
To answer your question, 32 years ago is when my parents said, we want our child to play a sport. And, you know, I mean, I'm okay to say my age because it's on Google, so I'm 38 now. And when I was 6, my parents said, you know, boy or girl, it doesn't matter, we'll make them play a sport, which in itself was very weird in those times because especially when you had girls, sport wasn't really something you chose. And when you had boys, they played cricket. So we had a lot of cricketers in our family. And similarly, if I was probably a boy, I would have probably played cricket at that point. But thankfully, that wasn't the case. I was a girl. My parents said, oh, you know what? I used to skate, I used to swim, I used to play tennis. And I happened to be a lot better at tennis than anything else that I ever did. Whether it was, I mean, I was good at studies, but I was much better at tennis. I was good at swimming, but I was much better at tennis. And it was always like that, no matter what I did. And a couple of months into me playing, my mom had to actually fight the coach and say, please take her. And he said, she's too small. She's only 6. And she said, but she's my daughter. I want her to play a sport. And my mom's the feisty go-getter. My dad's the more calmer person in the family. And my mom said, I don't care. I want her to play. And after about 2 months, the coach called and said, I've never seen a 6-year-old hit a ball like this. So that was the beginning of the journey of how I happened to choose this path in my life.
So interesting. Now, you talk about the fact that there were encouraging parents, and there were parents who actually went out of the way not to stress academia, because the problem in India that I've always said is we lay too much of importance on education and very little on knowledge, which is why we have such bright people everywhere around us. And obviously I'm being sarcastic. But having said that, you know, it's interesting you mention your age. Because I've seen 40 Wimbledon finals, and I'm going to be 62 on May 28. You can all send me wishes. Arnab Goswami is turning 27 tomorrow. So you can send him a wish in advance. But it's interesting, Sania, because I've always believed, unlike cricket, and I have a lot of respect for our cricketers, for their fitness, for their game, and I believe tennis is such an individual, tough sport because you're there alone. How did that ever impact you? Or who were your role models, for instance, at that time?
Well, I mean, you know, when you look up Sania Mirza on Google, and I get this question a lot of, you were the first one to do this, and you were the first one to do that, and you're the first one to, you know, whatever it may have been. To answer your question, I didn't have any role models back home at that point, because the only other female athlete close to home that I could really look up to, and I think a lot of, you know, I see younger people here probably grew up looking up to, was PT Usha, because she was the only other female athletic superstar that we had. But because of lack of social media and electronic media, we didn't really actually know what she looked like. We just heard of PT Usha, you know. So for me, I had to find those role models outside. So for me, Steffi Graf was my role model. For example, growing up, I wanted to be like her. I wanted to hit a forehand like her. I wanted to act like her. And yeah, and then one of the biggest compliments in my life that I got was that my forehand was very similar to hers, and that was someone who I was trying to emulate. So I think that today that is the biggest change that has happened, right? Today our young girls of today have so many female, especially role models to look up to. Obviously we've had male athletes, but as females, you know, 25 years ago we had PT Usha, 30 years ago then we had Sania Mirza, and now we have Saina Nehwal, PV Sindhu, Mary Kom. I mean, you can name at least 10 girls, you know, Nikhat Zareen, you can name Deepa Karmakar. We couldn't do that 15 years ago. So it goes to show you how far we've come as a nation, especially in encouraging female athletes.
Now, a lot of people, and I don't mean to flatter you, a lot of people look up to you as a role model. I mean, you know, when you were growing up, you had few and far between. When they see you as a role model, what are the one or two things that you would like to impart, let's say to someone in the audience who has a child who wants to be in the field of sport? What are the two things that you would like to tell them which would help them navigate the world ahead?
Well, I would like to tell, especially parents of young girls, because that's something that I faced and a lot of young athletes in 25 years ago faced, was we have enough people telling us that we can't do something. We just need our parents to tell us that we can. And everything that we do growing up, don't sit like this, don't talk too loudly, don't speak in this manner, you're a girl, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't go out at night, you need to come back at this time. Everything is a don't know, you can't do it. So when you have your parents by your side saying, it doesn't matter how many people say you can't become a tennis player or whatever else you want to be, I'm telling you the confidence that you feel and the kind of inspiration you feel coming from them, that's something that I was very lucky to have. And I would love to tell parents today to try and encourage the young girls to take paths that are out of the ordinary, so to say, and don't be afraid, because so many people tell you, I mean, so many people told me I was playing on courts made out of cow dung, and we said we want to play Wimbledon one day. And they laughed at us saying that, you know, are you crazy? And of course they thought we were crazy. And we were a little crazy, I think, to dream of that, to be very honest. But here we are, you know, we got to win Wimbledon, so.
So here is the thing. You were growing up at a time in Hyderabad. I can see Chandrababu there, who to my mind is not only a person who has promoted industry. Chandrababu Naidu has done more for southern India and for sport than most politicians have done in all their lives. And I don't mean to flatter him, because I hardly go to Hyderabad or Telangana, Andhra for that matter. Now, these were people who were encouraging. There were companies that were encouraging. Corporate sponsors were encouraging. Today, how was it at that time? How tough was it? And be brutally honest. This is a Republic platform.
Can I be honest here? You know, it's incredible that Chandrababu Naidu Garu has just walked in here. When I was coming up, he was the Chief Minister of the state that I was growing up in, and I've had some wonderful interactions with him. We were one of the few states when I was younger, compared to the other states, that actually had incredible sporting infrastructure. We had hosted national games. I mean, this was all at the time. We were talking about 2000. So we're talking about 25 years ago. And The thing is that for us to become a sporting nation, I think we are a cricketing nation. We're not a sporting nation, unfortunately. But for us to become a sporting nation, we need to have a system that supports every sport in this country, and that system obviously comes from right from the top, from the government and, you know, from obviously the states and the country, everything. But also a system that supports young athletes and young parents and showing them the way to how to go about their life. I mean, I didn't know, my parents didn't know 25 years ago what to do. You know, I want to be a tennis player. Okay, and then what do we do about it? There was nobody to go to, you know. So we need to have a system in place in order for us to become a powerhouse of sorts in different sports outside of cricket as well.
But it's also interesting, if you look at performance sports, whether it's Andhra then, Telangana today and Andhra today, you know, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they have contributed a lot to individual sporting sports. You know, whether it's tennis, whether it's badminton, chess. Somehow in Delhi, we were all doing kabaddi and kho-kho. Hopefully that will change because we had to dodge so many people on our way anywhere. What makes it so special about that part of India? Because today I have to say, and again, I'm no votary of the BJP or the Congress, what Narendra Modi has done for the Olympic movement, what he has done for sports, is worthy of great credit. The tragedy is the BJP, which has excellent spokespeople, is the worst communicator of its own achievements. And I've said that time and over again. But what Modi ji has done, and I'm seeing, Sania, year after year, more and more people are now committed to sports and the transparency within sports. Where do you see, and now you've got a brilliant career ahead as a pickleball owner. For those of you who are not from Punjab, as I am, pickleball has nothing to do with aam ka achar. It's a different sport created by America and brought to the world. So tell us about your pickleball ownership.
No, I think we'll get into the pickleball later, but yes, I second what you're saying, and that is the reason, going back to the first point that I made of how many young champions that we have today, how many brilliant athletes we have today that we can look up to as global superstars. And obviously we've had that in cricket, but I'm talking about outside of cricket, and that's where we were really lacking over the last hundreds of years. So the fact is that goes to show you that when the system gets involved, the kind of success you actually get. And you're 100% right about what you said about our great Prime Minister. And pickleball is a sport that a lot of people actually think is going to is become super popular. First of all, I don't know how many people know pickleball here. Guys,
how many people? Raise your hand. Very few people. But remember, this is largely a Delhi audience. If you told them how many of you know pickle without the ball, all the hands would go up. See, there you are. Okay, then. And how many people have been put in a pickle, all the hands would go up.
No, pickleball is just played on a smaller court. It's a cross between paddle, table tennis and tennis, and it's actually a super family and social sport, which is humongous in America. That's where it started from. A lot. Andre Agassi and Steffi Graf, biggest ambassadors today, playing in front of thousands of people, playing these exhibition matches. Andy Roddick's playing. So all the ex-tennis players and a lot of current tennis players actually are moving to pickleball a little bit at the end of their careers. But it is a game for a lot of people to go with their families, to make a lot of friends. It's a very social kind of game. Lots of fun. I don't know if it has the potential to become a humongous like Olympic sport or whatever, but I do think it has the potential to definitely bring people out of their iPads and TVs and come on and live a healthier life.
As we end, I can see Rini Simon from the corner of my left eye gradually climbing the stage to tell us to get off. And I also see there's 1 minute, 10 seconds left. But I want to thank you, Sania, for three things. For being Sania Mirza, for being feisty, and for being a limitless Indian.
Thank you.
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वांट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस ज़माने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार हैं, वो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say, Arnabji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना. I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि discipline, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं. She's a sports lady. She's done so wonderful for our country.
Yeah, absolutely.
How important is discipline? Ask her if she has, where she's reached, was it without discipline? It cannot be possible. She had to be a discipline. She had to get up in the morning, go do her play tennis, everything. Was it easy? Discipline is an important thing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Anil Kumble ji is there.
Yeah,
another
amazing.
Sportsman. Anil sir, would you be able to just nod your head because the camera is on you? Is it important discipline? यहाँ कोई है, सब यही मानते हैं. देखिए हमारे लिए डिसिप्लिन, यहाँ कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है. जब पैदा हुआ था, जो स्कूल जाता था, तो सुबह ही स्कूल जाते थे कि रात के स्कूल पे कोई गया है? सुबह के स्कूल पे ही जाते थे. हम उठते थे सुबह, पिताजी के साथ कसरत के लिए जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद या अपने दोस्तों के साथ जाते थे, फिर उसके बाद उठ के हम स्कूल जाते हैं, उसके बाद वापस आते हैं, होमवर्क करते हैं, उसके बाद अपने परिवार के साथ खेलते हैं, कभी लूडो खेल लिया या कभी ताश खेल ली या जो कुछ है कर लिया. उसके बाद हम जल्दी, पिताजी कहते थे, माता जी कहती थी, सो जाओ. ये पता नहीं हमारी आदत. I didn't understand it. Arnab ji, I'm telling you, I really didn't understand it, why it changed. Because just we grew up, everything changed. I didn't understand. And the worst thing is, there are a lot of media who sometimes ask me this question, sir, आप इतनी जल्दी क्यों सो जाते हो? तो बेटे मैं क्या करूं? मैं क्या करूं? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? How can this be a question? आप इतने जल्दी क्यों उठते हो? Don't you think so? They should ask the person कि आप इतनी लेट क्यों सोते हो? They should be asking that kind of a question, but things have changed. And I think that is important to change. It is important, very, very much important to change. And that is how we are going to go towards limitless India, with good health.
Yeah, yeah.
मेरी परवरिश ऐसी हुई है कि मैं पूरी दुनिया में रहा हूँ. Not as a tourist, but I've lived in different parts of the world. जिस तरह का प्यार मुझे यहाँ पे मिला और जिस तरह की खूबसूरती मुझे यहाँ पे दिखी और डाइवर्सिटी यहाँ पे मुझे दिखी. I had all kinds of opportunities. I have family in the US, Canada. My wife is from Germany. मुझे जिस तरह का यहाँ पे प्यार मिला और अपनापन महसूस हुआ, तो it had to be India. It had to be India.
कर रहे हैं और हमारे जितने भी जवान बैठे हुए हैं इनको यही उम्मीद है कि आज हमारा इंडिया बल्ले बल्ले होएगा।
आई वॉन्ट यू, मैं चाहता हूं कि जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं जो स्ट्रीमिंग में, टेलीविजन में, ऑडियंस में देख रहे हैं, आपके लाइफ के जो पॉजिटिव लेसन्स हैं उसे अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करें. सो आई वॉन्ट टू से वन थिंग. रिसेंटली मैंने अक्षय कुमार ने मुझे 8:30 बजे सुबह फ़ोन की, तो ही सेंड्स मी अ मैसेज, अर्नब आर यू अवेक? I said, what are you doing, Akshay? He said, I have just started shooting. And at 5 o'clock he calls me, he said, I finished my shoot for the day. अब जिस जमाने में हमें पता चलता था कि फिल्म स्टार, जो बड़े बड़े फिल्म स्टार है, वो तो 4 बजे 5 बजे उठते हैं, सेट्स में लेट आते हैं. Discipline is a big issue. How do we make India limitless if there is no discipline? I want you to tell our viewers about the importance of personal discipline, personal habits.
First of all, I will say it, Arnab ji, I don't want to be a star. Because star है ना रात को निकलते हैं, मुझे सुबह निकलना. I want to be the sun. I don't want to be the star. And जो बात आपने पूछी कि डिसिप्लिन, सानिया जी यहाँ बैठी हैं. शी इज अ स्पोर्ट्स लेडी. शी इज डन सो वंडरफुल फॉर आवर कंट्री.
the iconic and future-forward leader of limitless India, Chandrababu Naidu Garu.
It's our privilege to have Mr. Chandrababu Naidu Garu on stage. And I have to say something very, very special, because last year at this stage, on this stage, Mr. Naidu, you were physically not there with us. Physically, you were not here. But he joined us virtually last year, and it was the first time after he had broken away from the NDA. You made that announcement on the Republic Summit last year when Mr. Naidu was asked a question whether he believes in the Modi style of governance, whether he agrees with the developmental projects and the style of Mr. Modi, and it was for the first time that you gave a hint. Today, you are with the NDA, and you are a successful and the most powerful ally of the NDA. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Naidu, for being with us.
Thank you. Very nice.
So, Mr. Naidu, we are on this stage at a time when many states in the south, Tamil Nadu has its own issues, Kerala has its own issues, Telangana has its own issues. But the issue they want to debate, they want to talk about delimitation, they talk about languages. Yesterday I heard a fantastic soundbite of yours. You said, why 3 languages? If I could, I'll bring in 10 languages. So your mantra seems to be, while they are saying north versus south, your mantra seems to be, together we can. Is that what makes Mr. Naidu different?
No, I am very happy to be here. I like this subject. Republic TV has taken up a subject, Limitless India. This is where I am visualizing. Future is for India. Future is for Indians. I don't have any doubt about it. Some people may have doubt. They are all very, very pessimistic. But all the ways, I am optimistic. I am confident what I am saying today, you write down. Under Narendra Modi ji leadership, India will be number 1 or 2 by 2047. Globally, Indians will be number 1. Today we are all talking Jewish. One Jewish anywhere in the world, they are the richest community, most influential. I am proud to announce here, anywhere you go today, no need to ask anybody, any posh locality you go, that posh locality is belonging to Indians. That is the Indians' prosperity all over the world. Not one country. That is where we are saying limitless. I am telling you, it is happening today. If you can imagine in America, average per capita income is double among Indians compared to any other nations in America.
Yes.
So, it is very nearer to me. Right time, right leader for the country, that is Narendra Modi ji. Under his leadership, India will grow from strength to strength. Earlier, we had so much of confusion. There is no confusion today. There is a clarity, there is a vision, things are happening, very inspiring time. So, according to me, we are all in an inspiring time. I used to talk 95. Sania is here. I am very happy to see her here. At that time, nobody used to promote sports. Everybody only cricket. I wanted to give importance for sports. Then I started. First time she got medal. Then I remember very well, around 25 lakhs cash at that time I have given. First time, even sports persons can earn money. That is how we changed it totally. I am very happy. We announced in 2000, Olympic Games will bid. It didn't happen afterwards. Today, by 2036, we are going to host Olympic Games. That is possible because of Narendra Modi ji under his leadership. And also, I am telling all of you, 3 advantages we are having. One is 1991, we started economic reforms. Mid-90s, Indians took advantage of, first mover advantage of technology. Demographic dividend has come windfall gain. Our Indians are most acceptable community globally. Now entrepreneurs, you name anything, they are doing extremely well. Earlier, 95, I used to talk about IT. Today I am talking about AI. At that time, I promoted every family, one IT professional should be there. Now I am asking every person has to use IT or innovate use cases in IT, AI, then only it is possible, it is happening. AI has come, data is available on cloud. Real-time data can be captured through drones, CCTV cameras, apps, or IoTs, or wearables. Then real-time solution, you can find it and communicate. It is sometimes people are saying AI will destroy the ecosystem or some disadvantages. Always, any system, there are problems. We have to take positives, then we can move forward. That is what I'm saying. According to me, I'm telling you, if you see our economy under Narendra Modi's time, 10th economy in the world. Now we are 5th economy in the world. By 2027 or 28, we will be third largest economy in the world. Then we have to climb second and first economy in the world. And also, you are seeing globally, all global leaders, you are watching the stability. I don't want to mention names. You name any country. But India is very fortunate, very balanced leader, and also to say proud of him, wherever you go, he is commanding respect because of his conduction. So many crises we are watching, India's foreign policy is the very good policy because of Narendra Modi ji. All these things are going to happen, very good advantage for India. That is nearer to.
I'm going to ask you a question, and even though it might sound a little rhetoric, right? You are the OG, what they say, original digital visionary. Because you remember in the 1990s, it was Chandrababu Naidu who was talking to Microsoft. You were talking to Microsoft, you were bringing the industries to then a united Andhra. Today, if you have to start all over again and just focus on 3 areas, because you saw 20, 30 years ahead, today if you have to start from scratch and look at 3 areas, just 3, what would those be?
One is IT to AI.
IT to AI.
How to integrate all technologies, that is one, with the deep technologies. Second is green energy, thereby green hydrogen. Third one is skilling, capacity building of human resources. These are all the 3 areas we have to focus. Then Indians will be number 1. I am telling you one more thing here, all of you. Population management is very, very important for India. We have learned so many, we are watching all over the world. Now China's population is declining. Japan population is declining. Or Europe population is declining. Only up to 2047 we are having advantage. India population is an advantage. 65% Indian population are under the age of 35 years. No other country is having this advantage. Only the problem of South India, we implemented early family planning. Now population is falling. Now time has come. We have to correct it, and we have to stabilize population.
Say it, sir, say it.
All
You think South Indians should have more kids?
That is what I'm saying. That is where I announced, very interestingly sometimes, to promote population, to control population, I introduced 2 and more children is there. You are not eligible to contest in local bodies. Today I have changed totally. You are having less than 2 children, you are not eligible for local bodies. That is what I have to bring act now. Already ban is lifted. And also, we are giving now more money those who are having more children. That is a thing. Or otherwise, even after some time, you give incentives also, people may not go to have more children. Reason is, wealth and population are conflicting. I used to say long back, 20 years back, IT professionals, double income, wife and husband are IT professionals, no kids, let us enjoy. Everybody will do the same thing. There is no population at all on the earth. Today it has become a reality.
Yeah.
India is aware, people are talking, I am very happy about it. Have more children here also, I am telling you, more intellectuals, more wealthy people, you will have less children. You are all thinking, to have one child, very difficult to nurture, better to have, easy to have one industry. Then you can have one CEO, you will look after. Children, you have to look after. But there is no replacement. Only all of us has to talk about it openly. First time in India, I used to talk about break silence, talk about AIDS. At that time also, AIDS means it is a stigma. We should not talk all these things. Now all of us has to talk about population management. I am very happy. I am congratulating Bihar and UP. They are saving the nation by having more children today. It has to continue other parts of the country.
Okay. You know, Mr. Naidu, you're an example of what a limitless Indian can be. And the reason I'm saying this is because, yes, you have had many successes on the governance front. You've been revolutionary, you've been a visionary, but you also faced a lot of setbacks, personal setbacks, and you've bounced back every time. You've been physically attacked, you've been subject to a personal attack, you were arrested. And every time you have hit back and hit back hard. What's your outlook? Isn't it, how many of you, I mean, we felt shocked and sad at the way you were picked up physically and taken to jail. When all of us knew there is an element of vendetta perhaps, but what kept you motivated, and did you know you're going to come back as the Chief Minister?
No, very interesting question you asked me. I am always ahead of times. In 1995, I spoke about IT. Nobody used to talk about IT. They had killed me at that time. But with the determination, what I am doing is right, I continued. In this country, you know very well, telecommunication sector, once it was in public sector, BSNL, VSNL monopoly. Even I want to talk anywhere as Chief Minister, I may not get lines immediately. If I know one operator, he will connect me directly. That was the system. 3 successive prime ministers I fought. Finally, Vajpayee has done deregulation of telecommunication sector. Today, that is the biggest revolution in telecommunication. What I wanted to impress upon all of us here, doing right things one, always keeping people on our side is another. With obsession also, if you won't communicate properly to the people, at that time they may have so many problems, they may not vote for us. 2004, 2019, I was defeated not by opposition, because of my obsession of development. Otherwise, no question of losing elections at the time also. That is where I really appreciate Narendra Modi ji. Not only doing things, continuation is maintaining. That is a great gift for the nation, not for Narendra Modi ji or NDA or BJP. Because of continuity, policies are consistent, growth is consistent. Earlier you have seen so many problems. Now for the last 10 years, things are happening automatically.
Yeah.
I learned one lesson from the Honorable PM. I had to do right things, I had to communicate, I should not lose elections. I'm telling you. One example I'm giving you, 2004, I should not lost the election. By this time, Hyderabad should be different place. But I created excellent ecosystem that is working even today. Andhra Pradesh, I wanted to build one of the best capital, Amaravati. By name Amaravati, everybody is appreciating. That is the angel's capital.
Yeah.
But that capital was totally destroyed, derailed. Now 10 years over. Again I am putting on track. One example here, all intellectual audience. Around 35,000 acres of land. 29,000 farmers has given land under land pooling. Nowhere in the world it has happened. I didn't pay even one pie. It is only one MOU. I will give you minimum guarantee. And also, it is a self-financing project I created. You know, real estate people will do.
Yes.
Sometimes they will take land, they will develop it, landowner they will pay, remaining they will get profit, all these things. Like that I have done one of the best projects. Even farmers are the owners of the capital.
Yeah.
They are building that capital. That is the satisfaction. So this is where winning, as you rightly mentioned, in this country, victimization, all these things I have faced without my faults, but only one determination. I didn't commit any crime, any fraud. People are with me. When they arrested me, around 60 countries people demonstrated, even some of the countries' names I don't know. Even our people have migrated. They are all my beneficiaries. That's why they have shown their solidarity.
Yeah.
Even so much of pressure on them. But 53 days they are on the roads. Sometimes after our death, people will appreciate. Even I am alive, I have seen that support. I am grateful to my community, what is the stand they have taken. So, when you won't commit any mistake, you do not bother anything. Checks and balances in this country are still prevailing.
Checks and balances. Speaking of checks and balances, you're someone who cannot be taken lightly as a political leader. Yes, you are very close to Mr. Modi. Yes, your style of politics matches with a lot of what the Modi government does. You all have something very similar. You all both believe in development. You all both believe in IT. You all both believe in digital revolution. But you're also a very strong leader. You have your ethics. You have your stand. Federalism is very important to you. How do you balance that? For limitless India to be successful, to be a caption, for you, how do you balance regional politics, national politics, and federalism? How easy or difficult is it?
Overall, all of us have to think nation first. Once you think nation first, all other things will be worked out very easily. Even sometimes in a cooperative federal politics, states are having their role play. But sometimes we have completed around 30 years' time economic reforms. I want to give a call. Even Delhi, recent elections you have seen.
Yeah.
Even Andhra Pradesh you have seen.
Yeah.
In Telugu Desam Party history, first time, 93% strike rate, 57% vote share, Never in the history of Telugu Desam or any other political party they have given mandate. Only single reason, what they have done is not acceptable. Delhi also after 10 years, you have seen the results.
Yes.
AAP model is not acceptable, not scalable, not replicable. What I am promoting now, any politician has to create wealth. To create wealth, he has to do development. He has to generate revenue. Then he has to go for welfare. That is how we have to empower continuously. If I cannot, I won't do development, I don't have any right to distribute wealth by borrowing. That is my firm conviction. That is the politics in India, everybody has to do it. Then only sustainability will be there.
Yeah. You spoke of Delhi. Let me ask you a question. I'll ask you a question about Hyderabad. Hyderabad used to be very close to your heart. When you look at Hyderabad the way you envisioned it, if the Naidu model envisioned Hyderabad a certain way, are you happy with the way Hyderabad is being governed now?
No, I don't want to get politics here. Then tomorrow they will attack me. That is a different issue. We laid a strong foundation in Hyderabad. One of the best ecosystem. 25 years back, I started constructing one high-tech building. That was the first beginning. Then I started number of engineering colleges. I am proud to say today, when I started colleges and recruitment, they have migrated all over the world. Today, any country you go, highest per capita income Indians, among Indians, 33% are from Telugu community, that is Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. I am proud of it. If you can go to Hyderabad, you can see that outer ring road.
Yeah.
163 kilometers, 8-lane road, before national highways reforms.
Yeah.
I brought that. And also airport. First time in the country, greenfield airport. Not spending money, by giving policy. That is how we built one of the best greenfield airport. IT, BT, you are all here. Yesterday, recently, Corona. I started biotechnology park around 2000. Recently, COVID vaccine has come from Hyderabad Biotechnology Park, Bharat Biotech. And also we are able to give 100 countries.
Yeah.
At that time, everybody told me what is biotech.
Yes.
I created Genome Valley and also Biotech Park. That is how future advanced technologies we started. That is giving rich dividends for the nation.
You have a vision for Andhra and it extends beyond one state. If you were to, and this is my last question to you, if you had to tell me the role that Andhra Pradesh will play in the India story in the years ahead, what would that be?
Oh, India is a great country. There is no doubt about it. I am a strong believer of that. You are seeing as of today, infinite, limitless, you have used that words. According to me, you imagine anything that can be done that is possible only with Indians, not any other community in the near future. It is going to happen. That is my confidence.
Yes.
Not only confidence. 25 years I spoke all these things. Nobody believed me. Not only ordinary people. Even country heads never believed me. They used to come to Hyderabad. At that time, coming to Hyderabad has become a big passion. Around 2001 or 2,
yes,
Bill Clinton came. I never invited Bill Clinton at that time because I thought he may not come. He said after visiting India, I wanted to visit Hyderabad. There was so much of tussle. Some people wanted to, my best friend Krishna wanted to take him, divert him. But he said, no, I am coming to Hyderabad. I asked him, who told you you have come here? Then he told me, nobody told me. I have seen so many articles in international magazines. If at all I visit, I have to visit this place. That is how I came.
Yeah.
What I am saying, I used to, some people, so many prime ministers or country heads, I used to talk about India. They used to look at me very, very suspicious way. One day, one minister from Switzerland has come to Hyderabad. I spoke all these things. Then he gave a statement. He's a mad guy. If this type of politicians in Switzerland, we should have kept him in jail because of madness. After 7 years, I went to Davos. He came and met me. I'm sorry, what all you said is happening in India. That is the greatness of Indians. That is where he confessed before me again.
Yeah.
20 years back, nobody believed. Today, not only believing, people are expecting Indian support. Another 10, 15 years, I'm telling you, global community needs Indian support for their service sector, physically and also online. It is going to happen. That is because of aging problem. They want nursing, they want doctors, they want so many things. Only Indians can provide all these things by using technology effectively. But ultimately, I am requesting 145 crore Indians. We are having a very bright future. We are having very good advantage. And at the same time, we are having excellent leadership. It is now or never. You wanted to make India limitless. It is with us. You wanted to make India negative, going on, talking, always there will be some cynical attitude will be there, lot of them.
Lot of them.
They will go negative publicity. But according to me, all intellectuals has to talk further. One to one, one to many. This is the time for performance. And also, I am saying, don't do hard work. Do smart work. That is where...
Don't do hard work, do smart work.
Smart work.
Smart work.
Smart work. Today, I started Me Seva. For every mandal, one office. I used to give some services. After some time, it has come electronic e-seva. Today I am going WhatsApp governance.
WhatsApp governance?
WhatsApp governance. Through WhatsApp, you can get 1,000 services. You need not go to any office. All services will be delivered through WhatsApp. We are competing with private people. That's all. All services in private people, single app they are providing, or WhatsApp they are providing. Why can't we provide?
Yeah.
That is where things are happening today. Government of India also you are seeing today. Earlier income tax payment, how difficult it was. Today GST, income tax, those who are responsible citizens, law-abiding citizens, it is a heaven. Those who are all law-violating citizens, today or tomorrow, day after tomorrow, they will be caught. It is going to happen. I am very happy. Again, I am seeing all of you here. Honorable Prime Minister is going to come. I don't want to derail all of you. Don't be negative thinking. Be positive side. In all aspects, we are very, very fortunate. Take forward this country. And also, you want to do anything, I'm telling you again, limitless India, unlimited opportunities. And you can imagine, you can do anything. within your time. That is going to happen. Only that is where I am thinking one more appeal to you. 2-3 policies you have to follow. Think globally, act globally. Distance is not the constraint. By sitting remote area, you can operate globally. That is the excellent advantage available for us. And also, don't think it is impossible. Everything is possible. Right time, right decision, move forward. Everything is possible. You can achieve it. Ultimately, keep it in mind. Everything technology related, everybody used to adopt technology. Then it will give you so much of leverage. With all these things, I am very happy to be here. And also, I really appreciate only one TV is taking positiveness among people.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot to us.
Every TV, every media sometimes, they are searching only holes, not merits. That is where I am having my own observation. But I am seeing this is Republic TV is promoting India and Indians in a positive manner, and also they are showing our strength continuously as Indians can do. Even sometimes I am watching, anybody will attack India, they are going aggressively. That has to come among all of us, then nobody can match India and Indians.
Thank you.
Thank you with all these things. Good luck. Thank you.
He was in Delhi yesterday. He went back to Andhra Pradesh. Was in Vizag this morning, came back to Delhi only to be at the Republic Summit at Limitless India. A believer in India first. Can I get a big round of applause for Chandrababu Naidu, please?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर